A jagged spear tore right through this dude. Meet Hanmaru, dead broke, unemployed, and a 4-time loser at the civil service exam. Trapped in a nightmare forest, a weapon impaled him. A beast lunged for the kill shot. But Maru didn't just accept his fate, he sank his own teeth right into the creature's flesh. He ripped it apart and swallowed it down just to stay breathing. Because in this reality, demons and nightmares are actively hunting humanity. Now, every time he spots a freak, a psycho craving takes over. He wants to eat them alive, fueling a crazy mutation that makes him insanely overpowered. Flashback to a quarantine zone. Toxic yellow smog chokes out a shady campsite. Through the thick haze, you hear someone fighting for oxygen, giving off total massacre vibes. A dude sits paralyzed on the dirt, surrounded by shredded corpses littering the woodland floor. Pure panic sets in when he realizes this fog hides a predator. Without warning, a massive, shadowy figure steps out from the tree line, locking eyes with the last guy breathing. The beast then hefts a colossal broadsword, dripping with fresh gore from the fallen crew. Tiny bells strapped to the metal chime through the dead silence, making the vibe absolutely spine-chilling. Shaking like a leaf, the survivor reaches out into the void, sobbing for literally anyone to pull him out of this hell. Instead, the monster blitzes forward. No pause, just pure, unstoppable momentum aimed right at his face. A massive claw snatches his ankle with crushing force. He gets yanked straight off the ground, completely defenseless, shrieking in absolute agony before the beast violently chucks him into the pitch-black canopy, never to be seen again. Fast forward. The kid is just another corpse on the ground, and a cold voice mutters, "Rough break." A 3-person squad rolls up, eyeing the wreckage, and one member casually notes he trespassed into a death trap. They start sweeping the area, fully ready to bag another casualty. But Officer Kang clocks the swirling smog. Her instincts scream that the target is still close. The atmosphere instantly turns, suffocating, and the toxic clouds start spinning like a tornado. She reaches deep into her jacket, ready to pull out her trump card. She whips out a wicked, jointed blade, twirling it like a total pro. Then, zero hesitation, Kang violently slashes open her own palm, letting her warm blood paint the cold steel. The weapon literally starts vibrating like a heartbeat, drinking up the crimson fluid. She grunts in massive pain as the awakening ritual kicks in. Out of nowhere, her partner shrieks, pointing straight into the fog. The butcher is right there, stomping toward them, making every footstep sound like a nightmare grinding against the earth. But Kang just smirks, telling her squad to step back while she solos the freak. That tiny dagger explosively shifts into a colossal greatsword, blazing with a vicious, blood-red aura. Turns out, this elite crew is the Ministry of Environment's Yellow Dust Task Force, cut to a towering skyscraper right in the middle of a packed metropolis. A digital sign flashes, pointing the way to the Civil Service Rookie Recruitment Center. Inside the lobby, a suit barks out for applicant number 12, and our main guy shoots his hand up. But flash to the restroom, and he is literally hyperventilating, claiming he is about to drop dead. He just wants to ditch and go sleep, his chest pounding out of his ribs from sheer panic. Gripping his shirt tight, he spirals, totally convinced he is going to choke during the evaluation. He violently splashes freezing water on his face to snap out of it. Doesn't work. He is dripping sweat, gasping for air, with his tie tangled up like a mess, and he practically yells that his brain is frying. Popping a prescription bottle, he groans that even double dropping his meds isn't dulling the dread. Barely holding it together, he glares at his pale reflection. Meanwhile, outside the glass, a tiny sparrow touches down on a twig, chilling in the sunlight. Suddenly, the creature snaps its neck around, locking onto Maru through the pain. The second they make eye contact, the reflection warps into pure insanity. The bird morphs into a creepy hallucination, sneering, "What are you staring at?" before telling him his life is officially over. Freaking out, Maru grips the porcelain, swearing at his own busted mental state. Behind him, a news broadcast mumbles about teenagers vanishing off the grid in Gangwon province. Staring blankly at a soda machine, he formally introduces himself as Maru Han, hyping himself up. He is 29 years old, just an average nobody grinding for a paycheck after bombing 4 straight exams. Round 5 starts right now. A recruiter finally echoes his name and badge number down the hall. He springs up like he's been electrocuted, hollering that he is locked and loaded. Firing on all cylinders, Maru grips his fists tight, swearing on his life he is securing the bag today, chanting that he is built for this. He struts into the gauntlet, but the second he walks in, the head boss glares at him, with dead, menacing eyes. Maru gulps down a massive lump in his throat as the anxiety violently tackles him again. The suit launches question number 1, asking why he chose this career path. Slapping on the fakest grin possible, Maru drops the corporate answer, claiming he lives to serve the community. Meanwhile, his brain is practically drooling over a cushy, insanely boring, zero-risk lifestyle. Next curveball. What happens if your manager does something shady? Out loud, he promises total honesty, but in his head, he is screaming that he would turn a blind eye so fast it would break his neck. The boss just scribbles down a dark note. The interviewer drops the classic, "Are you a team player?" question. Maru plays it safe, claiming he's basically everyone's bestie, but his inner voice is screeching, "Bro, I can barely order food without stuttering." The recruiter just stares, totally baffled, and asks him to run that back. Panic sets in. Did he just say that out loud? The guy clears his throat, desperately trying to slice through the thick, awkward silence. Moving on to the final boss question, the recruiter demands to know the absolute hardest challenge Maru has ever survived. Maru is sweating bullets, internally screaming that this exact interview is the peak of human suffering. But the guy pushes harder, claiming it's just a vibe check on his problem-solving skills. Shifting uncomfortably, Maru stammers out that only one core memory comes to mind. He starts unspooling a wild story about a childhood trip to the mountains with his dad. Boom, flashback. A young Maru stands trapped in a blood-red nightmare. Snapping back to reality, ice-cold dread crawls up his spine as the trauma hits him all over again. A pitch-black shadow with a solitary, glowing eye burns into his mind. His face twists into pure, unfiltered terror, hallucinating the demon right there in the office. Then, a grotesque silhouette, flashing dozens of pulsating eyes, crashes into his brain. The flashback cuts off with tiny Maru drowning in a sea of mutilated bodies and nightmare fuel. He just sits there, completely paralyzed, swallowed whole by his own dark past. A deafening ring pierces his skull. His pupils dilate in absolute horror, and suddenly, gravity gives way, his chair tips backward. The room spins out of control as his vision goes totally fuzzy. The interviewer shouts his name, finally realizing this kid is spiraling hard. Maru straight up passes out mid-interview, leaving the poor guy scrambling to shake him awake. The sheer panic triggers a massive wave of nausea, and he gags, dangerously close to puking everywhere. Cut to later that day. We pan over a rundown apartment complex. Maru is face-planted on his mattress, stewing in the ultimate post-interview cringe. Tears streaming, he contemplates his absolute zero status, no cash, zero friends, and absolutely no clue what his next move is. Suddenly, a loud knock shatters his pity party. Swiping at his puffy eyes, he cracks the door open, completely on guard. Boom, an absolute unit of an angry mother stands there, making Maru freeze in his tracks. She instantly starts roasting him for dodging her calls. Confused, he asks why she isn't grinding at her shift right now. She sighs, muttering that she just swung by to drop a care package. Talk about perfect timing. Lighting up like a Christmas tree, he practically begs to know if she packed some premium beef. Denied. She flatly announces it's just beans and kimchi, instantly vaporizing his hype. Her eyes dart around the room, taking in the absolute biohazard of a living space. Crusted takeout boxes and a mountain of energy drink cans clutter every corner. Maru flushes bright red, painfully aware his crib looks like a literal dumpster. Without missing a beat, she starts speed cleaning and casually asks about the job hunt. That one question sends him straight to the floor in agony. Absolutely shattered by the flashback, he starts hyperventilating. There is zero chance he can confess that he essentially barfed on the hiring manager. His mom just crosses her arms, waiting for the tea to spill. Trying to hype him up, she delivers a bone-rattling smack to his back, telling him to shake it off. Maru groans, rubbing his aching spine, while she relentlessly bulldozes through the trash pile. Out of nowhere, she slides him a thick envelope, calling it a little survival fund. The gesture hits him right in the feels, and he instantly tears up. Overwhelmed, he tries to push the cash back, insisting he's a full-grown adult who shouldn't be mooching off his mom. But one lethal glare from her shuts that down, and he awkwardly pockets the stash. Then, she drops a bomb. Maybe that creepy psychic she visited was spitting facts about his bad luck. Her face drops dead serious as she orders him to hike up the old mountain, like yesterday. Maru is left reeling, staring dumbly at the envelope while his brain buffers. Fast forward, we cut to a breezy, salty harbor. Rusty fishing boats bob at the docks as Maru stretches out his stiff joints, totally wrecked from the brutal commute. He lets out a heavy breath, mind blown by how long it's been since he stepped foot in this ghost town. Shaking off the nostalgia, he marches toward the massive peak, looming overhead. Turns out, his mom hit up a super sketchy but famous fortune teller to figure out why his career was cursed. The mystic broke the news. His constant epic fails had absolutely nothing to do with panic attacks or unmedicated ADHD. The real glitch in the Matrix? His dad, who vanished off the face of the earth over 20 years ago. The shaman claimed his old man perished up on that peak, and his restless ghost was literally sabotaging Maru's life. The only fix? Trek up there, drop an offering, and chill the spirit out. After surviving the grueling hike, he hits an ancient, rusted gate and knows instantly this is ground zero. He shoves the rotting wood. It shrieks on its hinges, snapping wide open, and just like that, his jaw hits the floor. A literal ghost of his past is playing out right in front of him. The world warps, revealing a tiny, pint-sized Maru just standing frozen in the overgrown courtyard. The kid sprints toward the cabin, literally ghosting right past modern-day Maru. Reaching the entrance, he cautiously nudges the door. Peering through the sliver of darkness, the kid searches the shadows. And right there, huddled in the pitch-black corner, sits his missing dad. Agony practically radiates from him. Cut to a flashback. A bite-sized Maru pushes the heavy door open, peeking out into the unknown. Tiny Maru camps out on the porch, holding out hope for his dad to show up. The memory hits hard, the little dude crying out that he's starving, only to get straight-up ghosted. Out of nowhere, the dad's face totally glitches out. He drops this gut-wrenching groan right before his features melt into pure darkness. Just two dead, glowing white orbs pierce the pitch-black void. He unhinges his jaw in a spine-chilling screech. Snap back to reality. Maru is just dead staring at the abandoned shack. That trauma is still living rent-free in his head. Even his own shadow stretching across the dirt drags all that childhood terror right back to the surface. His chest suddenly locks up tight, the exact same suffocating grip his dad had. A massive red flag. Clutching his chest, he knows a full-blown panic attack is loading. He forces himself to take deep breaths, but freezing sweat is already dripping down his jaw. Shaking it off, he decides to speedrun this memorial. He yanks a bottle of booze from his bag and pours a shot to the brim. Splashing the liquor across the dirt, Maru makes it crystal clear he is only doing this because his mom would not stop nagging him. He tosses another splash, muttering that he is shouting out the mountain spirits too, just to cover his bases. The resentment spills over. He calls his dad out for ditching them completely. Tossing the last drop, Maru begs the universe for just one thing: a decent paycheck. Turning his back on the ruins, weird dust starts swirling around his sneakers. He glances up, the whole vibe is off, choked with this toxic-looking yellow smog. Super sus. Assuming a wildfire just broke out, he decides to dip immediately. You know the drill. Safety first. But those exact words, safety first, bounce back through the fog, sounding demonic as hell. Maru freezes in his tracks and whips around. An echo out here? 0% chance. The sickly yellow mist starts swirling, twisting around something massive moving inside it. The shadowy outline of a literal warrior breaks through the haze, stalking toward him, one heavy step at a time. Maru frantically scans the fog, tracking the heavy thuds. Suddenly, a glowing green bamboo pole pierces the smoke, closing the distance fast. The beast steps out, a completely unhinged nightmare straight out of a horror movie, chanting safety first on a terrifying loop. Maru aggressively rubs his eyes. His brain basically short-circuits. Paralyzed by fear, he prays this is just another mental breakdown, because reality is looking way too grim. Zero hesitation from the demon. It completely tunes out Maru's panic and keeps marching right at him. Every survival instinct screams that he is about to become past tense. It is time to run. He pivots to sprint, but a massive force obliterates his chest. The bamboo staff has literally impaled him clean through. He stares down at the gaping hole, brain unable to process the gore. His legs give out instantly. He crashes to the dirt, coughing up thick crimson, and choking on his own ragged screams. Bleeding out, he genuinely wonders, is this the game over screen? He spent his whole life just surviving. But honestly, flatlining means dodging his insane mountain of debt. Gasping for air, he curses this trash existence, totally convinced not a single soul will mourn him. Bam! His mom flashes into his mind. Every drop of sweat, every ounce of love she poured into him. The memory hits like a freight train, and he shrieks her name with everything he has left. He bites down hard. A vicious, primal rage rewires his brain, flooding him with pure adrenaline. Shaking uncontrollably, he forces his shattered body back upright. Swallowing the blinding agony, he literally tears the wooden spike right out of his torso, roaring that he absolutely refuses to log out today. The beast is not amused. It snarls, flexing for round two. Launching its massive, fleshy tongue like a meat whip, the freakish thing attacks. That twisted, gravelly voice spits out the safety warning once again. It cranks its jaw open for an ear-bleeding screech, exposing a toxic neon glare radiating from its throat. Maru's pupils blow wide open. Pure nightmare fuel. A giant, radioactive green eyeball is lodged deep inside the monster's maw, locked dead onto him. No time to process. The demon snatches him up, fully prepping for a midday snack. But Maru goes completely feral, fighting back like a madman. Shoving against the beast and yelling his lungs out, he slips. The monster's jaws clamp down on his arm, and the wet crunch of tearing muscle echoes through the woods. A blood-curdling shriek rips from Maru's throat as dagger-like teeth shred right down to his bone. The trauma is too massive. His vision blurs, his health points drop to 0, and his body goes entirely limp. Suddenly, his dad's ghost crashes the party. That same cursed, glitched-out moan from way back when rings in his ears. The dark silhouette materializes, flashing those dead, hollow eyes. A psychic command violently hacks into Maru's brain. Eat. His dad's voice, demanding he feast. Maru's eyes roll deep into his skull. He unleashes a completely unhinged, demonic battle cry, fueled by 100% raw, unfiltered rage. Going full savage mode, he sinks his own teeth straight into the monster's thick, fleshy neck. He violently tears out a massive chunk of demon meat. Black blood explodes everywhere in an insanely brutal deathmatch. While he chows down, that creepy eyeball pops open except now. It is literally inside Maru. It scans the void, hunting for a target, before the pupil starts violently throbbing and mutating. Freaky black veins spiderweb across the green iris. A dark virus is rapidly hacking the eye. Pitch black swallows the glow entirely. Maru's mind gets forcibly teleported into a chaotic, glitched-out dimension packed with warped, shifting geometry. Mutated corpses and shadow beasts fuse together in a masterpiece of pure hell. From the center of the meat grinder, an absolute unit of a demonic warrior steps up, going head-to-head with an endless swarm of nightmares. Piercing green eyes cut through the pitch black, locked onto the absolute bloodbath unfolding. This warrior, just catching bodies left and right, leveling absolutely anything stupid enough to breathe in his direction. Suddenly, a phantom voice echoes through the chaos, trying to reel him back, but it is totally unrecognizable. Swallowed by the void, our guy literally thinks he has flatlined, gagging on the most foul, metallic taste coating his tongue. A second voice drops in, and it clicks someone is actively trying to reach him. Then boom, a blinding flash of white light explodes from absolute nothingness, morphing into this massive pupil and snap back to reality. His eyelids shoot open, only to find a pair of randoms staring holes into his soul. Maru finds himself eating dirt right on the forest floor, brain completely scrambled like eggs. He scrambles to his feet, totally spooked by his audience. Processing the fact that he is somehow still breathing, he frantically scans the area and starts desperately asking where the beast and that weird yellow dust went. The older dude immediately snatches him up, demanding he run back exactly what he just said about a monster. Maru spills everything, explaining how the fog rolled in right before this absolute freak of nature impaled him straight through the gut. But when he pats his stomach down, there is literally nothing. The massive fatal hole is completely gone, which is insanely sus. The dynamic duo exchanges heavy side eyes, trying to mentally compute this insane plot twist. The guy mutters about a notch-hole warning getting triggered yesterday, but he totally brushed it off as a glitch. Maru literally pulls up his shirt to prove he is flawless, leaving the agent whispering that the math is not mathing. The girl chimes in, dropping lore that even if he got bathed in monster blood, unlocking those abilities instantly should not happen. Her partner goes deep into thinker mode, trying to mentally solve this bizarre mystery. Meanwhile, Maru is just casually brushing leaves off his fit when the agent snaps his attention back. Pointing a finger dead at him, he drops the million-dollar question, asking point-blank if the kid actually remembers anything from yesterday. Maru just looks totally lost, digging in his pocket for his phone to check the clock. Clocking that it is already past 1 in the afternoon, he absolutely loses his mind, realizing he totally ghosted his job interview. Full panic mode activates as the realization hits that he has been comatose in the woods for a full 24 hours. The suit mentally connects the dots, realizing dude definitely lived through the attack and basically soaked up the beast's stats, but he blows off his partner's concerns, muttering that the kid will figure it out eventually, just like the rest of the squad did. He then slaps a firm hand on Maru's shoulder, completely trapping him from making a run for it. Flashing a wicked grin, he literally recruits the guy on the spot, calling it flawless timing. Maru is doing mental gymnastics trying to process this job offer, but the agent cuts him off, saying they need to fix his dirty drip first. Cut to this super low-key rural town, all cramped alleys and basic rooftops. They pull up to a hyper-official government facility, repping a massive South Korean flag out front. A giant banner slaps you in the face, hyping up some elite civil service gathering, while the main poster is literally just an orientation welcome for the fresh meat. Enter Maru, rocking a completely fresh fit but looking like he just got dropped into the wrong movie by accident. He is basically stuck in an auditorium packed with suits, giving off intense, boss-level energy. Our boy is scanning the room, his brain buffering over this insane plot twist. He is internally screaming, trying to figure out why on earth he is crashing an elite government orientation. He has zero clue how he got drafted into this or what these intense, non-playable characters even want from his life. He is aggressively chomping on his nails, completely weirded out by the massive red flags everyone in this room is waving. Boom! The double doors violently kick open, and the sharp click-clack of high heels completely silences the entire hall. This absolute boss lady with dagger nails and an aura that could literally kill marches straight up to the mic. She confidently drops her title as the deputy director and officially welcomes the rookies to the Shadow Squad. Maru instantly shoots his hand up, desperate to report a massive glitch in the Matrix. Sporting the most painful, cringe-worthy smile, he tries to explain that he is totally trespassing and begs for forgiveness, but the boss lady completely shuts him down, clapping back with a massive congratulations on his draft day. Dude's jaw hits the floor, knowing he never signed up for any Black Ops squad. She literally talks right over his active panic attack, diving straight back into the hardcore ministry guidelines. She lays down the law, stating this gig is highly classified, level 10, redacted, ghost mode strictly, spill the tea, and you are catching instant treason charges under the National Security Act. Maru's soul basically leaves his physical body as he realizes the stakes are literally life in prison. The director then drops a massive nuke, revealing every single newbie in the room got super juiced by a natural beast. Maru is about to cap and say he is normal, but then bam, a flashback hits him like a freight train. He suddenly vividly remembers sinking his teeth into the creature, and the puzzle pieces finally snap together. She keeps feeding them lore, saying these nightmares thankfully only spawn deep in the absolute middle of nowhere, but when they drop in, they bring this toxic yellow haze, ranked on a scale of 1 to 10. And spoiler alert, the higher the number, the more god tier the boss monster is. Mid-speech, she name-drops Seonwoo Eden, and this absolute try-hard in a sharp suit throws his hand up. She totally glazes him in front of everyone, hyping him up for bagging the abilities of a solid level 7 threat. The guy hits a polite bow, completely soaking up the praise and swearing he is going to carry the entire team. The director then grabs her clipboard to keep running down the roster. Next on the hit list is Maru. She stares him down, asking exactly what kind of crazy stats he managed to rip from his monster. Sweating actual bullets, he pastes on the fakest grin imaginable, admitting he literally has zero clue about any secret powers. Right beside him, the level 7 prodigy lets out this incredibly toxic, condescending snicker. Maru instantly sees red, fully triggered because this elitist thinks his power level makes him untouchable. He brushes it off. Dude just wants to dip and get out alive. Out of nowhere, a massive siren shreds through the room, making everyone jump out of their skin. The director flashes this absolutely unhinged smirk. Perfect timing for a notch-all breach, she declares. Boom. Cut to a dense forest. The whole squad of newbies is literally sprinting straight into the hazard zone. The director barks that this is their big moment to flex their abilities, ordering them up the trail. Meanwhile, Maru is just dragging his feet, totally clueless, mentally screaming about why he is even involved in this mess. Panting heavily, he makes a split-second choice to bail and get off this mountain before things go completely sideways. That creepy monster's voice echoes in his head, whispering about prioritizing survival. Without a second thought, our guy just takes off sprinting solo. Then, thick yellow smog erupts right out of the dirt. Panic sets in. Why the heck is this toxic-looking fog showing up here again? Cutting through the haze, a female silhouette steps forward, moving with eerie calmness. As the smoke clears, he spots that exact same task force agent from earlier. But Maru catches a terrifying detail. Her arm is literally mutating into this pitch-black, shadowy weapon. She whips her head around, glowing crimson eyes, blood splattered all over her skin. Maru's pupils dilate in absolute terror, completely paralyzed by the nightmare unfolding in front of him. Whoosh! A blazing crimson blade brutally impales a colossal beast right through the skull. The camera pans to the agent standing totally unbothered over the titan she just one-shotted. Mind completely blown, Maru collapses to the dirt, shrieking about what kind of freakish power he just witnessed. A few steps away, the rest of the rookie squad is basically petrified, jaws on the floor. Eyes on me, the director barks, snapping them back to reality. The hands-on training is officially kicking off. Wearing that same twisted grin, she hypes up the start of their survival test. She casually drops that this was merely a level 1 breach, basically the most pathetic notchel out there. Since Officer Kang already locked the beast down, she claims they have zero reasons to sweat it. The badass agent tilts her head, locking a deeply curious stare dead onto Maru. In her head, she is questioning if this scrawny kid actually soloed a notchel just 24 hours ago. Scanning him up and down, she tries to calculate exactly what kind of insane ability could pull off a stunt like that. Then, the director drops the bomb. Everyone needs to activate their abilities and brawl with the beast. Maru is internally raging. Does she think he is Superman? Staring down the towering nightmare, he practically screams that you would have to be psychotic to throw hands with that thing. Full-blown panic hijacks his brain, making his chest cave in with agonizing pressure. It hits him another massive panic attack. Oxygen just refuses to reach his lungs. His heartbeat goes completely off the rails, pounding in this sick, unnatural rhythm. Deep inside his chest, this bizarre crimson sludge starts dripping, like his actual heart is dissolving. Out of nowhere, his stomach lets out a vicious growl. The dude is utterly confused as to why he is craving a meal right now. Cut to his mental scape. A pitch-black shadow, rocking razor-sharp claws, starts dragging itself toward his consciousness. He is gasping for air, drenched in an icy sweat, feeling this absolute demonic vibe closing the distance. Slithering like a viper, the entity creeps agonizingly close to our boy. Looming right over his shoulder, the shadow just stalks him, primed for a lethal strike. Letting out a guttural snarl, the thing invades his personal space, hovering right by his ear. Bam! A massive, glowing golden eye snaps open in the void, piercing straight through his soul. The abomination unhinges a jaw stuffed with fangs, and a booming voice demands he consume. Snapping back to reality, Maru starts muttering absolute gibberish, seriously creeping out the squad. He obsessively whispers about starving as literal drool leaks down his chin. Rocking a manic spark in his eyes, he roars about his insane appetite and literally launches himself at the monster. Cut to Maruhan, eyes clamped shut, sweating bullets while experiencing this twisted, unexplainable agony. This crazy, villainous aura wraps around him, while a feral, ravenous urge hijacks his entire system. His mouth is pooling with saliva, acting like he had been starved for weeks and was ready to devour anything. Smack! A hand slaps his shoulder, yanking him right out of that freaky hallucination. He spins around at lightning speed, eyes completely bugged out from the sudden jump scare. It is Eden Xianwu, dropping a toxic smirk and asking if our boy was just bawling his eyes out. Maru aggressively deflects, forcing a fake laugh and claiming his loud stomach cramps were just him being hungry. Eden just hits him with a nasty glare, internally writing the dude off as a massive clown. Pivoting away, the jerk audibly complains about being dragged down by a squad of complete deadweights. Left alone, Maru nervously pats his gut, totally weirded out by how his intense cravings just vanished into thin air. Transition to the next shot. Vice Director Young-eun steps up, immediately commanding the room full of rookies. She starts laying down the absolute ground rules, dropping the lore that this choking yellow fog is actually generated by the nodules. The catch? The beefier the monster, the thicker the smog, acting like a crazy healing buff for them. Dead serious, she whips out a tactical blade and holds up her open palm, prepping them for a brutal visual. To prove her point, she casually slashes straight across her own flesh, without flinching. The newbies gag in absolute disgust, while Maruhan just stares, low-key, mind-blown by the flex. But poof, the gash knits itself back together in a second. She reveals that human fighters also catch that sweet regeneration perk from the smog. Young-eun immediately shuts down any superhero fantasies, strictly warning that getting your head chopped off will still catch you a game over. She wraps the lore dump by stating their abilities are useless outside this dusty zone. Cut to Eden, disrespectfully yawning. The guy is practically vibrating with annoyance, wishing they would just skip the tutorial already. With the notch staring them down, it all boils down to one thing: how you flex your abilities. Flashing a cocky smirk, Eden decides it is time to put on a clinic. He bites down hard on his lower lip, drawing his own blood to trigger his awakening. The golden dust seeps right into his veins, fusing with the fresh crimson drops. Boom! A massive shockwave of pure energy erupts from his core, arcs of raw lightning snapping all around him. His eyes and fists ignite with a blinding glow. Bathed in that fierce golden aura, he drops the mic. Bleeding himself to let the dust in was the only way to kickstart the real show. Cool as ice, the agent slides on a pitch-black glove, locking in for the beatdown of a lifetime. A quick crack of the knuckles, and he is set. Ready to unleash his true kit, Eden channels everything into a single, devastating right hook, and literally pops the creature's head like a water balloon. But Chanakong's jaw drops. She realizes this nightmare is far from over. Panicking, she screams out a warning. She begs the squad to brace themselves for the absolute chaos heading their way. Right on cue, a massive storm of yellow dust ravages the battlefield. The blast violently ragdolls everyone backward, and deep inside that choking haze, the shredded remains of the notchel begin stitching themselves back together. The beast steps out of the smoke, impossibly chunkier and infinitely madder, unleashing a blood-curdling screech that shakes the entire arena. Pure rage takes over. It slams its massive fists into the dirt, triggering a brutal shockwave that launches the rookies straight into the stratosphere. Hearing their agonizing screams, Chana desperately tries to rush in for the save. Out of nowhere, Vice Director Young-eun steps in and violently yanks her back. Gripping her arm like a vice, Young-eun makes it crystal clear: absolutely no intervening. Chana completely loses her mind. She snaps, screaming that throwing totally green rookies into this meat grinder is insane. But Young-eun does not even blink, coldly stating this is no tutorial level. If they fold now, they are dead meat. The camera pans back to the beast, which starts wildly sniffing the air like a rabid bloodhound. Its neck snaps around, locking onto fresh prey. Those dead, hollow eyes zero in straight on Maruhan's squad. The dudes literally freeze, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Maruhan is internally screaming. trying to figure out why the boss monster chose him as its target. The psycho creature actually slices open its own arm, intentionally drawing blood, whipping that mangled limb forward. It snipes the crew with a high-speed blood bullet. The projectile punches a clean hole through one of the rookies before they even process what happened. Chana stands there totally paralyzed, brain short-circuiting at the sheer brutality. And the poor guy who caught the stray, Maruhan, he drops to his knees, screeching in pure agony, as blood pours from the gaping hole in his shoulder. He desperately clamps his hand over the flesh wound. Blinding pain absolutely fries his nervous system. Trapped on the dirt, he watches the monster leap backward, brain totally lagging on what just went down. The Titan touches down with a heavy, ground-shaking thud, slowly closing the distance. The Notchel halts right in his personal space, looming over Maru with pure death in its eyes. The kid is completely stun-locked by fear, staring down the razor-sharp fangs of this freak of nature. The beast winds up a massive claw strike, prepping to send Maruhan straight to the lobby. But suddenly, the earth underneath it splits wide open. The ground violently quakes, and colossal centipedes burst from the bedrock, wrapping around the Nashal in a lethal chokehold. The monster thrashes and shrieks, getting absolutely crushed by the suffocating insect coils. Then, the grotesque head of the alpha bug rises up. Its compound eyes glow with pure, unfiltered malice. Turns out, one of the fresh recruits just flexed his centipede Notchel powers. He is locked and loaded. Almost instantly, a second recruit rocking long hair blitzes the monster at supersonic speed. Catching massive air, he launches himself at the target with literal superhuman acrobatics. With one clean swipe of his claws, he absolutely shreds the creature's jugular. Landing smoothly, he flexes his ultimate form, the beastly tiger Nashal. The monster screeches in pure torment, feeling the devastating impact of the critical hit. The duo instantly hypes each other up, yelling at the top of their lungs that they just bagged the boss. The decapitated corpse of the monstrosity hits the deck, kicking up a massive dust cloud. But wait, the stump starts violently bubbling. The nightmare was hacking its own regen. A brand new head tears through the flesh with a sick, twisted grin. Looking way more busted than before, the rookies absolutely lose it, minds blown that the thing basically pressed a reset button on its health bar. Now juiced up, the Notchel rips the massive centipedes right off its body. It grabs the monstrous bug, using it to smash the centipede dude toward the girl, yanking him into the danger zone with insane raw strength. This time, its claws wrap right around the bug user's throat. The monster hoists him into the sky, while the kid screams for his life, sobbing about the excruciating pain. Flashing a wicked smile, the beast unhinges its jaw, ready to gulp him down in one bite. Out of absolutely nowhere, a dark silhouette drops in right behind the creature. As the rookie begs for a miracle, someone casually snaps their fingers, triggering a busted skill called Faji. Instantly, the monster's lower jaw violently shatters into pieces, shutting down its midnight snack. Eden Xianwu steps up, dripping with ice-cold aura, muttering that playtime is officially over. He stands tall, revealing he is also packing Faji Notchel heat. The monster, now bleeding out of its face and absolutely raging at the steel, shrieks and launches a blind charge at Eden, ripping a massive sword right out of its own back to use as a weapon. But Eden does not even blink. He just calmly starts peeling off his black glove. Eden casually catches the beast's fist, whispering a cold death sentence. With one effortless twist, he snaps the Notchel's neck, ending it right then and there. The severed head instantly vaporizes into this creepy black ash. A second later, the monster's massive, headless corpse slams into the dirt. Flexing zero respect, Eden literally kicks the leftover skull away like it is a piece of trash. He drops a quick tutorial. If you want to body a Notchel, just chop off its head and block that toxic dust. Easy. Still, he mumbles some complaints, totally bummed he didn't get to flex his new combos. His victory lap gets cut short when Chana Kang storms over. She is absolutely seeing red. Getting right in his face, she accuses him of shattering her weapon on purpose, just to risk the entire squad. Eden just smirks, dripping with sarcasm, asking if she actually brought receipts for that wild claim. That smug attitude sets her off. Chana violently yanks his arm, looking him dead in the eye, and promising to snap his finger backward again, just to test her luck. Before things get physical, slow, echoing applause completely kills their tension. Vice Director Yang Yoon steps up, praising the crew for crushing their debut operation. But her clapping fades out. Her smile instantly drops. Scanning the surviving squad, the boss realizes they are down a man. A rookie is totally missing in action. Cut to Maruhan, sprinting through the dark woods like his life literally depends on it. Gasping for air, he screams into the void, cursing this whole elite mission. Slaying shadow demons is definitely not on his bucket list. Blind panic takes over, pushing his legs to just keep running, until he slams the brakes. Kicking up clouds of dirt, he freezes, his eyes widening in pure horror at the absolute nightmare blocking his path. Back at the drop zone, Yang Yun sighs, writing the kid off as a total washout. Chana, though, she stays completely quiet. Her gears are turning. Rewinding the fight in her head, she tries to piece together an off detail from the clash. It clicks. The beast bypassed everyone else to hard target the rookie. Hearing this, the boss barks an order to track him down immediately. The vibe is entirely off. But Chana spots an even bigger red flag, pointing straight at the lingering toxic fog. The whole unit snaps to attention. That glowing yellow mist from the dead monster is still hovering, defying the rules. Deep in the woods, Maruhan is paralyzed. A massive, ancient gate has manifested right inside the fog, radiating a blinding gold aura. The massive doorway pulses with some crazy alien frequency. Then, a fresh horror slowly steps out from the brilliant light. A colossal nightmare drags itself through the rift, leaving the rookie shaking like a leaf in the dirt. His brain short-circuits. He literally just dodged death, and now boss number 2 has entered the chat. Scrambling into the brush, he risks a tiny peek. Plot twist. The clearing is completely empty. The hulking beast just glitched out of existence. He lets out a huge, shaky breath. Bad move. He has zero clue the shape-shifting nightmare is stalking right behind him. Back at camp, a scout bursts onto the scene, screaming his lungs out. Sprinting like a madman, the guy frantically calls out Agent Kang over and over until she finally looks his way. Chana demands answers, watching the dude practically choke on his own breath from the dead sprint. Panting heavily, he drops the bomb. Headquarters just blasted an emergency.com. They officially pulled the trigger on a terrifying level 3 breach. The vice director looks like she saw a ghost. Chana fully panics, aggressively demanding the exact coordinates of this brand new threat. We cut to an abandoned quarantine zone. Bare hands clamp down hard onto rusty barbed wire, ready to force a way inside. Maruhan rips down the warning sign, blindly vaulting into the off-limits territory. Brain completely empty, he just runs. Blood soaks his torn shoulder, and his muscles are screaming, but he cannot stop. Pure survival instinct is driving him now. Create distance. Keep moving. Do not die. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out a pathetic cry for backup. But in his blind panic, his foot catches a jagged rock. Boom. He eats dirt, letting out an agonizing shout as his face slams into the rugged ground. Groggily, he pushes himself up, clutching his pounding skull. Through his blurry vision, an isolated cabin suddenly comes into focus. A lucky break. Desperate for sanctuary, he bolts toward the structure. The kid crashes into the tiny shack, which is totally swallowed by that same sickly haze. Slamming the door shut, he gasps for oxygen, his brain failing to process this total nightmare. He presses his eye to a wooden crack, begging the universe he lost his pursuer. Nope, the beast's massive shadow looms right outside, making him scream like his life is officially over. Out of nowhere, these glowing mystical shards start orbiting the creature's skull. Maru is baffled. What kind of dark magic is this freak pulling off? Suddenly, the harsh screech of a rusty gate echoes. Maruhan freezes, drenched in an icy sweat. An elderly local wanders into the fray, casually asking if anyone is around. She starts ranting about the bizarre, thick smog, annoyed that she is practically walking blind. The hulking brute snaps its head toward her, looking equally thrown off by the zero visibility zone. That confusion vanishes fast. Bearing razor-sharp fangs, the monster lets out a low growl, locking onto the defenseless grandma. Watching this unfold, Maruhan knows things are about to get really bloody. He desperately needs backup, but pure panic paralyzes him. Rocking zero abilities, he's got to brainstorm a survival tactic right this second. A light bulb goes off. The vice director's lecture about healing factors echoes in his brain. But then reality hits. One lethal strike, and it's game over for good. Hands violently trembling, his survival instinct takes the wheel. Hiding in the shadows feels like the only logical play to dodge death. Self-preservation kicks in hard. He's making it out alive. Period. Meanwhile, out in the open, the old lady keeps hollering, frantically searching for Miss Kim. The notch-all catches that name. It mimics the sound in this deeply unsettling, distorted voice, and slowly pivots toward her. Irritated, the grandma stamps her foot in frustration, venting about the absolute absurdity of it all. Then, her complaints die in her throat. Her pupils dilate as pure, unadulterated terror stares right back at her. Stepping out of the shadows, the beast flexes its true form, a jagged, skeletal nightmare straight out of a horror flick. Legs giving out, the poor grandma collapses, utterly paralyzed by fear. The notch-all's skull literally splits open like some twisted demonic lotus, whispering that cursed name, Miss Kim. Target locked. The abomination extends a bony finger, charging up a lethal strike. Razor-sharp, leaf-like crystals start buzzing around it like a swarm of hornets. With a casual flick of the wrist, it unleashes a brutal barrage straight at the defenseless senior. Boom. A blinding flash, followed by a gruesome spray of crimson painting the dirt. The old lady cautiously peeks through her eyelids, completely disoriented by the blast. But she's untouched. Maruhan is standing right there, tanking the entire volley like a human meat shield. Managing a weak, shaky smirk, he checks to see if she's breathing. She nods, but her fragile relief instantly morphs into absolute dread the second she registers his horrific injuries. Shaking fingers point at his arm, it's completely shredded, heavily impaled by the beast's jagged projectiles. Gravity claims him. Smacking the dirt on his knees, he desperately begs her to make a run for it. He glares at his ruined limb, the crushing reality of being a powerless NPC hitting him hard. This is it. He firmly believes he's going to flatline without even successfully rescuing one innocent civilian. Panic spirals. He's internally screaming for a real main character to swoop in and carry. Voice cracking. He burns his final ounce of energy, just begging the universe for a lifeline. But then, a freakish, heavy aura detonates from inside him. His heartbeat goes into overdrive, pounding like war drums, while dark, thick veins snake up his neck and cheeks. He catches a scent, flaring his nostrils. Jaw dropping open, saliva drips down like a starving predator. His pupils ignite with a blinding white flare, pushing out a row of razor-sharp fangs. The kid is gone. This newly awakened beast launches himself directly at the Nashal, extremely thirsty for blood. Cut to Chana Kang, sprinting through the thick woods like an absolute track star. Out of nowhere, this bizarre, gut-wrenching sound echoes through the trees, slamming her brakes. She drops into a combat stance instantly. Her radar is blaring red, something highly lethal is lurking just up ahead. Zero hesitation. She violently kicks the front gate wide open and crashes the yard. Instantly, her jaw practically hits the floor, totally failing to process the absolute madness. Maruhan is literally sinking his teeth into the monster's throat, tearing at it with psychotic, feral energy. Chana is completely grossed out, internally screaming, "What kind of unhinged stunt is this newbie pulling?" The Nachal violently snaps back, backhanding Maru with insane force. The kid goes flying, slamming into a brick wall so hard the concrete splinters on impact. Sprawled out in the rubble, he doesn't even flinch. He just casually keeps chewing the chunky piece of monster meat he ripped off. Zero gag reflex. He forcefully gulps down the gruesome snack. Dripping dark blood, the mutilated creature screeches, completely losing its mind in agonizing rage. Liquid gushes from its torn windpipe. The beast starts wobbling aggressively, totally knocked off balance by the critical hit. Chana catches onto something insane. The beast's regen factor is totally blocked. She's baffled, staring at the gash while trying to do the math on how that's even possible. No time to play detective. She blitzes the creature, popping her ultimate and going all in with everything she has. Launching into a sick mid-air spin, she lines up a punishing combo on the staggered enemy. Mid-flight, she extends her arm, aggressively snatching one of the glowing crystals straight off the monster's skull. She secures a brutal grip on it, and the jagged shard literally melds into her flesh, cleanly slicing her skin. That's the trigger. She activates her signature Iron Knuckle ability, forging the stolen crystal into a lethal blade. The abomination shrieks, dumping all its remaining magical aggro right onto Chana. She locks her stance, shifting gears to absorb the incoming wave. Her irises flare up with raw energy. This boss battle is far from over. A heavy incoming strike gets perfectly parried, sending a massive shower of sparks flying. She immediately counters, raining down a punishing flurry of hits. Overwhelmed, the beast aggressively crosses its arms, throwing up a desperate guard to tank the massive damage. Chana takes to the sky one last time, hoisting her blade for the executioner's strike. With one flawless, lightning-fast arc, she cleaves the Nashal right down the middle, securing the huge W. Its skull cleanly splits, jaws frozen in a voiceless shriek. The savage vertical slice totally bisects the creature, an incredibly metal way to wrap up the fight. Threat neutralized. Chana touches down, gasping for air but totally owning the victory. She locks eyes with her blood-drenched weapon, face smeared with dirt, giving off straight-up main character energy. Right behind her, the Notchel split corpse starts decaying, melting into a thick cloud of black ash that just fades away. The toxic yellow haze finally clears out, leaving an eerie silence over the busted-up yard. Chana instantly sprints over to the collapsed grandma, frantically checking if she survived the pure chaos. But the poor elder just blinks, totally lost, and unable to process the absolute movie that just played out in her garden. Finally, rebooting from the trauma, she interrogates Chana about the wasteland her backyard just became. To keep the civilian from having a full-blown panic attack, the agent feeds her a smooth lie, brushing it off as some random wild boar that already bolted. The old lady will not stop complaining about the local wildlife. Thank God humans are hardwired to forget about notchels, Shauna thinks. Flashing a polite customer service smile, she introduces herself as city government, promising to handle the mess. Totally relieved, the granny heads indoors, leaving Shauna to drop a respectful little bow. The second the door clicks shut, her fake smile vanishes. Dead serious, she creeps over to the knocked-out rookie sprawled on the dirt. She stares at him, absolutely mind-blown. Nobody heals that insanely fast. Nobody. His shredded arm is already flawless. Ain't no way this guy is just a level 1, she mutters. Cut to Maruhan losing his absolute mind. He is so totally done with this supernatural garbage. Ping. A text pops up saying his new gig starts tomorrow, throwing him into a full-blown panic attack. PTSD hits him like a freight train. The image of that grotesque, gaping maw snapping at his face just loops endlessly in his brain. Huddled up in his room, he whines about bailing on the whole thing. He aggressively flops backward onto his mattress, vowing to completely ghost his first day. I do not need a paycheck this badly, he tells himself. But then, a beat of hesitation. Doubt flashes in his eyes for a split second. Whatever. He buries his face in the pillow, actively choosing ignorance. But sleep offers zero escape. Eerie, pitch-black smoke oozes right out of his pores. Suddenly, gravity vanishes, and his bed is hovering over a bottomless, terrifying void. Welcome to literal hell. The abyss is overflowing with twisted, tortured souls, writhing in pure agony. Blood-curdling screams echo out, trapped in an infinite loop of suffering. Out of the shadows, a spine-chilling voice booms. Come back, now. Maruhan snaps awake, his eyes practically bugging out of his skull. He is hyperventilating, desperate for oxygen. Icy sweat drips down his shaking hands as his brain scrambles to process that terrifying fever dream. Sunlight floods the room. It is morning already, but the vibe feels entirely off. A weird, heavy energy hangs in the air, pushing him toward the window. Cautiously, he peeks outside, completely unprepared for the chaos unfolding. The distant mountain is engulfed in a roaring, apocalyptic inferno, and stepping right out of the blazing hellscape, a colossal monstrosity made of molten rock and magma. It lets out a guttural, earth-shattering roar, its gaze locked onto the city. Boom! A woman materializes out of thin air, literally levitating. She summons a massive, torrential downpour right over the beast, her eyes glowing with neon intensity, flexing the insane power of a water-type Nachal. The brutal flood slams into the lava monster, visibly staggering the massive beast. Enter player 2. A dude drops in next to her, unleashing a massive, sub-zero blizzard straight at the target. Another awakened user, wielding a hardcore ice-type Nachal. The sheer cold flash freezes the monster's blazing legs directly to the ground. Both agents are panting, running on fumes, but they have officially locked the beast down. The Hydra girl turns to her captain, frantically asking why a Nachal would spawn in the dead of night, but he just barks at her to focus on killing the fire first, visibly stressed and losing patience. His blizzard was no joke, locking the magma beast inside a massive, unbreakable glacier. He flexes, conjuring a wicked, chained ice blade to end this once and for all. I have got the execution, the captain declares, his eyes completely dialed in. He sprints across the frozen wasteland, charging the trapped behemoth. Wait. A mysterious blur smashes into the ice, cracking it like fragile glass. Deep inside the pitch-black woods, glowing green eyes stalk the battlefield. A telepathic command echoes inside the beast's mind. Bring them back. With god-tier raw power, the magma boss shatters its icy prison completely. The captain vaults high over the creature, but the monster is already tracking him. A gigantic fist of scorching lava winds up, dead set on crushing the dude midair. Bam! The beast connects with a devastating haymaker, launching the captain like a ragdoll. He violently crashes through the timber, slamming into a massive oak, bones crunching. He collapses, drowning in pure agony from the lethal strike. His partner sprints toward him, fully panicking, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. But the fight is not over. The Nachal's back violently morphs, shifting into a literal mini-volcano. Kaboom! The beast detonates in a blinding, apocalyptic eruption of magma. The captain just watches, stunned, wondering what absolute nightmare they just walked into. The monster's power level just spiked off the charts, and he had zero clue why. Cut to headquarters in Seoul. It is the dead of night, and the central command room is pure chaos. Analysts are speed typing, sweating over their glowing monitors. Vice Director Yu kicks the doors open, demanding an immediate sit rep. The massive holographic map is flashing bloody red, with simultaneous outbreaks nationwide. We have 20 mountains under siege right now, an operator shouts over the noise. The Nachal spawn algorithm is completely broken. Yu grits her teeth. This absolute mess? It all traces back to that one specific briefing. Suddenly, an agent flags an absolute code-red SOS transmission incoming from Busan. She slams the receiver button. Vice Director Yu speaking. Over the crackling static, a desperate voice from the front lines screams for Young-un. He patches through as Myung-shik Bae, the head boss of Busan operations, but Yu has literally zero time for formalities. Spit it out, she demands. He drops the bomb, a massive rift just ripped open over Gumjeong Mountain. The kicker? This dimensional nightmare has been bleeding into their world for 3 straight days. Her jaw practically hits the floor. Are you kidding me? It's still active? She screams. Myung-sik admits his squad has been slaughtering the beasts pouring through, going full throttle, but it's completely useless. These freaks just keep spawning from the void like an endless glitch. His entire crew is running on fumes, absolute dead weight right now. The vice director snaps, demanding to know why this cosmic tear won't seal shut, and if they've tracked the source. Back at Ground Zero, a tidal wave of horrors keeps vomiting out of that glowing golden gateway. He reveals the crazy part. There's this one specific notchal just broadcasting a bizarre screech on a loop. It sounds like a distorted SOS, and their tech guys just managed to decode the monster's freaky frequency. The translation? A non-stop demand to bring him out. She totally loses it, screaming into the comms, asking who the hell they are supposed to deliver. Cut to the night sky, where a messenger notchal hovers dead center against the full moon. It rockets through the darkness, kicking up a chaotic smoke trail. With a heavy, bone-rattling crash, this beast touches down at its super-secret drop zone. Over the static, Myung-sik admits he's totally clueless about the target, begging for immediate backup. Out of nowhere, the winged freak materializes right in front of the exhausted squad, locking eyes with them. At headquarters, the vice director slams a control panel, flipping the switch on her absolute last resort. Her eyes are pure, fire playtime is over. Instantly, an attack chopper slices through the sky, rushing straight toward the blazing peaks. Inside the cabin, Eden Sunwoo picks up his earpiece, cool as a cucumber. The intel confirms Ground Zero is a total meat grinder, and he just casually agrees. He gets up, noting he's basically hovering right over the hot zone. Dropping a quick catch you later, he cuts the feed. Without hesitating, he shoves off the edge of the moving chopper. Zero fear, zero parachute. Eden plummets headfirst toward the chaos, slicing through the atmosphere like a literal nuke. A blinding flash ignites the clouds, announcing the MVP has officially entered the chat. He's hurtling downward at terminal velocity, heading for a brutal collision. It honestly looks like he's about to become a pavement pancake, but at the literal last microsecond, he flexes some insane hack, killing his momentum instantly. His eyes ignite, flashing bizarre tribal tattoos across his face for a split second. Surging with unreal energy, he literally levitates against the lunar backdrop. Turns out, he's rocking a god-tier skill called Spatial Fold. He glides straight for the breach, touching down on the concrete like a feather. Not a single footstep echoes as he lands. The battered agents are absolutely shook, staring wide-eyed at this shadowy figure framed by the moon. Someone whispers, asking who the heck this guy is, considering he literally spawned out of thin air. Suddenly, a squadmate barks out a warning to snap them out of it. They're still in the kill zone. A crimson-hooded notchal winds up for a strike, whirling its razor-sharp appendages. The freak flashes a set of jagged fangs, curling into a nightmare-inducing smirk. Without warning, the demon sprints at breakneck speed toward its fresh target. The rookie is totally paralyzed, trapped in headlights as death rushes in. But a random blast of force sends her partner flying into the dirt. She whips around, completely mind-blown, trying to process the absolute chaos unfolding. The red-cloaked beast goes in for the kill shot, when Eden casually grabs empty space and literally rips reality apart. The cosmic gash stretches wide open, leaking pitch-black aura crackling with violent lightning. He straight-up forces a dimensional gateway to manifest right in front of his chest. He's wielding Spatial Tear, a brutally overpowered move. Snatching the literal void like a sword, he swings at the beast. The strike connects dead center, butter slicing the monster completely in half. Zero reaction time, the demon is cleaved cleanly down the middle, painting an epic silhouette against the glowing moon. Its severed chunks hit the pavement with a grotesque thud. The surviving squad is left utterly speechless, their brains failing to process the insane flex they just witnessed. Eden touches down, smoothly telling the crew they've held the line perfectly. He steps up, casually claiming he's taking over the boss fight, and ordering them to clock out. One rookie stammers, desperate to know his identity, but the captain just breathes out one word: Savior. The vet smirks, realizing the newbies are completely out of the loop, but that guy is a living legend. Cut to the director cracking his knuckles, ready to crash this monster party. The big boss himself, Il-do Jung, the apex predator who literally founded the strike team. Slamming his palms into the dirt, he unleashes massive energy shockwaves across the zone. This sinister aura swallows the terrain in seconds, infecting the entire battlefield. Suddenly, massive columns of jet-black energy start vibrating and ripping straight out of the bedrock. The surge blasts skyward, trapping the entire mountain inside a cage of savage electricity. The view from miles away is absolutely insane, with his raw aura piercing the stratosphere. The grunts gaze at the peaks, totally mesmerized by this colossal tsunami of purple magic. A confused rookie points at the void pockets, and the captain drops the lore. It's the iconic, god-tier spatial manipulation magic. Dead ahead, Director Il-do squares up against his own force field, casually tearing another hole right through the fabric of reality. Right before his eyes, that rift rips open into a massive portal, swallowing everything in its path like a cosmic vacuum. Smash cut to the neighboring peak. It is absolutely engulfed in roaring flames, a brutal reminder that their fight is far from finished. That lava notchal might be running on fumes, but it is somehow still shrugging off those hydroblasts like they are nothing. The ponytailed agent is completely tapped out, barely keeping himself upright. Catching a glimpse of his downed partner, he silently accepts that it is game over. But out of nowhere, his captain screams at him to get up and bolt while he still has a pulse. The beast unleashes a deafening roar, winding up to flatten them both into the dirt. Locking his jaw, the captain braces himself for a desperate final stand. The monster lunges with everything it has got, slamming right into the captain's defensive shield. But the lava notchal just keeps hammering that barrier, desperately trying to shatter it. Under that relentless beatdown, massive spiderweb cracks start spidering across the captain's last line of defense. With one devastating strike, the beast obliterates the shield and lands a direct hit. The sheer kinetic force sends the captain flying backward, violently tearing up the earth as he skids. Boiling with rage but totally powerless, he spits out a curse, realizing his odds just hit zero. Staring down the towering monster, he figures, this is exactly how his story ends. He squeezes his eyes shut, steeling himself for the kill shot. But the deadly impact never drops. Eyes snapping open in pure confusion, he watches the massive notchal get violently yanked backward, swallowed whole by a glowing portal. Turns out, Ildu just casually palmed the monster right by its face. Gripping the colossal beast one-handed like a ragdoll, he establishes total dominance. With a rapid pivot, he chucks the notchal with absolutely ridiculous momentum. The creature rockets through the air, detonating the second it slams into the energy barrier. That fiery brute is instantly vaporized, proving it was nothing against the director's god-tier strength. Ildu just glances at the smoking crater and coldly declares this zone cleared. Without missing a beat, he announces they are moving to scrub the rest of the hot zones. With a flick of his wrist, he triggers his massive teleportation skill. The narrative breaks down this absolute cheat code of a move, calling it complete transfer. We instantly warp to a totally different mountain range caught in its own chaotic crossfire. Down in the dirt, Maruhan is pinned, getting brutally crushed under the heel of a totally bizarre notchal. The creature's arm smoothly morphs into a jagged blade, lining up to execute the kid on the spot. The monster drives the blade down, aiming straight for a fatal chest puncture. But right before it connects, a glitchy dimensional rift tears open dead behind the beast. That void immediately starts dragging the notchal backward with insane gravitational pull. Cut to a third peak, another monster gets snatched mid-swing. Down on Jeju Island, the field agents are completely mind-blown by these random warp zones popping off everywhere. Dozens of nahals get ripped from their battlefields simultaneously, dragged across dimensions. Every single one of them gets locked inside the cosmic vacuum that the director whipped up with his insane ability. Fading out smoothly, the glowing purple force field dissolves into thin air. Back at Command Central, a panicked agent confirms the toxic yellow dust has straight up vanished from the radar. The vice director just cracks a massive, relieved smile, knowing this massive flex means the boss has officially touched down. Cut back to Ildu, who is staring down an entire army of monsters with an absolutely lethal glare. He is completely boxed in by the massive horde he just forcefully relocated. Scanning the crowd, he casually remarks that since the gang is all here, it is time to kick off the main event. Flashing a wicked grin, he literally asks the beasts if they are ready to play. Triggered, a heavy hitter Nacho lets out a blood-curdling shriek, winding up to rush him with pure lethal intent. Taking the cue, the entire monstrous wave stampedes forward, thirsting for absolute carnage. The swarm completely swallows him, shutting down any potential exit routes. But Ildu does not even flinch, he just levels a single finger, casually picking out his opening target. Channeling his spatial division art, he manifests a razor-sharp blade made of pure energy. With one effortless swipe, he slices cleanly through a massive front line of beasts. Following up instantly, the director blasts out a massive shockwave, launching the entire horde backward. Catching them mid-air, a barrage of glowing spikes shoots up from the earth, brutally skewering whatever is left standing. His backup squad is literally stunned, silent, their jaws on the floor after witnessing that massacre. One agent is visibly shaking, stammering that she has never witnessed anything that broken in her entire life. With the lava notchal pinned, Ildu casually strolls up for a little chat. Dropping into a crouch, he locks eyes with the beast, radiating pure, intimidating aura. He barks an order for the team translator to step up, demanding real answers from the creature on the spot. Pressing a heavy palm right onto the monster's skull, he kicks off the brutal interrogation. He demands to know why this massive notchal invasion is happening, but the beast just croaks out one word: bring. The translator pieces it together, clarifying that the swarm wants someone delivered to them. Genuinely baffled, Ildu presses harder, asking who exactly they are hunting for, but the brain-dead beast just mimics his exact tone, echoing back, "Bring who?" The translator nervously points out that the creature is literally just parroting their words like a tape recorder. Having served its purpose, the monster's corpse rapidly liquefies into a bubbling pool of magma. Watching the mess, Eden casually drops the hard truth. If this endless wave keeps spawning, he is going to have to slaughter every last one of them. Out of nowhere, a stray spray of monster blood streaks right across his cheek. Without blinking, he smears it away with his sleeve and coldly mutters that this sector is officially closed. Eden locks his gaze on the massive floating gate, warning the crew that they need to shut that anomaly down instantly. Dropping low, he plants a palm firmly against the dirt, charging up his unique skill. Instantly, a hyper-dense, sinister purple aura leaks from his grip, completely flooding the battlefield. Triggered by his touch, a massive, towering pillar of pure shadow erupts upward, swallowing the entire gateway whole. That raw, dimensional void violently reels in the gate's entire structure into the vacuum. Slowly, the portal vanishes, leaving only traces of his power behind. The agents are shocked by the scene, feeling much safer now. The agent remarks that she thought he was older, surprised by his appearance. Then, the director dispels his technique, the energy dissipating into the air. The area returns to normal, and he turns to the team in silence. An agent asks if that was also a form of spatial manipulation. The scene changes to the office, and the vice director meets him as soon as he arrives. She gets straight to the point, asking what he did with the Golden Gate. He explains that for now, he has placed the gate in his shadow space. Exhausted, he throws himself into his chair and says he hopes to never see that place again. She scolds him, saying he is always complaining when he has it so good. But Ildu defends himself, saying he has his limits and the job is demanding. The vice director agrees and brings up the screen with the information he requested. On the monitor, photos of all the new recruits of the agency appear. Then she asks why he is suddenly so interested in the rookies. He explains with a serious look that the Nachals are looking for someone. The photos of the recruits scroll by slowly as he thinks about the situation. When the photo of Maruhan appears, Ildu says he wants to understand why. In a vision, a horde of Nachals waits for something in a dark place. Then a giant entity begins to drain the energy from all of them. The creature reveals itself as a queen, a powerful and terrifying figure. It is explained that they need to bring him for an important ritual. The scene takes us to a government building, the new workplace of our protagonist. And then, Maruhan finally arrives, stopping in front of his destination with a serious look. He looks quite nervous about the situation, thinking he ended up there one way or another. In a quick flashback, we see his mother crying, unable to believe her son has become a public servant. His mother says she could finally die happy and in peace. It is explained that he had no choice, but he wonders how he will get along there. Suddenly, a guy in a floral shirt shows up, saying he had finally arrived. He then starts dragging Maruhan by the arm, who complains about the strong smell of alcohol. Still, the guy keeps pulling him down the hall, waving at someone else. Maruhan then faces his new captain, and questions why he was sent to the island instead of Seoul. The captain scoffs at the question, and even taunts him, leaving Maruhan quite annoyed. Despite the tension, the man welcomes him to the team as he opens a door. Since it is his first day, Maruhan feels apprehensive, wondering what this place would be like. The door then opens slowly, revealing a completely dark and sinister room. Inside, a man in a red suit stares at him with a serious, intimidating gaze. In his mind, he has a bizarre vision of people being treated like cattle in a butcher shop. He feels completely dizzy from the scene, unable to believe what he was imagining. Suddenly, someone shouts his name, and Maruhan snaps out of his trance, completely startled. The guy in the floral shirt then asks why he is just standing there, telling him to come in. When he enters, he sees that the office is just a normal, even messy place. He scratches the back of his neck, completely confused, as this was nothing like what he expected. The captain then introduces himself, saying his name is Daekman Go, and he has been working there for 12 years. Then he points to Officer Jiwon Yun, who has been on the team for 7 years. Next, Officer Ibake Kim is introduced, waving while tending to a bonsai tree. And finally we see young Yosok Nam, who has been here for a year and seems quite busy. With the introductions over, the captain dismisses everyone, saying they know what to do. Maruhan is left speechless. It is his first job, and he has no idea where to start. He sits at his desk, staring into space, still processing the whole situation. Then he looks at the other rookie, and thinks that at least he is not the only newcomer around. To break the ice, he gives an awkward wave, trying to be friendly. The other rookie, Eden, does not seem to appreciate the friendly attempt from Maruhan at all. He glares at him with hatred and mutters to himself, wondering what he is staring at. At that moment, Maruhan realizes he was mistaken, and that the guy is not friendly at all. Eden keeps complaining about being there, leaving Maruhan wondering what is wrong with this team. To clear his doubts, he turns and calls out to Yosio, who is at the next desk. Yosio was shopping online, and Maruhan takes the chance to ask what the island team is like. The kid sighs and takes off his headphones to explain the whole situation. He points at Maruhan and starts explaining how the Yellow Dust Task Force works. It is explained that there are 13 main offices spread across the major cities of the country. The strongest agents, level 7 and up, are stationed there for important missions. But there are also smaller outposts like Gangwa Island. Wrapping up his explanation, he basically calls this place a dumping ground. Ghost town vibes, low-tier monsters, and a roster full of misfits, washouts, and deadbeats. It finally clicks for Maruhan. The pieces fall into place, and he realizes everyone stationed here is carrying some serious baggage or a massive flaw. But Yosiok shuts that down, dropping a bombshell some of these guys actually volunteered. Before Maruhan can even ask who would be that crazy, a massive crash against the window cuts him off mid-sentence. The door swings open, revealing Chana looking like an absolute zombie. Maruhan practically jumps out of his skin. Blinking away the sleep, she violently scrubs her face, completely out of it. Officer Jiwon immediately goes into mom mode, snapping at her. She orders Officer Kang to clock out and hit the bed, but Chana just slumps into her desk chair, muttering that her apartment is too depressing anyway. Leaning in, Yoseok drops a hushed whisper. She is the other psycho who actually chose this island. Catching them staring, Chana shoots Maruhan a brutal side-eye, clearly judging the new guy. Yoseok spills the tea on her dark past, mentioning she suffers from some heavy amnesia. The second that drops, Maruhan loses his mind, shouting in pure disbelief. Panicking, he demands to know if they get hazard pay for this nightmare. Yoseok nods. Maruhan's pulse skyrockets. As the terrifying reality sinks in, they are basically fodder for the Nachal. But then, Yoseok casually mentions that the danger bonus is a whopping 5 times their base paycheck. Record scratch. Maruhan blue screens for a solid minute, his brain short-circuiting at that insane multiplier. The fear vanishes, replaced by pure greed as he does the mental math over 100 million won a year. Grinning like a total idiot, he happily plops back into his seat. Yoseok checks if he needs anything else before slapping his gaming headset back on, telling the rookie to just chill until the Nachal sirens go off. Maruhan narrows his eyes, feeling totally underwhelmed. Is this literally it? Just sitting around waiting for a beeping light? He glares at the massive alarm on the wall. Dead silent. Pitch black. Minutes drag into hours inside the suffocatingly quiet room. Tick. Tock. Taking a slow sip of his iced coffee, a massive grin creeps onto his face. He is hyped. This is the ultimate cheat code, 0 effort, and an insane bag. Across the room, the squad captain practically dislocates his jaw with a massive yawn, dying of boredom. Clapping his hands, he announces it is finally time to clock out. But before anyone can bounce, he strolls over to corner the 2 fresh recruits. Flashing a goofy grin, the boss asks for their day 1 review, and if they need any blanks filled in. Eden just glares daggers at him, spitting out that he couldn't care less. But Maruhan shoots his hand straight up into the air. He is definitely curious. He demands the actual lore behind the Nachal. What are these freaks, and what dark hole did they crawl out of? The atmosphere instantly shifts. The captain rubs his neck, sweating bullets and struggling to find an excuse. Yoseok chimes in, completely brushing it off. He tells the rookie to stay in his lane. Their only job is hunting the monsters, no questions asked. Maruhan is completely triggered. How could they be this clueless about their own prey? But reading the room, he slaps on a fake smile, laughing it off as just him overcomplicating things. Considering he literally found out about monsters yesterday, he swallows his pride. The camera then cuts to a massive, imposing skyscraper, dead in the night, the Syndicate's shadowy headquarters. Deep inside, Vice Director Young-gun rides a VIP elevator plunging straight into the restricted sublevels. The digital display locks onto a highly classified floor, designated simply as B. The metal doors slide apart, and she steps out, into a pitch-black corridor. Her heels echo as she enters a high-tech, cyberpunk-style laboratory. Waiting in the shadows is Director Il-du-jong, arms folded tightly across his chest. He spins around and demands the latest intel. Swiping through holographic charts, she confirms that the Nachal's chaotic invasion patterns have finally stabilized. The director ignores her, turning his gaze back to a massive, neon-lit containment tube, tracing the glass with his fingers. Suspended inside the liquid is a swirling cloud of golden particles, pulsing like a living, breathing entity. Without looking away, he asks if her team figured out what triggered the monster's sudden freakout. She shakes her head, admitting they hit a dead end, but drops a terrifying theory: the day of reckoning is right around the corner. Ildu's eyes stay glued to the specimen, coldly stating that it is totally impossible to predict. His voice hardens into a brutal command. She needs to lock down the squad. Captains immediately. Zero leaks about the day of reckoning. Smash cut to the local pub, where Maruhan violently chokes on his drink, screaming his lungs out at the sudden plot twist. The captain just casually dropped the day of reckoning bomb, groaning about why they are even throwing a party. Realizing he messed up, he instantly pivots, claiming they still gotta haze the new kids properly. But Maruhan slams his hands on the table, demanding to know what kind of apocalyptic nonsense he just heard. Chewing his food like it is no big deal, the boss reveals that in exactly 1 year, a tsunami of Nachal will literally rain from the sky. The screen flashes to a nightmarish vision, showing a grotesque horde of beasts slaughtering humanity and wiping out the planet. All the color instantly drains from the rookie's face. He gulps down pure terror, fully realizing they are basically walking corpses. The captain suddenly presses a finger to his lips, whispering that this intel is strictly classified. Officer Jiwon completely ignores the doom and gloom, raising her glass high and screaming for everyone to get absolutely wasted. Right next to her chaotic energy, Officer Ibak Kim takes a smooth sip of his pint, chilling like the world isn't ending. Off to the side, Yosok is just doom-scrolling on his phone, completely zoned out and praying for his bed. China casually gnaws on a meat skewer, telling the crew to chill out because the future is a massive wild card anyway. Across the table, Eden furiously downs his drink, questioning every life choice that trapped him on this cursed rock. The chaos drags on, the squad partying like there is no tomorrow, while the captain gets chewed out for chugging too fast. Standing in the middle of it all, Maruhan is entirely paralyzed, mind blown that his team is treating the literal apocalypse like a Friday night frat party. Cut to the dead of night. A blinding flash suddenly rips through the pitch-black sky, illuminating the peak of a faraway mountain. Turns out, that crazy aura is radiating straight from an ancient Nachal temple, and the glow is getting dangerously intense. Deep within its gates, pure golden energy violently spirals into a massive vortex. Without warning, grotesque, shadowy claws smash right through the rift. It is a full-blown invasion. Dozens of terrifying limbs rip their way out of the portal, proving a massive horde of beasts is about to drop. Back at base, the chaotic blare of emergency alerts blows up everyone's cell phones. The entire squad literally freezes in their tracks. They are totally spooked by the random alarm. Officer Jiwon points out the giant red flag, saying a midnight Nachal warning is insanely rare, especially after such a long, peaceful streak. But Chana Kang is not even phased. She hops up with absolute boss energy and casually declares she is going to solo the whole mission. Clinging to his apron like a total softie, Eden shyly volunteers to tag along for backup. Big mistake. She just hits him with an absolute death glare and shoots his idea down in a heartbeat. Instead, she drops a massive bombshell by announcing she is bringing Maruhan, causing the poor dude to literally choke on his own spit from the sheer shock. Smash cut to a sleek white whip tearing down a pitch-black highway in the dead of night. Riding shotgun, we have got Maruhan. The dude is absolutely sweating bullets. His brain is spiraling over that doomsday prophecy, completely stressing over how he is supposed to survive a full-blown alien invasion. Out of nowhere, Chana barks his name. He instantly jolts back to reality, stuttering out a quick lie that he is totally locked in. Without missing a beat, she casually drops that he should just scrub that whole captain's prophecy from his brain. Maruhan is completely thrown off by this, demanding to know how she is so chill about the literal apocalypse. Keeping her eyes glued to the road, she brushes it off, claiming the big bosses upstairs definitely have some master plan tucked away, backed by absolute monster-level operatives. A dangerous spark flashes in her eyes as she declares their one and only mission right now is wiping out every single Nachal crawling on that island. Staring at her side profile, he realizes something crazy. Sure, she is terrifying, but she also has this undeniable aura. A massive blush creeps across his face, realizing her hardcore vibe is actually incredibly badass. A goofy, lovesick grin takes over his expression, a huge mood boost since literally no one has ever gassed him up like that before. Cut to a quick flashback. We dive into her memories, witnessing a mysterious dude wielding insane devouring abilities that genuinely caught her off guard. Hearing this term out loud, Maruhan tilts his head, questioning what she even means by devouring. Flashbacks of that freakish monstrosity he bumped into flood his mind, making him question if he had actually crossed paths with a devouring type Nachal. Completely lost in the sauce, he questions what kind of messed up ability involves devouring monsters. Flashing a wicked smirk, she drops the bomb. It literally means treating a Nachal like a midnight snack. Pure horror washes over the kid's face. His brain short-circuits, completely refusing to process the absolute madness she just dumped on him. Flabbergasted, he demands an explanation, completely oblivious to the fact that she is talking about his own hidden power. Suddenly, a nightmare fuel beast crashes right into their path, unleashing a blood-curdling screech. But before Maruhan can even blink, Something brutal gets violently jammed straight down the creature's throat. Chana pins the monstrosity into the dirt, cold-bloodedly commanding it to shut up, while keeping it in a vice grip. Maruhan hits maximum panic mode as the horrifying truth clicks. She wants him to chow down on this freak of nature. Rocking a borderline psychotic grin, she hypes him up, explaining that taking a bite out of a nashal triggers his healing factor. She practically cheers him on to take a taste test, but he stays frozen in place, absolutely violently repulsed by the entire concept. However, a sudden wave of realization hits him. He is the main character here. He is built different, and he has to unleash this cursed ability to actually be useful. Desperately trying to hype himself up, he plays mental gymnastics, trying to imagine the grotesque flesh as just some crispy calamari, just a little seafood starter, right? Scraping together every ounce of bravery, he pries his jaws open, his face twisted in pure agony as he goes in for the kill. But right at the climax, he wimps out, giving it the weakest, most pathetic little kitten nibble imaginable. Bawling his eyes out, he whines about the horrific taste, putting on a display so pitiful that even the captured monster shoots him a look of absolute sympathy. Losing her last shred of patience, Chana screams at him to stop playing around, forcing Maruhan to finally sink his teeth in for a massive chunk. Boom. Fast forward back to headquarters. Clearly, a solid chunk of time has passed since that traumatizing snack session. Maruhan is currently slumped hard over his workstation, deliriously muttering that this career path is literally going to put him in an early grave. Right on cue, Eden slides into the frame, dropping a super toxic taunt. He mocks the rookie, asking if blowing chunks is a mandatory part of his field operations. Spinning around with instant beef, our boy demands to know what the guy's major malfunction is, totally clueless as to why he is catching stray bullets. That is when Eden completely loses his cool. He snaps, screaming that Maruhan is the exact reason he has been sidelined from seeing any actual combat. The rant just keeps going, crying about how Officer Kang constantly hogs Maruhan for exclusive training sessions. Boiling with rage, Eden storms off, dropping a heavy insult by calling the new kid completely worthless. This disrespect hits a serious nerve, but after taking a deep breath, the rookie swallows his pride, internally confessing that his hater actually dropped some absolute facts, and that he desperately needs to level up his game. Suddenly, right in the dead of the afternoon, the base's notch-all sirens start absolutely screaming, injecting pure adrenaline straight into the department. Chana Kang shoots up out of her chair like a rocket, barking out Maruhan's name at the top of her lungs. But as her eyes scan his cubicle, she quickly spots that her supposed partner has completely ghosted. The camera immediately cuts to the men's bathroom entrance, left hovering wide open. Panning inside, we find Maruhan in the trenches, aggressively hugging the porcelain throne, groaning in absolute agony as his stomach stages a full-on rebellion. Spiraling into total despair, he violently yanks at his own hair, having an existential crisis over how on earth he is supposed to stomach raw monster meat again. A hefty sigh escaping his lips, he curses the universe for blessing him with the single most repulsive superpower ever created. Making the executive decision to completely ditch today's training arc, he miserably drags his corpse-like body out into the hallway. But boom, he walks face first straight into Chana Kang, her sudden pop-up nearly sending his soul out of his body. She locks onto him with a dead serious death glare, straight up interrogating him if he was camping in the stalls. Scrambling to save face, he pulls a desperate excuse out of thin air, claiming that his latest notch-all tasting menu gave him some wicked food poisoning, dropping a heavy sigh at the absolute cringe excuse. The disappointment radiating from her is genuinely soul-crushing. Without sugarcoating a single syllable, she hits him with the raw truth he clearly does not have the dog in him for this brutal line of work. She breaks it down simply. Just because he won the superpower lottery does not automatically draft him into frontline combat. He could easily just sign his name on a few dotted lines and spend the rest of his days chilling as a government lab rat under 24/7 lockdown. The sheer horror of that reality sends shivers down Maruhan's spine, causing him to instantly protest that giving up his basic human rights sounds incredibly toxic. But Chana hits back with freezing logic, losing privacy beats ending up in a body bag, dropping the harsh fact that soft guys like him just end up as monster chow out here. Twisting the knife even deeper, she points out that cowards on the field usually end up racking up civilian casualties. Shooting daggers through his soul, she drops the ultimate ultimatum. If he cannot step up to the plate, he needs to pack his bags and bounce. Taking it a step further, she literally crushes his foot under her shoe, ramping up her terrifying alpha energy. Leaning right into his personal space, she coldly whispers that the department needs his desk back, considering their squad is ridiculously short-handed right now. Backed into a metaphorical corner, our boy inches away, cold sweat absolutely pouring down his face under the crushing weight of her aura. Having dropped her truth bomb, she pivots on her heel and strides off, leaving him stranded like an absolute statue in the hallway. He can only stare at her retreating back, desperately trying to reboot his brain after that brutal reality check. Panning back to the command center, the afternoon slowly drags on, maintaining that eerie, pin-drop silence like nothing ever happened. Out of nowhere, the squad leader scans the room, demanding to know where the hell Officer Han vanished to. Cut to later that night. Chaina's still grinding away at work, totally clueless about his whereabouts. The camera pans to this insanely peaceful bridge linking the island to the mainland. And boom, there's Maru Han, just planted dead center on the bridge, staring off into the abyss like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He pops his shoulders, finally admitting she was spitting straight facts, being watched beats, ending up dead any day. Mind made up, he whips out his phone. He dials his mom, ready to drop the bomb that he's quitting. His logic? Everyone's gonna be wiped out in 12 months anyway, so a 9 to 5 is literally pointless. She picks up, but before a single word leaves his mouth, he freezes. Whatever's echoing through the speaker leaves him absolutely paralyzed. Heart pounding, he practically begs her to drop her location, his brain completely rejecting her response. Sounding super chill, she casually mentions she's hiking up Inwang Mountain with a bestie. Maru's soul leaves his body as he screams into the receiver. He literally just warned her to stay far away from that death trap, but the signal is trash, and her saying she can't hear him only dials his anxiety up to an 11. Then she drops the most terrifying detail. This weird yellow fog is swallowing up the woods. He tries to scream a warning, but the audio gets super glitchy, chopping up her sentences before click. The line goes dead, leaving Maru drowning in pure, unadulterated panic. Dial tone blaring, he turns to stone. He knows the grim truth. Yellow fog in those mountains equals a notchal prowling nearby. Smash, cut to a strike team already on the mountain, getting briefed about a massive level 5 notchal. Suddenly, one operative zones out, his eyes locking onto something sketchy in his peripheral. His buddy immediately yanks his shoulder, snapping him back to reality and demanding to know what's up. In a split second, they both glance up, and their blood runs cold. A straight-up nightmare is perched in the canopy, violently tearing into its fresh kill. It couldn't care less about the humans below. Razor-sharp fangs rip through raw meat, painting its entire jaw a sickening crimson. Slowly, the beast angles its head downward, a wicked, murderous spark flashing in its giant, solitary eye. Meanwhile, fully grasping the absolute horror his mom just walked into, Maru lets out a gut-wrenching yell and sprints like his life depends on it. Back at the fight, one local operative is already gassed out, wheezing and totally paralyzed by fear. Because this solo level 5 notchal just absolutely wiped the floor with his entire squad in one savage blitz. The freakish thing effortlessly shredded a teammate's throat. Right on cue, the squad captain finally crashes the party, swearing about being late to the bloodbath. He barks at the rookie to radio for backup, instantly activating his ability to spawn a whole army of clones. The newbie doesn't hesitate for a second, booking it to execute his captain's orders. His target? A heavily restricted zone, holding their absolute last lifeline for comms. He spots the emergency landline. Trembling and gasping for air, he rips open the rusted metal casing and grabs the receiver, since that cursed yellow dust completely jams their mobile signals. We then cut straight to a high-tech headquarters in Seoul, the central nervous system for all operations. Inside, Vice Director Young-eun intercepts the frantic SOS call from the squad. Slapping her hand against a digital map, she breaks down the catastrophic threat of this notchal busting out of the quarantine zone. If that barrier falls, she declares, a massive civilian bloodbath is 100% guaranteed. And the fiend is already on the prowl, its face dripping with gore, totally primed for round 2. The worst-case scenario unfolds as the streets explode into absolute carnage. Panning down, the camera lingers on a little kid's blood-soaked backpack, a brutal testament to the monster's sheer savagery. Boiling with rage, Vice Director Young-eun screams that they are officially out of time. She commands every single available agent to gear up and obliterate this notchal for good. Meanwhile, a rogue vehicle tears up the mountain highway. Maru bails out, throws a quick thanks to the driver, and makes a mad dash toward the primary hiking trail, only to hit a massive barricade, flashing a strict warning that the entire zone is on lockdown. He frantically scans the faces of the evacuated civilians, hunting for his mom. His heart drops when he clocks that she's nowhere to be found, meaning she is still stranded up in that hellscape. Losing his mind, he corners an officer, begging to break through the lines to save her. But the guard physically blocks him, feeding him some garbage lie about dangerous wildlife. Maru snaps, screaming right in his face that he already knows about the notchal, and violently shoves his way through the crowd to hijack a hidden shortcut. Completely stunning the security detail, he literally starts scaling a massive, jagged cliffside. Muscles burning, he grips the jagged rocks, using every ounce of his willpower to hoist himself higher. Mid-climb, he is screaming at the top of his lungs for his mom to just stay alive, promising her he's practically there. The camera pans deep into the suffocating, toxic yellow woods, heavily teasing the absolute nightmare waiting for him. Back on the treacherous peak, we spot a random hiker sporting a brutally twisted ankle from a gnarly wipeout. Maru's mom is acting like a total hero, holding her up while the injured lady cries about the thick smog, completely blinding her before the fall. Without warning, Maru's mom violently whips her head around, a razor-sharp reflex that leaves the hiker super confused. Ignoring the tension, his mom insists on giving her a piggyback ride, nearly bringing the injured stranger to tears with her kindness. But seconds later, his mom catches a weird glitch in the foggy matrix, instantly triggering her fight or flight. A pitch-black blur violently slashes through the mist, proving something is torpedoing straight toward them at insane speeds. She narrows her eyes, desperately trying to lock onto whatever lethal force is hunting them, when suddenly, this monstrous, freaky-looking hand bursts right out of the yellow smog, coiled to annihilate them. Her pupils dilate in absolute, unadulterated horror, as the sheer scale of the abomination looming over her finally clicks. And at that exact, heart-stopping millisecond, Maru finally crests the top of the cliff. He practically loses his mind with relief the second he spots his mom. She's just standing there, completely clueless, asking why he's wandering around a place like this. Flashing his phone screen, Maru explains he tracked her down through that random pic she dropped on her feed, but instead of getting the hint, she starts interrogating him about skipping out on work. "Literally none of that matters right now," he screams back, desperate to make her understand they are sitting ducks in a massive death trap. Her friend is just watching this all go down, with this proud little smile, while his mom actually has the nerve to joke that all her boy needs now is a girlfriend. Maru completely snaps. He yells that this is zero time for her stand-up routine, they need to bail, like, yesterday. Then, a sick, rustling sound cuts through the air. Something is creeping close. He snaps his head up, spotting a massive, twisted claw gripping a tree branch, and warns them the nightmare has arrived. Glowing ominously in the pitch black, the Notchel's eye locks onto them with a sickening, twisted smirk plastered across its face. The sheer terror paralyzes Maru, his heart hammering against his ribs at a million beats a minute. Pure panic hijacks his brain. He is totally frozen, completely clueless on how to drag them out of this hellscape alive. Then the worst possible realization hits him: his track record. Every single time he spots a Notchel, he completely blacks out. The guilt crushes him. He feels utterly worthless for not being able to shield his own mother from this freak. Catching him stumbling blindly near the very edge of the cliff, his mom starts freaking out, convinced he is about to plunge to his doom. His body literally shuts down. Unable to fight the overwhelming dread, Maru's eyes roll back, and he totally faceplants into the dirt, out cold. Witnessing her son just drop dead to the world, his mom shrieks his name in absolute, gut-wrenching despair. Hearing the noise, the beast snaps its neck around, locking its sights directly on the unconscious kid for an easy kill. Launching off the branch with explosive speed, the Notchel torpedoes straight down, zeroing in on Maru's terrified mother. It slices through the air like a bullet. The two women are absolutely paralyzed by shock as this hulking nightmare rockets directly at their faces. Snapping awake in sheer desperation, Maru shrieks as the monster closes the gap for a lethal strike. But in a wild twist of fate, his footing betrays him at the very last second, and he tumbles backward off the cliff. Mid-air, Maru is absolutely devastated, convinced he was a second too late to save the only family he has. But suddenly, a brutal impact rocks the monster. Out of nowhere, the Notchal gets brutally skewered. A barrage of razor-sharp crystal daggers shreds straight through its spine. Completely lost, his mom points out the mangled beast bleeding out on the dirt. But then her confusion twists back into pure terror, and she screams, pointing wildly at the bizarre objects hovering right around her son's head. Maru jolts in shock. Hovering in midair, a halo of jagged crystal blades is swarming around him like they have a mind of their own. He completely loses his cool, dodging and screaming at the floating weaponry circling his face. But then, a massive light bulb goes off. He recognizes this flex. It is the exact same ability used by the last Notchel he fought. Suddenly, an agonizing, ripping sensation tears through his core, like something monstrous is violently clawing its way out from beneath his skin. A sickening, pulsing mass bulges right under the fabric of his shirt. Then, with a brutal tear, a massive crystal blade physically erupts directly from his spine. The rest of the shimmering shivs lock into orbit around him, leaving Maru standing there, completely mind-blown by his own crazy new aura. Testing the waters, he literally just snaps his fingers, and boom, the airborne crystals violently shift at his absolute command. He stands there, stunned, trying to process how he is flawlessly wielding a literal monster's moveset. Flashing back, he pieces the puzzle together. His original cheat code was just eating Notchels so their bodies could not regenerate. Then the ultimate revelation hits him like a freight train. He does not just stop them from healing, he permanently steals the powers of whatever he devours. A cocky smirk creeps onto his face. He is totally hyped, betting that if he spams this new skill right, he can straight up obliterate this new threat. Cutting away from the chaos, we zoom in on the downed Nashel. A sleek guy in a tailored suit rolls up on a local agent, who is literally quivering in a puddle of his own fear on the concrete, questioning how the local squad fumbled this so badly. Still, totally traumatized by the bloodbath, the trembling agent slowly cranks his neck up to stare at this mysterious corporate guy. The suit asks if he is holding up, but the agent is basically catatonic, completely unable to form a sentence. Cue the dramatic entrance. Two elite hunters from the Soul Division, Nero and Namble, strut onto the scene, oozing pure arrogance. Instantly, one of the elites starts aggressively roasting the survivor, demanding to know how a scrub-tier monster managed to bypass his watch. Shivering uncontrollably, the traumatized agent begs them not to underestimate the beast, swearing on his life that the thing completely massacred their entire, fully stacked squad. The corporate guy literally scoffs at that, calling cap, since their captain was a heavy-hitting level 7. But the other elite is actually hooked, demanding to know what kind of broken ability a mid-tier level 5 Nachal could possibly pack. Snapping back to the battle, the beast's eye blazes with a blinding flash. Its overpowered secret? It is a living mirror. A sudden, nauseating wave of vertigo hits Maru, leaving him totally tripped out over that random burst of light. Right before his eyes, the Nachal's muscle mass explodes, mutating and warping into something completely different. With a sickening crunch, a forest of jagged crystal spikes violently bursts from the creature's back. The monster just ripped off his newly stolen power. Maru's jaw drops as he processes the absolute disrespect of getting copy-pasted. Not even giving him a second to breathe, the freak unleashes its stolen barrage, firing a massive volley of spikes straight at his dome. Boom! Direct hit. The sheer kinetic force of the blast launches Maru backward through the air. He screams in absolute agony as the beast's razor-sharp crystals mercilessly impale his entire body. Despite looking like a human pincushion, Maru stubbornly plants his boots into the dirt, refusing to fall even as dark blood cascades from his lips. He is totally shook, realizing this nightmare just spammed his exact same ultimate move. Smelling blood, the Nachal slowly stalks forward, ready to permanently delete the kid from existence. Out of nowhere, that creepy glowing eye flares up again, actively scanning to hijack his next attack. Gritting his teeth, Maru painfully yanks one of the embedded shards straight out of his cheek. In perfect sync, the monster's ability replicates the exact same self-inflicted damage. The realization hits him like lightning. This thing's broken mechanic is literally mirroring every single motion he makes. Wanting to fully limit test this crazy theory, he tosses his bloodied crystal weapon straight into the dirt. He then extends his arm, pulling the most unhinged, unexpected flex imaginable in a deathmatch. He literally drops a cute little finger heart at the bloodthirsty demon. The monster completely short-circuits in confusion, but helplessly mirrors the vibe, proving Maru right. This freakish Nachal straight up mimics the hand sign without a single clue what it actually means. Maru is absolutely repulsed, completely grossed out by this weird, mocking copycat. Catching sight of his mom's bleeding wounds, his dad shrieks out her name, totally paralyzed by pure panic, but Maru bolts directly to her side to check if she is holding up. As the dust settles from the madness, we see his mom, rocking a brutal, deep slash right across her kneecap. It hits him. Regular humans cannot regenerate in this toxic dust, right as his dad frantically points out Maru's own bleeding injuries. Brushing it off, Maru tugs up his tea, revealing flawless skin where his cuts literally just patched themselves up. He locks a deadly glare onto the beast, fiercely locking in to defend his family at literally any cost. He orders his parents to take cover instantly to dodge the crossfire. Totally lost, his mom demands to know what on earth he thinks he is pulling. Flashing a cocky, fearless grin, Maru casually drops that as a government employee. Keeping them safe is literally in his job description. Promising he will be back in a flash, he blitzes straight toward the monstrous Nachal with zero hesitation. Planting his feet hard, he blasts backward, gaining the perfect runway to build up massive momentum. Then, he hits top gear, charging the beast like an absolute freight train, and with one explosive leap, he violently spears the creature right in the chest. Grappling fiercely, they tumble over the brutal, jagged edge of the canyon together. Tumbling through thin air, his mom screams out her son's name in pure agony. Totally shattered by this terrifying drop, his parents are left frozen, watching a flock of birds scatter into the sky, spooked by the heavy, bone-crushing impact below. The camera pans to reveal Maru sprawled out, completely battered on a rocky shelf halfway down the ravine. But against all odds, his eyes snap open, proving this kid is nowhere near finished. Drenched in his own blood, he painfully hauls his heavy body across the dirt, fighting through the agony just to stand. Spotting the downed freak, He knows he has to lure this menace as far from his family as possible. His only game plan? Survive. Long enough for the emergency mountain squad to pull up. Cut to the sole elite agents, Nero and Nambu, touching down at the perimeter, absolutely clueless. They stumble upon the local crew totally wiped out, completely circled by a terrifying squad of Nachal clones. An entire mob of these identical nightmares begins closing in, dialing the tension all the way up to an 11. Nambu is scratching his head, trying to process why there is a massive army of twin monsters swarming the zone. Nero quickly pieces it together. This mirror-type Nachal clearly ripped off the squad captain's duplication ability. The unholy mob drops into attack stances, proving this bloodbath is just getting started. Nero runs the math, figuring out that sniping the main body would instantly dust all the fakes, though tracking down the real one is impossible. But honestly, Nambu could not care less about playing it smart, roaring that the only valid tactic is total annihilation. He channels his raw power, charging up a devastating strike into his right hook. His knuckles ignite with a blinding, terrifying energy, promising absolute carnage. Driving his fist straight into the bedrock, he triggers a massive shockwave that violently launches every single clone into orbit. Nero sighs, rolling his eyes at his partner's over-the-top flexing. Shaking his head at the messy attack, he scans the rubble, noticing the original target is totally missing, and starts sweating over where the main boss vanished to. Miles away, the Alpha Nachal is deeply inhaling the toxic yellow smog, violently leveling up for round 2. Out of nowhere, it brutally hacks up jagged crystals, firing them like sniper rounds straight at Maru's spot on the cliff. Our boy is absolutely fuming, clocking that this beast is regenerating at a broken speed. Annoyed by this total cheat code, he hobbles back, desperately brainstorming a fresh strategy to take it down. Out of nowhere, a creepy, ghostly voice echoes inside his skull, freezing his blood. Snapping completely, Maru locks a terrifying, murderous glare on the freak, screaming at the top of his lungs, forbidding it from mimicking his mom's voice, pointing directly at its face. Suddenly, a massive blast of raw energy erupts from him, only to completely whiff the shot. Maru groans in deep frustration, realizing he just blew his entire ultimate combo. Smoothly manipulating gravity, the monster floats a razor-sharp shard into the air, setting up a brutal counter. In the blink of an eye, the creature launches the lethal spike, right at our hero. Locked in without an escape route, Maru takes a devastating, bloody hit straight through his chest cavity. Despite the agonizing trauma, he gnashes his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage, absolutely refusing to collapse. Completely unhinged, Maru yeets himself over the edge, screaming wild curses at the monstrosity waiting below. Plunging like a literal missile, he zeroes in perfectly on the Nahal for a desperate dive bomb. The beast catches a crystal spike straight through its own flesh, screeching in agony from the ambush strike. Ignoring his own fatal wounds, Maru lets out a maniacal, villainous laugh, hyping up his crazy, long-shot critical hit. But this monster just casually tears the jagged rock right out of its shoulder, like picking off a loose thread, and within seconds, the flesh stitches itself shut, fueled by the toxic smog. Maru instantly realizes this thing's regeneration hack completely outclasses his own healing factor. Just then, a sudden, vivid flashback hits him, echoing some crucial advice from Agent Kang. Cut to a past training montage where Chana Kang is brutally chewing him out for ignoring her lectures. The camera catches Maru completely wiped out on the dirt, totally drained after a grueling, sweaty grind session. He is violently whining about not being built for combat, swearing up and down he was ready to quit. Without missing a beat, she reaches out a hand to pull him up, throwing some tough love motivation his way. Gripping him firmly, she breaks down that his real weakness is just a pathetic fear of pain, reminding him that the dust practically makes them immortal, so stressing over injuries is pointless. Still dragging his feet, he groans about the insane pain, adding that devouring those Nachal freaks is absolutely vile. The elite agent crushes his grip as a warning, making him yelp in shock and frantically apologize for his whining. Still stuck in that memory, Maru nervously questions if there is some alternate strategy to crush these beasts. That is when Chana drops the ultimate cheat code. To permanently ice a Nachal, you must cleanly slice its head off. She makes it crystal clear his current moves just do not pack enough killing intent. He's basically locked into playing support, but she flashes a grin, reminding him that absolutely nobody bounces back from damage like he does. Shauna hypes him up right then and there, telling him to ditch the fear and take the Nachal head on. Snapping back to reality, Maru wipes the sweat from his face, finally realizing he doesn't need to sweat, taking a few hits. Plus, with his whole devouring ability, he is packing a seriously lethal strike. The only catch? His accuracy is absolute trash, and this freak of nature keeps dodging around the cliffside. Gritting his teeth, he figures if he can't hit a bullseye, he is just going to have to get creative. Out of nowhere, that creepy voice echoes inside the beast's mind, perfectly copying the exact words it stole from our boy earlier. Out of options, he tightens his grip on a jagged crystal blade. Without a second thought, he literally yeets himself off the edge, free-falling right toward his nightmare. They both spiral through the air, and shockingly, the creature completely copies his exact rotation. Totally tripped out by this, Maru screams that if a straight shot won't work, he is going full kamikaze. His wild plan? Stab himself, so the copycat freak does the exact same thing and takes itself out. Flashing a cocky smirk, he screams that it's over, driving the weapon down with everything he has got. But plot twist, the beast straight up catches the crystal in its mouth, blocking the strike with teeth like literal iron. Maru is absolutely stunned, his ultimate gamble ruined in the craziest way possible. Sensing the opening, the nutshell goes on the offensive, shooting out its massive hand to snatch him up. Boom, he is instantly choked out, gasping for air as the monster crushes his throat. It slams him hard against the rock face, leaving zero room for a counterattack. As his vision fades, the haunting sound of his mom's voice rings out, chanting his name in this deeply unsettling tone. Maru cries out in agony, completely ragdolled by the sheer brute force of this thing. Showing zero chill, the beast body slams him right into the dirt, literally leaving a crater. Busted up, and practically out cold, he struggles to drag oxygen into his lungs, but nothing is working. Running purely on adrenaline, he realizes his only play is to use his ability and just bite this thing before he's cooked. But the freak's eye suddenly flashes, anticipating his every move. Faster than lightning, it lunges and sinks its teeth right into Maru's neck with insane power. He lets out an absolutely gut-wrenching scream. Blindsided by the savage counterattack, he frantically tears a crystal shard right off his own back and jams it deep into the monster's throat. Stumbling to his feet while hacking up air, he realizes that bite wound is looking seriously lethal. But get this, the creature just straight up swallows the shard embedded in its shoulder. Out of nowhere, the world starts spinning for our guy, leaving him entirely clueless about his failing body. Then it hits him, he is bleeding out fast. His crazy healing factor is completely glitched. His legs give out, sending him crashing down as his neck just keeps pouring blood. And then, the horrifying truth drops. He realizes that maybe, just maybe, this absolute menace somehow jacked his devouring skill too. Hacking up red, total panic sets in as he wonders if this is officially game over. The nutshell just casually turns its back and strolls off, leaving him in the dirt to fade out. But suddenly, a random voice screams at him to get up, snapping him right out of the darkness. We cut back to a memory, where Shauna is pressing him on how many times he has blacked out. He admits he gets massive panic attacks, and they totally hijack his brain. Gripping his chest tight, he confesses that when it hits, it literally feels like he is kicking the bucket. But she goes off, yelling that this is exactly why he has to crush that fear. She hits him with the hard truth: if he doesn't start swinging back, he won't just feel dead, he will actually be 6 feet under. Shauna then drops the ultimate reality check. He is literally their final shield, and if he folds now, everybody drops. Whipping back to the current fight, his dad's frantic voice rings out across the canyon, screaming his name. His mom is out there too, struggling through the thick debris just to find him. Catching their voices from the ruins down below, a tiny spark of hope ignites inside him. Pulling in a shaky breath, he completely locks in, scraping together every ounce of energy for one final stand. Blood dripping down his fingers, he clenches the crystal dagger like his life depends on it. The Nashal mimics the stance, its glowing eyes screaming that it is ready to brawl. Shauna's words loop in his head: if he is going out, he needs to drag this freak to hell with him. Gnawing on his lip in pure frustration, he channels every single drop of rage he has left. Eyes blazing, Maru unleashes an absolutely primal roar straight at the monster. The beast screams right back, proving it is fully committed to copying his entire moveset. And then, they both charge at top speed. It is officially the final boss clash. The creature is even gripping its own dagger, an exact replica of what our boy is packing. But the freak has crazy speed, striking first and driving its blade right into Maru's chest. He screams in absolute agony, taking the brutal hit head on. But plot twist. He secretly whips out a literal sword of light he had been holding back this whole time. Boom, that massive crystal he planted earlier on the ridge totally lights up. Right on cue, his dad's voice booms across the battlefield, heavily distracting the beast and leaving it completely glitched out. Catching it slipping, Maru lunges and grabs hold of the monster, pinning the thing down so it can't dodge. He screams at the top of his lungs, officially triggering his master plan. All those extra blades he dumped around the arena suddenly activate in perfect harmony. They shoot out like missiles, locked right onto the trapped beast. The ultimate sneak attack swarms the target, giving it 0 escape routes. The creature gets completely skewered from every possible angle, tanking an insane amount of damage at once. Letting out a screech of pure agony, the freak finally eats an attack it absolutely cannot copy. To clutch the win, Maru literally turns himself into a human shield, letting himself get skewered right alongside the beast. He clenches his jaw, swallowing the pure agony, tanking the brutal damage just to end this nightmare once and for all. The sheer force of the impact completely shreds the Nachal, its body literally crumbling under the insane pressure. Then comes the absolute finisher, that final, hidden crystal shoots dead at them. The massive blade rips through the wind, decapitating the monster with one god-tier slash. Game over. The creature's headless corpse hits the dirt, totally lifeless. Maru just stands there, gasping for air, and absolutely drenched in his own blood, glaring at the carcass. But his HP is basically at 0. His legs give out, and he crashes hard right next to the beast. Tears stream down his face as a massive wave of relief hits him. He actually pulled it off. Both figures just lay there in the aftermath of this absolute bloodbath. Miles away, all those Nachal clones start flaking into ash, completely blowing the minds of the Soul agents. Nambu is tripping out, asking if someone actually bagged the main boss, since the mobs are literally vaporizing, but Nero steps in, explaining the Alpha Nachal got wiped out in a totally different location. His expression darkens, trying to wrap his head around who could pull off an exploit this insane. Cut back to Maru, who suddenly brushes his neck. He realizes his fatal gash is somehow stitching itself back together, now that the boss is down. The dude finally breathes, letting the adrenaline drop, genuinely believing he was going to catch a body this time. Then reality hits. He needs to track down his mom, who is probably freaking out right now. But out of nowhere, this tripped-out memory flashes in his brain, echoing a voice ordering him to consume something. In the flashback, this shadowy dude, rocking a glowing fist, radiates pure killer energy. Then, his dad's voice pierces through the static, desperately screaming at him to eat. The puzzle pieces click. His old man was actually forcing him to swallow something mid-ambush. Snapping back to reality, the Nachal's corpse starts turning to dust, slowly erasing itself from existence. Maru locks eyes with the remains, fixating on the absolutely busted abilities that Heavy Hitter just used. A wild thought hits him. If he literally eats this thing, he can hijack that god-tier power for his own loadout. An ancient prophecy echoes in his mind, warning about an apocalyptic rain of Nachals dropping on Earth. Eyes locked in, he drops to his knees next to the fading corpse, ready to do the unthinkable. His mom's safety flashes in his mind. If a whole army of these things is coming, he has to level up, no matter the cost. Zero hesitation. He straight up starts tearing into the Nachal's flesh, in a scene straight out of a horror movie. Fighting the urge to throw up, he forces down a chunk of the monster, claiming its buff. Wiping the gore off his chin, he makes a vow. He's going to feast on every single high-level Nachal in his way. Instantly, his pupils ignite with a vicious glare, flexing the massive upgrade he just jacked. The camera cuts to the entrance of Sacred Heart Hospital, where his mom just got checked in. She shoots up in bed, absolutely panicking, yelling about passing out up on that mountain. Fast forward to her hospital room, she's casually munching on some food, admitting her memory is completely blank. Maru pushes a bit, asking if everything is really just wiped from her brain, secretly thanking his lucky stars. She's clueless. We get a quick glimpse of what she actually saw, frozen in pure terror, convinced she was going to die staring down a headless freak. The nightmare shows the beast screeching, but that weird yellow dust totally scrubbed her hard drive. Back in the real world, Maru is scrolling through his feed, looking at the absolute chaos trending about the mountain incident. He looks at his mom, dead serious, and strictly tells her to never step foot near that death trap again. But she hits him with a curveball, saying she only hiked up there because a rumor dropped that his dad was spotted roaming those peaks. Maru instantly turns away, his whole vibe shifting, completely rattled by the name drop. Turns out, that exact mountain range is where his old man vanished, thanks to a Nachal attack. The scene throws us into a brutal flashback, dropping us right into the shoes of a tiny, terrified Maru trapped in the woods. His face is the definition of pure trauma. Crimson arcs through the air as his dad gets absolutely butchered. The nightmare peaks with this colossal freak of nature literally dangling his father right in front of his eyes. Snapping to the present, Maru looks sick to his stomach, haunted by the replay. He's drenched in cold sweat, second-guessing if that horror show was actually real, or just his brain glitching. Out of nowhere, his mom calls his name, dragging him out of the dark void, making him flinch hard. She gives him this suspicious look, asking why he's tweaking out. Frowning, she guesses his new 9-to-5 must be stressing him out. But he just forces a tiny smirk, brushing it off by saying he's just adjusting to the daily grind. Smash cut to his office, your standard, boring Korean government facility. The second he steps through the doors, a furious woman screams across the hallway, demanding Officer Han. Ducking for cover, he's sweating, wondering how on earth she radar locked him so fast. He carefully pokes his head out, flashing the most awkward good morning smile ever. Ji Won-yun is having zero of it and totally goes off, demanding to know where he ditched yesterday. Enter Eden Seon-woo, this incredibly punchable coworker, scoffing that the answer is glaringly obvious. The dude starts talking trash, claiming Maru straight up bailed because the heat was too much for him to handle. Totally humiliated, our boy just ducks his head, muttering an apology for going AWOL. But wait, Chana Kang steps up to bat for him, smoothly lying that she sent him home sick. Maru's jaw practically hits the floor at her cover story, freezing like a deer in headlights. Chana just locks onto him with those piercing red eyes, looking cool as ice. Ji-won isn't buying a single word of this nonsense, and immediately grills Chana on how she magically forgot to file a report. The vibe in the room gets insanely tense, and Ji-won, she snaps, straight up warning her that she's been letting this slide way too long. The tension skyrockets. It seriously looks like they're about to throw hands right there in the middle of the bullpen, but a blaring siren cuts them off. Chana clocks it a level 2 threat and mutters that they'll settle this beef later. Out of nowhere, Maru totally crashes the moment, screaming at the top of his lungs that he's tagging along on this raid. The entire room just freezes, staring holes into him. Hard cut to the middle of nowhere, a jagged mountain range miles away from civilization. We catch up with the squad trekking up a brutal trail, already huffing and puffing from the hike. Maru jogs up to Chana, swallowing his pride to apologize. He admits he totally dragged her into his mess, but she brushes it off, confessing he only bailed because she went way too hard on him earlier. Halting in her tracks, she hits him with the real question. What exactly made him crawl back to the squad? Eyes locked and dead serious, he tells her he's finally locked in and ready to throw down for real. A tiny smirk tugs at Chana's lips as glowing golden particles drift around her like magic. But then boom, massive footsteps shake the forest floor, and a hulking silhouette tears through the haze. The whole crew paralyzes. The dirt literally vibrates beneath their boots before a massive, seriously grotesque Nachal rips through the fog. This freak of nature stops dead in its tracks, unleashing a bone-chilling roar to flex its power. Chana instantly barks at Maru not to sleep on this thing, even if it's just a measly level 2. That triggers a flashback for him, the mountain division getting absolutely wiped by a way gnarlier Nachal. Then Yosuk chimes in, dropping the bomb that the Seoul Elite squad swooped in and stole the kill. He's hyping them up, calling them absolute beasts, sitting at level 7 and beyond. Maru's jaw hits the floor. Internally, he is straight up tweaking, because he was the one who practically died soloing that boss. He is mentally screaming for his well-deserved clout, but he's forced to just bite his tongue and eat the disrespect. Snapping back to reality, he points ahead, completely baffled, demanding to know what on earth this Nachal is doing. Turns out, the towering freak is just chilling there, literally scrubbing its own armpits. Without missing a beat, Maru throws his arm out to block his crew, wearing a fiercely psychotic grin. He orders Chana and Yozak to stand down. He's taking this boss on solo. Chana is completely mind-blown, totally tripped up by the rookie's massive ego spike. Yoseok is just lost, asking how a bottom-tier level 1 plans to pack up a level 2, but Maru just flashes a cocky grin, telling them to sit back and take notes from the goat. He strides right up to the monster's face, while the beast crosses its arms, glaring down at him like he's trash. Maru violently slicks his hair back, locking in to spark his unique skill. A crisp diamond sigil flares to life on his forehead. His Nachal mirroring trait is officially online. He hypes himself up, ready to flex his massive glow-up, proving he isn't just dead weight anymore. And then, he starts perfectly mimicking the beast, aggressively scrubbing his own pits in the weirdest way possible. Vile, toxic green fumes erupt from his body, catching the monster entirely off guard as it sniffs the air in utter confusion. Realizing it's a copycat game, the creature spazzes out, wildly flapping its arms to pump out an even deadlier wave of raw funk. Maru literally chokes on the biohazard, gagging about how absolutely putrid it is, but he stubbornly refuses to tap out. Screaming that he's gonna end this thing, he blitzes forward. His fist ignites with energy as he dives straight into the monster's nauseating gas cloud for a heavy strike. Hanging in the back, Yoseok is fighting for his life, practically throwing up from the horrific odor. He hollers that this freak's ultimate move is literally weaponized body odor, hitting them like straight-up mustard gas. The smog is so dense that even a veteran like Chana, who usually tanks anything, starts swaying on her feet. Yosuk snatches her shoulder, desperately yelling at her to wake up, because a level 7 heavy hitter can't go down like this. Panic starts setting in for Maru when he realizes the monster is literally tanking his toxic aura like it's nothing. Realizing his strat is flopping and they are inches away from a party wipe, he abruptly pivots. He screams that it's time to show off his insane agility, violently swinging his arms. In a flash, his footwork blurs into overdrive, tearing up the dirt and leaving a massive dust trail in his wake. He weaves through the Nachal's sloppy strikes with zero effort, completely blitzing the slowpoke. Sliding to a sudden halt inches from its face, he burns holes into the beast with absolute murderous intent. Drenched in sweat, his inner monologue clicks, "It's do or die, time to dump all his mana into one shot." Without hesitating, he detonates a concentrated shockwave of putrid energy, screaming at the monster to eat dirt. The beast takes the blast straight to the dome, shrieking so loud it practically shatters eardrums. Its defenses totally melt away under the raw pressure, and the massive Nachal just crumples to the dirt, completely smoked. Standing with his back to the corpse, Maru sucks in a massive lungful of air, totally gassed out from burning his ultimate gauge. He slowly spins around to find his teammates just staring, their jaws scraping the floor. Flashing a massive, arrogant smirk, he flexes his solo dub, bragging that he actually pulled it off. Meanwhile, Chana and Yoseok are just paralyzed, their brains glitching over the sheer firepower this rookie just unleashed. Fast forward to the aftermath. The squad catches a chill breeze while scrubbing the grime off in a crystal-clear creek, flicking the water off her fingers with a soft smile. Chana shifts her focus back to Maru. She's super intrigued by his bizarre kit, though the poor guy looks like he's ready to hurl, still fighting off the nausea from his own gross-out skill. Hooked on the mystery, she finally asks, wondering if snacking on a Nachal is what lets him steal their moves. Wiping his mouth, Maru drops the lore, explaining he simply activated the mirror trait from his previous boss kill. Yoseok immediately starts clowning him, hitting that exact same goofy armpit clapping pose and yelling, "Get a load of this." Dude is absolutely losing it, gasping for air while calling the armpit strike the most cringeworthy ability in human history. Maru's face flushes a deep tomato red. Yeah, okay, maybe it is a totally bizarre flex, but then Chana actually drops some praise, telling him he crushed it, and proved he is actually leveling up. The guy completely short-circuits. Getting props from her? That was definitely not on his bingo card. But then she drops the hammer. She looks him dead in the eye and calls his monster-eating habit straight-up repulsive. That word repulsive strikes like a physical blow, shattering his ego into a million pieces. Without missing a beat, she orders him to take a breather, while she and Yoseok head out to scan the area for dust traces. Left totally alone in the field, he plops down in the dirt and lets out a heavy sigh. Burying his face in his palms, he just spirals. An armpit sweat superpower? Seriously? His epic villain-slaying glow-up and his shot at street cred just evaporated into thin air. Out of nowhere, a deep voice breaks the silence. He slowly whips his head around to see who snuck up on him. Standing there, completely silhouetted by the glaring sun, a mystery guy asks if he is looking at the legendary Officer Han. Blinded by the glare, Maru squints hard, demanding to know who this dude is. Boom. Enter Director Ildu. The guy cuts right to the chase, asking if Maru was really the one who soloed that level 5 Nachal up on the peak. In a flash, the boss closes the distance, looming right over Maru's shoulder, his eyes narrow. He wants to know exactly how he pulled off that insane kill, especially since he is sitting at the absolute bottom tier as a level 1. Maru gets defensive, snapping back and asking why his low rank is such a huge deal. That raw, unfiltered sass actually works. A tiny, knowing smirk tugs at the corner of Director Ildu's lips. The man finally introduces himself as Elite Brass from the Soul Branch and drops a massive bomb. He wants Maru on his squad. Maru's jaw literally hits the floor. He stammers out, asking if this guy is seriously repping the legendary Soul Division. Ildu flashes that subtle grin again, asking if the kid knows their reputation. Hype takes over, and Maru practically shouts that everyone knows they are the absolute greatest of all time. But reality quickly sets back in. Brows furrowed, he asks why a top-tier crew would ever scout him. Oozing main character energy, Ildu smooth talks, claiming he possesses a flawless radar for raw talent. Maru is left spinning. What hidden genius could this powerhouse possibly see in him? Cut to the headquarters. Vice Director Youngjun is totally grilling the director in his sleek office. She demands answers for his little disappearing act, pointing out that an ultra-important briefing got delayed because of him. Smiling like he knows a secret, he casually admits he was out scouting a fascinating new recruit. Youngjun locks eyes with him, asking if he is secretly obsessing over his own flesh and blood again. She specifically name-drops Seonwoo Eden, who happens to be running with Maru's current squad, but he shuts that down. The kid despises him, going zero contact ever since the messy divorce. No, Ildu insists. A completely different rookie triggered his radar today. The vice director raises an eyebrow, asking if he actually believes a mere newbie caused that massive Nachal disaster. He nods firmly, ordering a strict watch on Ganghwa Island. His instincts are screaming that something massive is brewing. Meanwhile, in some shadowy, forgotten ruins, this intense, ancient golden aura flares up from a blazing altar. It drifts down a pitch-black hallway like glowing ash, hunting for a fresh vessel to hijack, and boom, it locks onto its prey. brutally taking over the body of some random guy passed out in the dark. Flash forward to the squad's local precinct, where everything looks totally chill and mundane. Maru is just sitting there with the dumbest smile plastered across his face, entirely lost in the sauce about that Seoul offer. He is literally doing joyful spins in his desk chair, mind blown that the most hyped guild in the country wants to draft him. Then the math hits him. Going to Seoul means facing nightmare-level boss monsters daily. Hard pass. He instantly decides staying alive in the minor leagues is way better. But his ego quickly takes the wheel again. The absolute top dogs are finally noticing his grind. Cue Eden. The guy spawns out of nowhere to utterly murder the vibe, dropping a harsh reality check that Maru is nothing but a bottom-tier scrub. Maru blinks, totally clueless as to why his teammate is suddenly throwing hands verbally. Looking dead serious, Eden commands him to wipe that stupid, goofy chuckle off his face. He keeps ranting, complaining that Maru's whole existence is acting like a massive sandpaper grate on his brain. Then comes the ultimate roast, calling Maru a bitter hater who will never have the stats to make it to Seoul. Maru's expression flips, flashing a wicked, dark grin. He asks who the hell Eden thinks he is calling trash. Eden snaps. He violently slams the desk, screaming at Maru for having the audacity to talk back. Then he drops the nuke, publicly branding Maru the sweaty armpit clapper. Sheer panic mode activated. Maru is sweating bullets, frantic over how his rival uncovered his ultra-embarrassing secret weapon. His eyes dart to Yosuke, lurking in the back. The loudmouth literally leaked the tea to the entire precinct. The whole room turns into a roast session, with Captain Dokman wheezing uncontrollably. The boss is quite literally crying real tears, finding the newbie's tragic combat style to be absolute peak comedy. He just points and cackles, while Maru silently vows to destroy him and every single person in that room. Suddenly, Ji-won-yoon jumps into the crossfire, ordering the squad to back off Officer Han. Maru gets instantly teary-eyed. She actually defends his honor, reminding the haters that he clutched up and won that brutal boss fight. But plot twist, she immediately joins the troll fest, joking that he leveled up from a cowardly hider to an armpit warrior. His soul leaves his body. He shoots her a massive side-eye, utterly defeated. Through the chaos, he spots Kang Chana quietly sipping her iced coffee, completely unbothered by the absolute circus around her. Fast forward, and he is rotting away in the empty office, all by himself. Feeling like the ultimate outcast in the room, he whips out his phone. The director's digits stare right back at him. The instruction was simple: hit me up when you're ready. His eyes lock in. He is taking that deal. Time for a total reset in Seoul. But then blaring sirens cut through the air. Chana leaps to her feet, screaming about a level 2 Nachal breach. Before she can even move, Eden snatches her wrist, freezing her in her tracks. His voice drops dead serious. He is taking this raid. Zero room for argument. Rolling his eyes, he's practically suffocating from the brain-rotting boredom of desk duty. He pivots to Maru, tossing out a casual invite to tag along. Newbies gotta stick together, right? Maru just glares back, his face completely deadpan. You can practically read the "hell no" stamped across his forehead. Smash cut to the rugged mountains, where this insane mission is officially kicking off. Our duo is currently dying on a steep dirt trail, lungs burning, yet somehow, Eden is totally hyped up. The dude is sweating bullets but grinning like a maniac. Maru? He is mentally calculating how fast he can ditch this absolute clown. Groaning under his breath, he just wants to speedrun this trash mission so he can finally dial that director. Wiping the grime off his forehead, Maru pants and demands to know what the hell they are even looking for. Eden just points. Dead ahead sits a decaying shack, completely choked by this creepy, unnatural fog. Maru instantly freezes up. Panic setting in, he stammers out. Questions is the smog, leaking from the crib. Is anyone trapped inside? Eden just smirks and tells him to keep up. Maru mentally curses the guy, annoyed he's acting like the boss. Eden kicks open the rotting door like he owns the place, while Maru cowers directly behind his back. Shaking, Maru scans the toxic haze, warning that this density easily hits level 4 territory. The interior is a total nightmare. Everything is buried under this sickly yellow grime. Pitch black vapor swirls through the hallways, dropping visibility to absolute zero. Maru practically begs him to watch his step. The place looks dead, but that Nachal could be lurking in any blind spot. Naturally, Eden tunes him out entirely, strolling through the danger zone like it's a walk in the park. Bam! A massive thud echoes from behind a nearby door. Something huge is moving in there. Eden's goofy smile vanishes, replacing it with a dead serious glare. The target is definitely boxed in that room. He twists the rusted handle, but it doesn't budge. It's locked tight. Maru lunges to pull him back, but Eden casually shoves him aside. Barking at the rookie to clear the blast zone, Eden declares his chaotic backup plan. If it won't open, he is obliterating the whole door. Slipping on a sleek black gauntlet, he pulls his fist back as it flares up with blinding, raw power. Maru hits the deck, screaming his lungs out. He braces for a shockwave that will level the building. Total silence. Eden was literally just strapping the glove on tighter. The veteran bursts out laughing at his terrified partner, while Maru quietly thanks the universe he isn't vaporized. Eden presses his ear against the splintered wood, sensing the dense fog. He blows away the nasty residue blocking the keyhole and squints inside. Boom, a twisted, hunched-over shadow is chilling dead center in the pitch-black room. The freaky entity just squats there, completely swallowed by a swirling vortex of that toxic yellow smoke. FOMO kicking in, Maru shoves Eden out of the way. Demanding a peek for himself, he presses his eye to the hole. One glance, and he arrogantly declares this boss is pure fodder. It barricaded itself out of fear, right? Eden instantly roasts him for being clueless, dropping a bombshell that Aura is packing. Level 7, heat minimum. Maru's jaw hits the floor. A beast of that insane caliber spawning randomly on Gangwa Island? Literally impossible. But Eden? The guy just cracks his knuckles, utterly thrilled by the terrifying odds. A feral, psychotic grin spreads across his face. He is throwing an internal party because he finally gets to brawl. Going full panic mode, Maru bolts for the exit, screaming that they need an SOS team right now. He grabs the main handle, yanking it desperately. It is jammed, locked tight from the outside. He wrestles with the rusted knob, putting his entire body weight into it, but it doesn't give a single inch. Going into a total meltdown, he starts pounding on the heavy timber. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he realizes they are officially caged. His brain short-circuits. Is this bizarre trap the work of that freakish notchal? Suddenly, Eden goes completely feral, launching heavy kicks at the inner door. He follows up with bone-rattling haymakers, howling at the monster to unlock the damn room. Sporting a genuinely unhinged smile, he taunts the beast, calling it a pathetic shut-in, and daring it to throw down. Across the room, Maru is losing his absolute mind. He's trapped in a nightmare, realizing this battle-crazed psycho is fully triggered. Back inside the dark room, the hunched figure slowly tilts its head up, exposing the unsettling face of a rotting elder. Sliding down the exit door in total defeat, Maru questions his life choices, sandwiched between a murderous demon and an adrenaline junkie. In a spine-chilling twist, the creature's smog-infused head detaches, levitating dead center in the abyss. Its jaw unhinges at a terrifyingly slow pace. It is perfectly mirroring the audio from the hallway. The face horribly contorts, warping like melted plastic as it parrots back the word shut in a glitchy, demonic tone. The entity's flesh aggressively mutates, looping the taunt over and over like a broken record. Meanwhile, Eden glances down at his knuckles, finally noticing every single finger is shattered. He didn't even leave a dent in the wood. Pissed beyond belief, he curses, trying to figure out what kind of titanium-level magic this door is crafted from. Catching on, Maru decides it's his turn to play demolition. He hoists a heavy wooden chair and swings it at the exit with everything he's got. The chair shatters into splinters, proving a terrifying fact. This entire house, from the rusted hinges to the dirty glass, is absolutely indestructible. A dark realization hits him like a truck. This inescapable fortress is all fueled by the shut-in Notchal's twisted supernatural domain. Completely defeated, our guy just slumps against the wall. His breathing hitches. Full-blown panic mode activates. They've been stuck in this hellhole for a whole hour. Flash forward 2 hours. Hope? Gone. He's fully convinced the squad just ditched them. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, it is absolute pandemonium. Captain Diokman is literally screaming his lungs out, treating the situation like a straight-up apocalypse. Ji-won is practically sprinting in circles, tweaking out of her mind over some massive crisis. The crisis? She just remembered a super important training conference in Busan. Yeah, the whole office is losing their minds over a scheduling conflict. It is a mad dash against the clock. Chana violently smashes her enter key, pulling off a clutch file transfer right at the buzzer. Tying her hair back, she thrusts the documents toward the captain. She aggressively slaps his wrist, barking at him to hurry up before time runs out. Crisis averted. The boss waves his goodbyes and bolts out the door for his trip. Ji-won dramatically flops onto the sofa, declaring that the squad can finally take a breather. Soaking in the sweet silence, she downs some coffee to recharge her batteries. The rest of the crew kicks back, celebrating their hard-earned downtime. But out of nowhere, reality smacks Yoseok right in the face. The rookies. They've been MIA for 3 whole hours. Ji-won instantly tenses up, groaning about how you never let the newbies fly solo. She hops to her feet, grabs Yoseok, and orders the rest of the crew to hold down the fort. Chana immediately jumps up, insisting on tagging along because things are definitely going sideways. Ji-won just locks eyes with her, leaning in close for some private talk. She whispers her doubts, pointing out how unbelievably sketchy this drop zone is. Chana basically tells her to chill. The rescue squad gears up, eventually pulling up to this creepy abandoned shack, completely choked by toxic-looking yellow dust. The interior is dead empty. They start tearing the place apart, trying to track down the missing duo. Spotting a weird silhouette in the haze, Yoseok freezes. Out of absolutely nowhere, Maru and Eden burst into view, screaming at them to keep the entrance open. Too late. The heavy front door violently slams shut, locking the entire squad inside. Maru loses his mind, screeching about why they were stupid enough to walk inside. The two newbies drop to the floor like dead weight. Jiwon steps up, demanding answers. Flash forward, the whole crew is grouped up outside this super suspicious bedroom. Jiwon asks if the Nachal is staying put, and Maru nods. The monster is sealed away. Stepping up to the plate, Chana orders everyone to clear out. She's about to handle business. A wildly disturbing weapon, literally woven from raw meat and pulsing veins, manifests in her grip. Hoisting this glowing crimson blade, she charges up to obliterate the barrier. With one lightning-fast swing, she unleashes a devastating slash right at the wood. Plot twist? The door tanks the hit. 0 damage. Not even a tiny scratch. Yoseok's jaw literally hits the floor, absolutely speechless that a simple door just brushed off a lethal attack. Not skipping a beat, Ji-won rolls up her sleeves. Time for plan B. This freaky black void rips open on her arm, twitching like it's alive. Turns out, our girl rocks the powers of a spider. Nachal, spawning a creepy little critter right in her palm. Striding up to the lock, she whispers to her creepy crawly, Minnie, ordering it to sneak through the keyhole. She practically shoves the bug into the tiny gap, hyping it up like a proud dog mom. Major fail. The gap is way too tight for the mutant bug. Maru is staring in absolute horror, deeply weirded out by her treating a literal demon like a house pet. Breaking the tension, Eden barks at Yoseok to quit spectating and actually flex his abilities. But Yoseok awkwardly admits he's got exactly 0 attack skills. Maru instantly roasts him, calling him straight up deadweight for this run. Getting defensive, Yoseok fires back, telling Maru to bust out that mirror ability he stole from swallowing the Nachal. Maru just scoffs. He needs a clear visual on the target, or the skill is locked. Running out of options, Eden desperately asks if they have any backup sitting at HQ. Ji-won shuts that down. The boss is in Busan, and won't show his face until tomorrow. Just as hope fades, a light bulb goes off for Yoseok. Officer Kim is still on the board. Like a literal ghost, Ibok Kim manifests right beside them. The squad spooks, demanding to know how he bypassed the lock. Smirking, Kim claims, he just swung by to check on the massive delay. Everyone is stunned. His stealth is so insane that nobody even heard him breathe. Striding past them, he presses his ear right up against the wood, hunting for audio cues. Ji-won throws him a desperate look, asking if he can actually clutch this nightmare scenario. Out of nowhere, Kim's eyes roll back, and he flatlines right onto the floor, out cold. The entire squad freezes, dead silence, just staring at his unconscious body. Maru breaks the quiet, asking if the guy just took a nap, or if they're getting trolled. Ji-won just shrugs helplessly. She's never even seen the man pop off a single skill before. Maru and Eden are utterly devastated. They cannot believe their catastrophic luck. Maru's brain is doing backflips, spiraling over how he got stuck with the most incompetent rescue squad ever. Cutting through the dread, Ji-won aggressively claps her hands, demanding all eyes on her. Ji-won snaps her fingers, demanding the squad huddle up. They need an escape route, and they need it yesterday. Eden snaps right back. He's totally losing his cool, spitting that they've exhausted every single option. Ji-won doesn't back down, shooting him a lethal glare, and making it clear that throwing in the towel isn't happening. Yoseok chimes in, floating the idea of holding out for the captain, especially since the monster is just chilling. Maru is absolutely petrified. The thought of being trapped in this nightmare until sunrise is straight up breaking his brain. The whole squad erupts into a massive shouting match, totally clueless on how to survive this ticking time bomb. Meanwhile, Chana keeps her distance, arms locked over her chest, watching the absolute meltdown in dead silence. Maru catches this and gets serious weird vibes. Why is Officer Kang suddenly acting like a ghost? Yoseok voices the million-dollar question. Why is the Nachal just standing there like a statue? What sick game is it playing? Out of nowhere, a deafening smash sends a massive jolt through the crew. Ji-won screams that the epicenter is right inside with them, booking it straight for the exit. Boom. She violently collides with the nearby wall, brain scrambling to process the absolute chaos. Right then, her irises flare up into a dead, blood-red hue, like someone else just took the steering wheel. The reality drops. The literal walls of this place are shifting, vibrating with this sick, unnatural energy. A razor-sharp piece of debris rockets down from above, exploding against the floorboards, cranking their anxiety up to a solid 11. The crew goes into a full-blown frenzy, shrieking that the building is actively crushing them in. Eden's voice cuts through the madness. He finally cracked the Hermit Nachal's twisted agenda. Eyes locked dead ahead, he drops the bombshell on its ultimate goal. We get a horrific glimpse of the beast's face, dialed in and hyper-focused on finishing this nightmare. Its massive hand slowly clenches into a fist, puppeteering the architecture with raw dark energy. The endgame? Folding the entire structure inward like a tin can. Glass shatters and drywall splinters as the crushing pressure maxes out. This freak wants to wipe out everything inside, fusing itself with the actual foundation. Maru goes into total despair. If they don't flatline this monster right now, they are literally going to be flattened into pancakes. The squad instantly forms a circle, going back to back as the walls close in for the kill. With his eyes flashing, Maru frantically searches for any possible loophole to escape this death trap. Cut to a massive flashback, rewinding 4 years back, to a super peaceful, middle-of-nowhere country home. A baby-faced Chana is sprinting up the path, beaming as she waves at her grandma. Her little bro and her granny shout her name, completely hyped that she finally made it. The kid tackles her in a massive hug, while the grandma just beams at her beautiful family. They head inside the spot, totally isolated in this gorgeous, perfectly kept patch of farmland. Fast forward to that evening. Chana crashes on the floor next to her favorite people, whispering how she wants to freeze this moment for eternity. She goofs off with her little brother, and he begs her to never skip a visit, whenever the holidays roll around. But then, her eyes just empty out, locking onto the ceiling with this haunting, hollow glare. Her brother points up at some doodle on the wallpaper, prompting her to lightly roast him for vandalizing the place. He just shrugs it off, bragging that Granny actually loves his art, so it's totally chill. Flashing a massive grin, he flexes that it's actually a masterpiece, showing their super happy squad. Layers of thick dust slowly bury the crayon strokes, fast-forwarding us through time. Snap back to reality, the walls are aggressively caving in, and the air is choking with debris. Chana whispers a single no, completely rejecting this nightmare, letting out a raw, feral scream. She sinks her teeth deep into her own forearm, desperate to shatter the trap. That bite triggers her insane power. A grotesque, fleshy blade, pulsating with dark veins, erupts straight out of her limb. She swings the blood-soaked weapon like a bat, violently bashing the shrinking wall to smash her way out. 0 damage. The impact does absolutely nothing, and the fleshy sword literally squirms in pure agony. Going full survival mode, she drags the jagged edge along the drywall, praying the friction sparks enough raw power. But the blade itself starts splintering, totally failing to tank the insane pushback. The light bulb goes off. This demonic weapon is starving for more blood, so she brutally chomps down on her own finger. Instant level up. The blade beefs up insanely, radiating this toxic, crimson aura. But the recoil is way too heavy. Her whole body violently shakes as the agonizing toll threatens to break her. Jiwon shrieks at the top of her lungs, begging Officer Kang to stand down before she gets herself killed. Without hesitating, Maru blitzes across the room, desperate to tackle her out of this suicidal play. He crashes into her, throwing his arms around her and fighting to rip the twisted blade from her grip. The clash causes the blood sword to violently snap right down the middle, shattering with a deafening pop. Chaina is completely paralyzed. She just stares, mind blown that her ultimate weapon got instantly wrecked. Her wide eyes reflect that same childhood, drawing on the crumbling wall, and a single tear drops. Right on cue, the plaster holding her little brother's masterpiece starts violently buckling and splitting. The whole section detonates outward, launching Maru and Chana straight through the wreckage and out of the death box. The explosive escape completely fries the house's magic, bringing the crushing walls to a dead stop. The squad realizes they just survived the impossible. Maru stumbles to his feet, head spinning, only to clock Chaina laid out cold in the rubble. Her body just totally gave out. Spotting the drop, G1 sprints over on rescue duty, frantically checking if Officer Kang survived that insane ejection. Maru quickly fills her in. She didn't just fall. She bled out way too much to stay conscious. He's totally baffled, questioning what the heck triggered her to go absolutely feral back there. That's when G1 drops massive lore, exposing that this cursed trap, it's literally her grandma's old place. Maru gets completely blindsided by the tragic reality. Her beloved granny and baby bro were butchered right here, by a rogue nutshell. The only reason Chana walked away was by hijacking the monster's own dark abilities. Hearing this tragic backstory, Maru finally gets why his teammate is spiraling. Meanwhile, Chaina is completely knocked out cold, her body basically rebooting after dumping way too much energy into that last attack. Yosok points out their one stroke of luck. The house didn't totally vaporize from the blast, but he drops a massive reality check they have to bail immediately before this place literally crushes them to death. Out of nowhere, Jiwon grabs a chunk of the shattered wall and asks if anyone remembers that one classic proverb. Smirking like she just cracked the code, she drops the quote, "Slow and steady wins the race," and you can literally see the light bulb go off in her head. The squad starts unleashing absolute hell on the walls, tagging in and out, but this creepy house is tanking every single hit without a scratch. Eden goes feral trying to carve an exit with his blade. But whatever this stuff is, it is basically impenetrable. He absolutely loses it, screaming that they are just wasting their time and they are absolutely doomed to die in this box. Fast forward a bit, and the whole crew is dead on their feet, gasping for air with zero progress to show for it. Maru wraps up his shift and just yeets the blade onto the floor, his energy reserves hitting rock bottom. But Eden violently shakes him back to reality, barking at him to get up because the rotation is back on him. Groaning, Maru drags himself up, whining about his muscles burning like crazy, not to mention he is literally starving and dehydrated. With zero other options, he snatches up the blade, bracing himself to hack away all over again. Right on cue, Chana jolts awake, snags her weapon, and casually declares she is up next. Maru's jaw drops, instantly telling her to sit back down, reminding her she is basically running on empty. But she shoots him this deadpan, intense glare, and brushes it off, claiming she is perfectly fine. She immediately starts hammering away at the barrier, while Maru locks his eyes on her, his anxiety going through the roof. Using the distraction, he randomly brings up the rumor he heard that this creepy trap used to be her grandma's crib. He adds that the immaculate, dust-free vibe of the place felt super suspicious, and bets she is the one secretly keeping it tidy. He pushes for an actual response, but she just gives him a blank stare, asking what he even wants to know, without missing a single swing. Out of nowhere, she drops a massive lore bomb. She is camping this spot, waiting for the exact monster that slaughtered her entire bloodline to show its ugly face again. Maru is completely thrown off and demands to know how she could possibly be so sure. Boom, we are violently pulled into a flashback, and we see a tiny, helpless version of Chana, shaking uncontrollably. She is curled into a tight ball in the corner, paralyzed by the absolute carnage unfolding outside her window. A towering demonic beast wielding a massive crimson scythe had crashed the party. Snapping back to reality, she explains that this particular freak of nature hit entirely different. Back in the memory, another entity materializes, a pitch-black silhouette piercing the darkness with glowing, unnatural eyes. The nightmare fuel figure creeps closer, radiating an insane aura of pure, suffocating dread. A single tear rolls down young Chana's cheek, perfectly reflecting the grotesque image of that absolute monster. The blur fades, revealing a horrific entity that looks straight up like a shadow demon in human shape. She drops the chilling truth. This thing had a brain, a twisted agenda, and wasn't just there for a mindless massacre. Chana then reveals the ticking clock. A massive swarm is invading in exactly 12 months, and that shadow freak is leading the charge. Maru pieces it together, asking if her whole revenge plot is the reason a cracked level 7 hunter like her is stuck on this island squad. She turns dead center to face him, challenging him on whether he judges her for being obsessed with getting payback. But he immediately shuts that down, confessing he isn't playing the heroic duty card either. He is literally just here for the fat paycheck. Chana fires back, dropping the fact that he is planning to ditch them for Soul, simply because the bag is way heavier over there, completely blindsiding Maru. Turns out, she totally spied on his secret conversation with Director Ildu, back when they were in the woods. She starts psychoanalyzing him, claiming she knows exactly why he operates like this, grouping him into a very specific category of people. But before she can finish, the entire crib starts violently quaking, totally ruining the moment. Yosok and Jiwon freak out at the massive tremors, questioning if the actual building is crawling away. The whole squad scrambles into the corridor as the terrifying walls kick off another crush cycle. They sprint for their lives through the collapsing structure, while debris rains down everywhere. Maru aggressively bites his lip, mentally agonizing over the cliffhanger, because he desperately needed to know what she was about to drop on him. Fast forward to daybreak, the sun peeks out, and the death trap house randomly resets to chill mode. The crew is slumped over, absolutely drained, while Eden questions if the death machine is finally on pause. Yoseok lets out a heavy breath and basically begs to know when the captain is going to swoop in and carry them out of this mess. But Jiwon bursts his bubble, explaining the boss is definitely delayed over in Busan, so a quick rescue is totally off the table. Over in the corner, Officer Kim is still face down on the floorboards, looking like a literal corpse. Maru and Eden just stare daggers at their teammate, completely flabbergasted that he is still catching Z's during a life-or-death crisis. Eden starts venting, furious that they are sweating blood to survive while this guy is treating it like nap time. Out of nowhere, the panic spikes again. The house is shifting, and this time, it is moving aggressively fast. Maru whips around, hyperventilating, yelling that they need to boot Kim awake right now. But a split second later, he shrieks in pure terror as Kim randomly rises to his feet, with his entire face grotesquely coated in fuzzy mold. Flashing a creepy smirk, Kim casually announces that his slow-burn masterpiece is finally complete. Right on cue, the deadbolted bedroom door clicks loudly, like an invisible key just turned. Bursting through the frame, the monster stumbles out, shrieking in absolute agony. The squad crowds around Kim, completely mind-blown, demanding to know what insane cheat code he just used. He smirks and drops his secret. He manipulates toxic mold spores, making him the ultimate slow-burn assassin. The crew goes wild, hyping him up and apologizing for thinking he was just dead weight this whole time. But Eden instantly kills the vibe, barking that story time is over, while violently pointing forward. The horrific beast is standing right in their personal space, whimpering and screeching as the mold literally eats it alive. But the victory is cut short as bizarre, shadowy handprints start manifesting all over the front door. Suddenly, a wave of identical Nachals spills through the doorway. These freaks are literally duplicating on the spot, morphing into a massive nightmare army right before their eyes. As the monstrous swarm floods the corridor, it's a massive, coordinated ambush. Panic sets in. Taking on a whole pack of level 7 Nachals blindly is basically a death sentence. The copycat beasts stampede forward, out for blood. Thinking fast, Channa barks an order at Officer Nam to cloak the squad immediately, while she readies her weapon for a bloodbath. Without hesitating, Nam flexes his ability, dropping a massive invisibility dome over them in a flash. Boom, the crew is totally ghosted, completely off the enemy radar. But Channa? She lets out an absolute war cry, and solo rushes the front line, diving headfirst into the meat grinder. She scores a brutal first strike, slashing her blade deep into the leading clone's chest. But the cramped corridor backfires on her, jamming her sword right into the concrete. Smelling blood, another freak launches itself at her, totally airborne and locked onto its prey. Rage and pure panic wash over her as she registers the lethal blind spot she just created. The Nachal unhinges its massive jaws, flashing rows of razor-sharp fangs, ready to end her. Out of absolute nowhere, Maruhan intercepts the strike and literally sinks his own teeth deep into the beast's neck. The monster shrieks in sheer agony, totally stunned that the prey just bit back. The second his teeth pierce its flesh, the freak violently convulses, breaking down into ash. Within seconds, the entire clone crumbles to absolute dust, right in Maruhan's grip. Yoseok frantically screams that the Nachals are trying to collapse the actual roof over their heads. But Maru isn't about to let them get crushed. His eyes flare up with this insane, glowing aura. Roaring with effort, he triggers his mirror ability, literally forcing the falling debris to reverse gravity. Both hands shoved skyward, he anchors the crumbling ceiling, holding off a total cave-in. Yoseok breathes a massive sigh of relief, hyping up how totally wild yet clutch that move was. But Maru drops the bad news. He's completely immobilized right as another creature creeps up his blind side. Before it can strike, Eden brutally snaps the monster's neck in one fluid motion. He barks at Maru to get his butt back inside the safe zone, roasting him for being a sitting duck. Shaken up, Maru yells back at Eden to watch his six, knowing this nightmare is far from finished. Too little, too late. A rogue clone violently sinks its fangs right into Eden's shoulder. Furious, Eden suddenly finds himself swarmed by a pack of these things, clawing and dragging him down from every angle. Out of nowhere, blinding rays of pure energy erupt from his body, tearing right through the mob of clones. The brilliant flash exposes the Nachal's actual form, a massive, nightmare fuel spider. The camera violently pans over to Jiwon Yun, who powers up the high-tech lens tracking on her glasses. Yoseok hollers for Eden to back up Channa, promising they'll keep Officer Han locked down and safe. Zero hesitation, Channa blitzes the swarm, dicing up every single freak blocking her lane. Eden instantly tags in, and the duo absolutely demolishes the enemy ranks in seconds. They go full beast mode, tag-teaming the carnage, slicing a massive trench right through the monster mob. Meanwhile, Maru and Yoseok are just standing there mind-blown, totally lost in the sauce. They even crack a joke about how staying visible is their way of carrying the team. Tapping into her scanner, Jiwon pieces together that every single clone is pouring out of one specific room. She flags Maru down, pointing out the insanely sus choke point, guessing the boss or loot is stashed inside. Catching her drift, Maru just bolts, leaving Yoseok screaming about where the heck he's going. Maru goes full throttle, blasting straight for the doorway, acting as the spawner for this ungodly army. Eyes locked and dead serious, he commands the duo to clear his lane to that room immediately. Channa and Eden exchange one look and instantly vibe with his absolutely unhinged strat. Firing off a massive combo strike, they blast a giant crater through the mob to give him a runway. Maru hits the gas, vaulting straight over the chaos, and dive bombs directly into the cursed room. He lands spinning, whipping up a literal tornado of pure energy to nuke the spawner. But the second he looks up, his blood runs cold, brain completely short-circuiting at the horrific sight. He just freezes, staring at a room packed wall-to-wall with paralyzed, stone-cold victims. Dead center sits the main boss, the original Nachal, acting as the sick puppet master behind this nightmare. Absolutely livid, Maru verbally trashes the coward for camping, while its dupes did the dirty work. Maru throws his hands up, roaring that if this beast wants a death match, it just booked front row seats. But the whole chamber starts violently imploding, forcing Maru to make a mad dash for his life. The entrance he just cleared starts sealing shut, exposing the whole setup as one massive, lethal trapdoor. Panic contorts his face as the crushing claustrophobia of the sealed tomb hits him. The gap shrinks at breakneck speed while Eden and Chana watch in pure horror from the outside. They're screaming at Maru to hustle, and Eden blindly shoves his arm through the closing gap to yank him free. Down to the absolute wire, Maru lunges, stretching for his bro's fingers. Their hands lock in a literal death grip, clutching salvation by a hair. Flexing everything he's got, Eden violently rips Maru upward, dragging him out at the very last millisecond. He violently chucks Maru onto the concrete right as the entire chamber implodes into nothingness behind them. The two guys just hit the deck, violently gasping for air, totally drained from the insane adrenaline spike. Out in the corridor, the rest of the squad is popping off, hyping up the fact that they actually survived the nightmare. Jiwon and Yoso gas Maru up, calling his gravity-defying mirror clutch absolutely goated, but Chana stays posted up in the back, her eyes locked on him with this intensely cold, suspicious glare. The corridor goes completely dead. No sound, zero movement, just a hazy cloud of debris slowly fading into the shadows. Cut to a crazy wholesome flashback, Chana laughing it up over dinner with her fam. Boom, reality check. We snap right back to the gritty present, where Maruhan rolls up on Officer Chana, needing a serious word. He drops a massive bombshell. With the original Nachal completely wiped off the map, his crazy abilities are totally offline. To stay in the game, he desperately needs a fresh supply of energy. His master plan? He straight up devours the leftover monster ash like a total maniac, leaving Yoseok standing there absolutely gagging at the freak show. Swiping the residue off his mouth, Maru totally blanks his coworker's stunned face. He casually drops a, "Lucky there's still enough debris lying around this place for round 2. Dropping to his knees, he starts scraping up every ounce of floor grime to fuel his abilities. Eden and the squad just stare, completely clueless about what goes on inside Maruhan's head. He marches right up to the massive crater he punched in the drywall and shoves his hands against the edges, trying to knit the damage back together. He mutters under his breath about the material shortage, but keeps sweating over the repair job anyway. That is, until Chana's hand gently lands on his forearm. "You can stop," she whispers, pouring pure gratitude into those words. She locks eyes with him. For a split second, the heavy air vanishes, replaced by her soft, quiet smile. The crushing weight she'd been carrying was finally gone. Together, they gaze at the patched-up drywall as golden hour rays spill through the glass. That precious family doodle survives without a scratch, a perfect little monument to what once was. Cut to a completely different vibe over at headquarters. Fast forward a bit, and Captain Dokman Go bursts through the doors, absolutely buzzing, hyping up some massive surprise he brought back. Cue the crickets. The bullpen is an absolute ghost town, not a single soul hunched over their monitors. He rips off his specs, internally groaning about his squad going rogue again. His radar immediately pings toward the lounge, figuring the whole crew is slacking off in there. He jiggles the knob, only to hit a dead end. Someone barricaded it from the inside. Right on cue, his cell blows up. Caller ID reads Director Ildu Jung. Deokman hits accept, bracing himself for whatever the boss man wants. The big boss wastes zero time, demanding to know why on earth Maruhan hard-passed on the elite soul division. A sly little grin creeps onto Deokman's face. He totally saw this coming. Through the lounge window, you can spot Chana and Jiwon dead to the world, catching some well-deserved rest. It hits Deokman right then. Maru curved the promotion, because this ragtag group of misfits is his actual family. Suddenly, the wholesome vibe shatters. Bam! We get jump-scared by a brutal flashback. Pitch-black energy absolutely shreds Maru to pieces, swallowing him whole. Someone is shrieking his name with pure, gut-wrenching terror, bouncing around inside this apocalyptic nightmare. And then snap back to reality. 7 hours earlier, Maruhan is stretching his jaw with a massive yawn. Trudging to the office, he's having a total existential crisis about hating his 9-to-5 so early on. Every step feels like walking through wet cement, completely drained. From throwing hands with that Nachal, a blaring horn rips him out of his thoughts, and he whips around, looking ready to murder whoever interrupted him. This ridiculously sleek white supercar slams on the brakes right at his toes, flexing on the whole street. Quote, roll down the window, and surprise, it's Eden Seonwoo, hitting him. With that signature rich kid glare, we get a split-second replay of Eden and Chana screaming their lungs out, begging Maru to flee for his life. But our boy just saunters up, plastering on the fakest grin imaginable, and begs to shotgun a ride to HQ. Without batting an eye, Eden deadpan tells him to go kick rocks. He floors the gas, peeling out and leaving Maru practically choking on exhaust fumes and pure rage. Yosuk jogs up a minute later, side-eyeing the phantom tire tracks and calling out the weird vibes. They hit the pavement together, mutually trauma-bonding over Eden being an absolute menace. Yosuk straight up roasts him, claiming all that cash and face card mean literally nothing when your personality is garbage, meaning the guy is definitely a loner. They crack up, dying at the roast, though Maru secretly admits to himself that he'd kill for that kind of bank account. Smash, cut to the exterior of the agency building. It's just another daily grind as they tiptoe inside, tossing out the lowest energy morning greetings humanly possible. Out of nowhere, Captain Diokman ambushes him with off-the-charts hype, dubbing him their shiny new Rank 7 operative. Maru's brain short-circuits, demanding to know what kind of ranking nonsense the Cap is talking about. Jiwon jumps in to translate. Dude literally snacked on a Tier 7 monster, making it a massive win. Dokman is so stoked, he absolutely wallops Maru between the shoulder blades, hyping up his insane progression speed. Wincing from the impact, Maru can't even hide his grin. The boy is finally tasting respect. Yoseok chimes in, hyping up his gluttony skill as an absolute cheat code for leveling up. Riding that adrenaline wave, Maru slams his knuckles into the desk, practically vibrating with main character energy. Of course, Eden instantly ruins the vibe, barking at the peanut gallery to shut up and clock in. Maru's blood boils, convinced the rich kid is just salty about his crazy stat boosts. Yosuk runs interference, gripping his shoulder and telling him to drop the aggro. Right then, Chaina materializes from behind, pulling the classic, "we need to talk privately" move. Fast forward to the rooftop. Chaina hits up the vending machine, tossing him a drink. They grab a spot on a weathered bench, and Maru prompts her to spill the tea. Fidgeting a little, she drops a super genuine thank you for pulling off that miracle back at her grandma's spot. He plays it cool, brushing off the heroics. But her tone shifts, she casually drops that the whole ordeal confirmed a massive theory. Leaning into his personal space, she admits the gut feeling she had from day one totally makes sense now. Maru's pulse skyrockets, his brain immediately screaming, she's down bad, until she torpedoes that fantasy by saying she always knew his rank 1 status was total nonsense. He freezes, completely mind-blown, totally lost in the sauce. She breaks it down. Nobody fresh out of the academy, rocks regeneration, and absorption hacks that overpowered. Pinning him with a serious glare, Chana demands to know if he had tangled with a Nashal before his awakening. Maru's brain short-circuits, completely rejecting the idea. How do you just wipe a core memory like that? Before he can even process it, this thick, blood-red mist starts bleeding out from the building next door. The vibe instantly turns toxic, choking the air right out of his lungs. Maru's pulse skyrockets, hammering violently against his ribs. Only, this isn't anxiety, it's straight-up, paralyzing dread. A gargantuan, twisted foot stomps out of the pitch-black shadows, leaving him frozen, trying to comprehend what nightmare just spawned. The beast fully steps into view, flexing jagged, razor-sharp fangs and eyes that burn like literal hellfire. Completely spooked, he grips his shirt over his chest, desperately hoping his brain is just feeding him another hallucination-induced panic attack. His grip fails. The soda can slips through his fingers, smacking the concrete with a loud clatter. Hearing the noise, Chana rushes over, her face completely panicked as she asks if he's all right. Burying his face in his hands, he stammers out that his mind keeps flashing these horrifying, glitchy visions. Without skipping a beat, she locks her fingers through his with an iron grip, anchoring him back to the real world. Looking dead in his eyes, she promises nothing can touch him while she's on watch. The zero personal space instantly shorts out Maru's brain, turning his face beet red. He's totally speechless, leaving her convinced he's hiding some crazy dark backstory. Right on cue, the captain barges in, completely obliterating the mood, demanding to know what the heck they are doing. Maru instantly short-circuits, waving his arms around like a maniac, and aggressively denying everything. Chana just stands up, deadpanning that romance is pointless when they're probably all gonna end up as Monster Chow anyway. That absolute savage reply hits Maru right in the chest, forcing him to mumble that he wasn't even interested in the first place. But internally, his brain is spiraling, wondering if she's dodging him specifically, or just the concept of love itself. The rejection stings so bad he practically melts into the bench, absolutely soul-crushed. The captain mercilessly roasts him for getting curved, though the whole interaction leaves a weird taste in Maru's mouth. Chana, though, she completely zones out, staring off into the distance, totally trapped in her own headspace. Smash cut back to headquarters, where the daily grind is finally wrapping up. G1 barks out a 1-hour warning, ordering the squad to run their final dust meter sweeps. Gear clicks and zips as the crew preps for deployment, on what should be a completely boring, standard mountain patrol. Trekking up the steep terrain side by side, the silence between them is insanely loud. Maru is practically sweating, cursing the captain for making things so intensely awkward, until they finally spot the sensor. Whipping out her stylus, Chaina immediately gets to work, logging every single stat and anomaly straight into her datapad. Watching her, Maru mentally slaps himself. Romance doesn't matter when you're literally fighting to see tomorrow. A cold sweat breaks out on his neck, realizing they are flying blind against these so-called nachos. Right at that exact second, a sharp, piercing ringtone slices through the dead silence. They both freeze, scanning the trees for the noise. Recognizing the emergency signal, Chana scrambles to yank out her comms and hits accept. Yusok's frantic, static-filled voice explodes through the speaker. The captain just got ambushed by a nachal. Choking on his own blood, he desperately tries to relay the target's coordinates, but the audio cuts out into this horrific, spine-chilling feedback loop. Screaming into the mic, Chana begs Officer Nam to respond, but gets absolutely nothing but dead air. She lowers the device, her face completely drained of color, while Maru just stares at her, clueless and terrified. Her voice shakes as she drops the bomb. A level 10 veteran, their captain, just got folded by a nachal. Maru's jaw hits the floor just as she screams that the beast is currently hunting them down, flipping their survival instincts into overdrive. She rips her blade from its sheath, fully aware they are up against an absolute boss-level threat. Through the swirling dust cloud, a massive, warped shadow starts creeping toward their position. Adrenaline spiking, they brace themselves, tracking the abomination as it casually strolls into the light. The dust clears, revealing a grotesque nightmare with a massive, gaping crater in its skull. And then, it speaks. Greetings. Maru and Chana instantly short-circuit, their brains absolutely failing to process a talking monster. To make things weirder, the demon actually bows, politely asking if they have a minute to chat. Maru is literally stun-locked, completely mind-blown, that a flesh-eating nachal is trying to have a civilized debate. Snapping him out of it, Chana whispers that they just ran into an ultra-rare variant, a speaking nachal. The freakish beast then holds up its hands in surrender, swearing it isn't looking for a bloodbath, but purely a friendly exchange of words. Not buying this garbage for a second, Maru steps up, demanding to know what the hell a monster could possibly want to discuss. Chaina aggressively tugs his arm, hissing at him to shut up before they get tricked like the captain did. But Maru stands his ground, arguing that this is literally their one shot to snag some insider intel. Completely brushing off her panic, he stares down the beast and bluntly demands its origin story. Its voice drops an octave, echoing with pure malice as it claims to hail from the abyss. The cryptic answer totally throws Maru off guard, since that location doesn't exist on any map he's ever seen. Stretching its face into a totally cursed grin, the monster clarifies that this abyss sits at the very bedrock of literal hell. It's the final dumping ground for the damned, a VIP section of endless, suffocating darkness. Hearing this casually dropped lore leaves Maru's brain spinning, deeply disturbed but weirdly hooked on the dark truth. His pulse redlines as the horrific puzzle pieces finally start snapping together, a sickening theory that the monster gleefully confirms right to his face. Every single nachal walking the earth used to be human. The bombshell hits Maru and Chana like a freight train, completely shattering their entire reality. Flashbacks of every brutal slaughter flood Maru's mind, as he realizes they've been fighting mutated humans this whole time. A violent wave of nausea hits him like a truck, suddenly remembering the questionable meat rations he's been wolfing down at camp. Gagging on pure revulsion, his stomach violently rebels, and he aggressively pukes his guts out right onto the dirt. Unbothered by the absolute mess, the monster literally points a claw at the hunched-over teen, politely asking if it's his turn to ask a question now. Maruhan tries to figure out what this twisted freak wants to ask, but Chana violently yanks his arm, shutting down the chat right there. She screams at him to cut the chatter with the beast, dropping major red flags about how lethal this thing actually is. Sure, the creep is acting all well-mannered, but Chana insists it is a total trap. Flashbacks hit her hard. This is the exact same nightmare that jumped her squad. Not wasting a single second, she snaps into combat mode. In a flash, she summons a wicked crimson scythe out of thin air, totally locked in for a brawl. Catching on to her aggro vibe, the Nashal simply throws its hands up. It begs her to chill, claiming it wants zero smoke today. Yeah, right. Tuning out the lies, she launches herself straight at the mutant. She goes in for a flawless, merciless swing, aiming to slice this nightmare into pieces. Right at that millisecond, the beast drops a psychological nuke. Wiping it off the map will not bring her little brother back. That sentence literally paralyzes Chana mid-jump. The trauma completely short-circuits her brain. Capitalizing on her shock, the Nashal effortlessly blocks her razor-sharp blade with just one finger, promising to spill the dark truth. Flashing a twisted grin, it whispers that her sibling crossing the Rainbow Bridge is 100% on her. That heavy guilt trip sends her heart rate off the charts. Maru is screaming his lungs out in the background, trying to snap her out of it. Suddenly, the camera rewinds, plunging us straight into the terrifying day the monster originally struck. We see her little bro stepping up as a human shield. The kid was absolutely terrified, shaking in his boots, but he still held the line for his big sister. He is hollering at her to book it and never look back. But the fiend ruthlessly blitzes him, landing a devastating, unaliving strike straight through his chest. A younger Chana is frantically dragging herself across the dirt, fighting to reach him. She scoops his fragile body into her embrace, forced to watch his life fade out right before her eyes. His tiny hand just drops flat, a brutal sign that he is permanently gone. Completely shattered, she lets out a soul-crushing wail, totally destroyed by the trauma. Snap back to current time, and Shauna is completely zoned out, with crimson fluid trickling down her chin. The freak just keeps piling on the mental torture, breaking her down until she collapses onto the dirt, totally drained of her will to brawl. Catching her horrific state, Maru sprints into action, screaming Officer Kang's name at the top of his lungs. He slides in just in time to catch her, absolutely dumbfounded by the wreckage. He spots a massive, invisible strike directly over her heart, watching a terrifying red stain rapidly spread across her shirt. Maru glares daggers at the mutant, his brain doing gymnastics, trying to process the hit. The thing literally did not even twitch a muscle, but the Nahal just brushes off the drama, casually asking if they can get back to their chat. Maru is not having it. Staying low beside his fallen comrade, he tells the abomination to zip its mouth immediately. Hitting his boiling point, he shoots up, roaring that this trash-tier creature has zero right to even breathe her name. Channeling every ounce of his raw fury, he delivers a meteor-level right hook directly into the Nachal's jaw. The kinetic force is so insane that it launches the beast through the air like a ragdoll, slamming it brutally into the terrain. But Maru is locked in on pure demon mode, revving up to combo this monster into the dirt. Out of nowhere, though, the Nachal drops another mocking one-liner, casually reminding Maru that he is the exact same dude Channa friend-zoned a while back. That sentence acts like a glitch in the Matrix. Maru freezes mid-punch, suddenly paralyzed. In a split second, a phantom force rips right through his body, quicker than a blink. A blinding agony erupts in his chest, mimicking the exact same invisible strike Channa took. Furious and desperate to save face, he coughs up a mouthful of red, screaming that he totally was not rejected. As his eyesight starts to pixelate, he mentally curses his luck he did not even make it far enough to officially get his heart broken. Fighting through the damage, Maruhan aggressively copes, trying to convince his own brain he just respects her chill vibe and raw power. Meanwhile, Chaina is a sobbing mess nearby, absolutely spiraling over failing her ultimate duty as an older sibling. Catching her brutal breakdown, Maru goes wide-eyed, crimson liquid pouring past his lips. He hacks up another heavy wave of red, finally connecting the dots. This freak is literally weaponizing emotional damage. The Nachal casually scoops up a boulder, flexing about how human feelings are the ultimate nerf. Strolling closer, it brags about being completely numb to all that trauma, even back in its human days. The beast then aggressively barks at Maru, demanding to know why the boy left him on red. It starts preaching that empathy is exactly why their squad leader took the L. Totally bored with the lecture, the Nachal hoists the massive rock up high, gearing up to flatline both of them permanently. Sweating bullets, Maru realizes that the only counter to this madness is a literal psycho with zero empathy, when out of absolutely nowhere, the boulder violently halts in mid-air, blocked by a transparent barrier. The sheer kinetic backlash sends devastating shockwaves that physically shatter the Nachal's armor like cheap glass. From the shadows, a leather-gloved hand smoothly rests on Maru's shoulder. Enter Eden. Looking down with pure disgust, he asks why the level 1 rookie is taking a nap in the dirt. A massive wave of relief washes over Maru, instantly recognizing their squad's resident sociopath, the ultimate wildcard. Snatching Maru by the jacket collar, Eden coldly orders him to wipe that goofy grin off his face. Surprisingly, the Nachal just brushes off the heavy counterattack like it was a mosquito bite. Eden raises an eyebrow. Genuinely shocked, this freak did not get instantly wiped from the server. The mutant violently snaps its twisted neck back into alignment, bragging about its indestructible vocal cords. Flexing its ego, the beast roasts the duo for being low-tier trash, daring them to crank up the difficulty if they actually want to win. Absolutely triggered, the two boys square up side by side, throwing curses at this yapping nightmare. The camera pans out. It is officially Maruhan and Eden Sionwoo, locked in a deadly standoff against the Nachal, right in the heart of the wasteland. Clutching his battered chest, Maruhan drops the intel that this thing weaponizes traumatic flashbacks for critical damage. But Eden, being dangerously arrogant, completely tunes him out, cockily telling the rookie to grab some popcorn and enjoy the carry. Rolling his eyes, Maruhan realizes his teammate might actually be more unhinged than the villain itself. He straight up decides to back him up. Eden starts limbering up, popping his knuckles and locking into battle mode. The dude's raw power is absolutely insane. Just shifting his weight literally splinters the concrete beneath his boots. The Notchel tries playing mind games, claiming Eden's legendary dad views him as a total disappointment. But our guy does not even blink, marching straight ahead, absolutely obliterating one of the monster's clones into dust. That is when the beast drops a massive nuke, exposing that Eden's mom ended her own life, dragging his darkest trauma out into the open. The icy composure drops from Eden's face, proving that psychological strike did massive damage. A brutal flashback hits, showing the absolute nightmare he lived through as a kid. Maruhan stands there totally stunned. Zero clue his teammate carried that kind of heavy baggage. He instantly regrets stereotyping the guy, realizing Eden was not just some entitled Nepo baby after all. Noticing Eden is mentally crashing, Maruhan figures he better tag himself into the ring. But he freezes dead in his tracks, totally caught off guard, watching Eden stand completely paralyzed before the beast. Suddenly, Eden's lips twist into this unhinged, psycho smirk as he stares down the creature, daring it to find an issue. He instantly rockets forward, screaming at the top of his lungs that his mother's weakness was not on him. Eyes dead and hollow, he drops the ultimate brutal logic. Only the absolute apex predators make it in this universe. The Notchal just cackles, throwing his logic right back and swearing Eden is the one destined to get wiped out. The creature keeps pushing his buttons, roasting him by claiming he is even more pathetic than Maru. That specific stray bullet absolutely short-circuits Eden's brain, leaving him standing there completely dumbfounded. Out of nowhere, Maruhan launches his own body into the crossfire, tanking the monster's lethal strike. The Notchal's razor blade tongue spears straight through Maru's flesh. Even while dripping blood, he successfully shielded his bro. Clenching his teeth, he reveals he cracked the monster's attack pattern. It weaponizes your trauma to break your focus, then goes for the kill shot with that freaky tongue. Right on cue, Chaina Kong teleports into the frame like an absolute blur, executing a flawlessly timed strike. Her blade cleanly severs the Notchal's tongue, sending the abomination into a shrieking frenzy of pure agony. Having completely neutralized the threat, she glances back to check on her boys. Chaina hits an iconic pose, hair blowing in the wind, giving pure main character energy. Maruhan is instantly down bad, mentally crowning her the most badass girl to ever exist. He quickly slaps some sense into his own head, knowing this is not the time to be simping. Noticing his teammate is still totally out of it, he grabs him by the shoulders and shakes the life into him, screaming at him to snap out of it. But Eden is just glitching out, muttering about being weaker than Maru, leaving the rookie scratching his head. Maru chuckles under his breath, finally clocking that the elite fighter's ego was severely bruised. Trying to reboot the guy's brain, he starts lightly punting the depressed Eden, telling him to ignore the stupid monster's trash talk. Maru loudly hypes him up, shouting that sure, he himself is decent, but Eden is on a totally different level of overpowered. The second that glaze of validation hits, Eden's face shifts, finally snapping out of his emo spiral. A cocky smirk creeps back onto his face, as he claims Maru is a literal level 1 noob who is way too easily played. With the squad officially locked in again, Eden declares they need to flatline this beast before nightfall. Maru eyes the writhing Notchal, dropping a warning that getting into melee range is suicide, while that tongue is active. Chana immediately steps up to the plate, volunteering to throw down while the freak is muted. But Eden throws an arm out, shutting her down and making it clear she is benched for this round. Suddenly, Chana glances down at her coat, realizing her gash is still actively bleeding out. Eden drops the heavy lore. That specific curse wound only patches up if they slaughter the source monster. Reading the room, Maruhan decides to go full send, blitzing the creature with absolutely everything in his tank. He immediately starts talking massive trash to the monster, playing the ultimate decoy to pull all its aggro. Realizing the creature took the bait hook, line, and sinker, he knows his opening has officially arrived. He screams at Eden to guard Chaina with his life, announcing he is about to unleash his brand new abilities on this freak. But Eden roasts him as a total moron, reminding him his special skill set only activates inside tight, enclosed environments. Fighting through the pain, Chana shrieks at the top of her lungs, begging Eden to get over there and save Maru immediately. Zero hesitation, Eden explodes off the starting line like a bullet to bail out his reckless teammate. He pushes his agility to the absolute limit, desperate to cross the gap before someone ends up in a body bag. Meanwhile, Maruhan barely sidesteps a lethal whip from the Notchal's tongue, missing decapitation by a literal hair. Panic officially sets in as he scans the area, realizing it is completely wide open, zero structures around to trigger his spatial powers. Completely out of options, a loud blaring horn suddenly blasts right behind his skull. A sleek white ride slams its brakes, drifting through the dirt and screeching to a halt right on the curb. Eden kicks the passenger door wide open, screaming at Maru to get inside for a clutch getaway. Maru literally swan dives into the passenger seat. Eden violently yanks the door shut, artificially creating the exact sealed environment they needed to pull this off. Seeing red, the Nashal goes completely feral, charging full speed to crush the ride and devour the snacks inside. To the brain-dead monster, the vehicle looks like a flimsy tin can waiting to be popped. But from the driver's seat, Maruhan screams through the glass, funneling the beast's rage right at his face. The abomination body slams the metal, playing directly into the agent's 400 IQ play. Eden capitalizes on the split-second window, making sure the trap is absolutely secured, locking Maru inside the kill box. He hypes him up, screaming that the area is now officially sealed, proving the car with the ultimate makeshift arena. Locked in the ride, Maruhan's true overpowered abilities finally switch online. He flashes a wild, desperate grin, fully accepting that this might be his final boss battle. Outside, the beast's fleshy whip slices through the air, aiming to punch straight through the chassis. But in a split second, the monster's momentum hits a brick wall. It tries to push forward, its tiny brain totally failing to comprehend the god-tier invisible force radiating from the vehicle that has it completely pinned down. Boom! Maru's hand clamps around the beast's throat like an absolute vice. The Notchall freezes up, completely mind-blown over how this dude just clipped out of the crushed ride. The shattered windows reflect an icy glare. Our boy is locked onto his target, totally flipping the script and taking control of the entire situation. Deep inside the wreck, his ability kicks into maximum overdrive, spawning a massive wave of flawless copies. Suddenly, an absolute tidal wave of limbs smashes straight through the glass, locking dead onto their prey. The fiend starts totally freaking out, getting jumped from every single angle by this ravenous mob. What happens next is straight out of a nightmare. The duplicate army rips into the beast, showing zero hesitation and zero mercy. Ear-piercing shrieks echo through the air while the onslaught keeps coming. Inch by inch, the doppelgangers pull the thrashing monstrosity right back into the metal tomb. Meanwhile, Eden is outside going absolute feral, hammering his fists against the frame and screaming for him to bail. It makes zero sense to him why his reckless bro is staying inside, cranking his anxiety all the way up to 100. Right on cue, Chana sprints onto the scene, her voice shaking as she begs to know what just went down with Maru. Back in the driver's seat, the demon starts playing mind games, pleading for its life. It actually has the nerve to compare him to his own dad, claiming they share the exact same brutal sickness. That specific taunt hits like a freight train, ripping open a dark childhood memory of his old man crossing the line. The sheer trauma and suffocating dread crash over his chest all over again, flooding his brain with the past. He vividly recalls feeling totally trapped, thrashing around wildly while his father pinned him down with iron grips. The man's face held zero guilt, coldly spitting out that it was just something that had to happen. Snapping back to reality, the fiend keeps digging the knife in, asking if losing his dad actually felt like a massive win. Totally shell-shocked, Maru starts violently smacking his own face, desperately trying to snap out of this twisted illusion. But the psychological damage is way too heavy, forcing thick crimson drops to start pouring out of his ears. Pushed to the brink, he lets out a gut-wrenching roar, ordering the parasite to get out of his head right now. Catching a glimpse of the agent breaking down, a sick, twisted grin spreads across the beast's face. It unhinges its jaw, gearing up to drop another massive wave of mind-bending torture. Except, Maru roars right back, claiming those mind tricks mean literally nothing if he is completely deaf to them. He throws himself straight into the chaos. The copies instantly clamp down on the entity's jaw, dead set on shutting it up for good, while a single phantom double tightly balls up its fist. It channels every single ounce of power into one ultimate strike. A blinding flash of pure energy ignites inside the cabin, and the sheer gravitational force starts crumpling the vehicle like a soda can. Chana loses her mind, shrieking for him to hit the brakes on this crazy suicide move. Eden wastes zero time, hooking his arm around her and yanking her safely out of the blast radius. The hunk of metal keeps caving inward, groaning under the insane pressure until it reaches its absolute breaking point, detonating into a massive geyser of crimson and sending jagged shrapnel flying in every direction. As the smoke clears, Chana catches a crucial detail in the fallout. The entity's lingering dark mist has completely vanished from the air. Both agents are just frozen, staring blankly at the flattened scrap metal as the grim reality of the fight sets in. She immediately bolts toward the smoking ruins, shouting that they have to dig him out as soon as possible. But Eden throws an arm out to block her, his voice heavy with grief, as he drops the hard truth. Nobody is walking away from a hit like that. But Chana whips around, eyes burning with stubborn fire, reminding him that the kid's regeneration stats are totally off the charts. She starts clawing at the twisted steel like a madwoman, yelling that the clock is ticking, and they have to reach him before the residual energy fades out completely. She is practically ripping the chassis apart barehanded, while Eden just stands there, totally speechless. A second later, something clicks, and he rips away a heavy chunk of debris himself, going all in to back up his squad mate. Bubbling with frustration, he curses Maru out loudly, calling him a total moron for turning the ride into a pancake, while still riding shotgun. Cut to our main guy, drifting completely numb through a pitch-black, endless dimension. There is zero sign of the demon anywhere, making him wonder if he actually managed to secure the win. That is, until the very last thing that Fiend muttered. Right before it got dusted, echoes in his brain. The freak was desperately trying to drop a warning, heavily hinting at something huge. Then it hits him. The ultimate chilling phrase, it screamed. The abyss. The monster swore up and down that this dark force was hunting him on purpose, and told him never to forget its signature call. Our boy is left heavily scratching his head, having absolutely no clue what this cryptic message was supposed to mean. Out of nowhere, the phantom's voice rips through the void, shrieking at him to open his freaking eyes. Jolted, like he just took a lightning bolt to the chest, he snaps awake in reality, sweating bullets, and having zero clue which way is up. Then, completely ruining the serious vibe, his stomach lets out a massive, thunderous growl. Except, it is not hunger. A shadowy, jagged claw violently tears its way out from his very core. The scene shifts, showing this pitch-black abomination tackling a much younger Maru straight to the dirt. The beast locks eyes with him, flashing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, totally primed for the kill shot. Paralyzed by absolute terror, the kid internally panics, trying to process what kind of nightmare fuel just dropped out of the sky. The shadow snarls mere inches from his nose, radiating raw, unfiltered bloodlust. In a deeply disturbing, gravelly whisper, it demands to know if his memory has finally been jogged. The sheer weight of the vision leaves present-day Maru completely frozen in shock. The sequence fully pulls us into the past, showing tiny Maru shaking like a leaf against a massive, world-ending threat. It is a completely different entity, a heavily mutated, brutally savage, and downright demonic evolution of the monsters they usually face. The fiend licks its chops, practically drooling as it prepares to snack on some fresh prey. The terrified boy tugs desperately at his dad's sleeve, sobbing that they need to dip before they get eaten. Instead of comforting him, his old man violently yanks him up by the collar, his face twisted in absolute fury. He snaps back a hard negative, barking that his own son is going to be the one throwing hands with this beast. The kid's brain short-circuits, crying and asking why he is being thrown into the meat grinder. Without a shred of warmth, his father deadpans that stealing the fiend's unique buff is completely non-negotiable. He casually drops the bomb that hunting this thing is their one and only VIP ticket straight into the legendary abyss. And just like that, the guy violently hurls his own flesh and blood into the dirt, serving him up on a silver platter right under the monster's nose. Tiny Maru is frozen, shaking and sobbing on the dirt floor, absolutely petrified. Then, the beast leaps forward with a brutal roar, tearing into the kid with zero hesitation. Cut back to the present. Eden spots a tiny speck of remaining dust and goes for a Hail Mary, tossing it straight at the wrecked ride. But it's nowhere near enough to patch Maru up. Panicking, Eden sprints toward the mangled metal, desperate to pull off a miracle. Inside, pure carnage. Maruhan's body is a shattered, bloody mess. Eden and Chana just stare, completely paralyzed by the horror. They can barely process the absolute bloodbath. Eden swallows hard, admitting defeat. They were too late, and their healing dust was totally tapped out. Chana drops to her knees beside the scrap metal. Eden just looks away, totally checked out and utterly hopeless. But she refuses to quit. She grips Maru's cold hand, begging to know if he's still in there. Out of nowhere, his fingers squeeze back, hard. Chana gasps, and they both watch with their jaws on the floor. Something insane is happening to his ruined body. He's literally generating his own glowing yellow dust exactly like a nachal. Right before their eyes, shredded muscle and shattered bone knit back together at terrifying speed. Then, Maru simply stands up, spotless. His eyes are glowing, glaring with absolute menace. Eden and Chana are absolutely reeling. This guy just regenerated from a mangled corpse in seconds. But the badass moment doesn't last. He instantly flatlines, hitting the deck like a sack of bricks. A second later, he's drooling. Then comes the obnoxious snoring. The dude is out cold. His teammates just stand there, completely mind-blown by the absolute absurdity. Eden loses his absolute mind. He starts stomping on the guy, shrieking at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what kind of freak he is. Maru jerks awake, everything hurting, totally clueless as to why his own squadmate is jumping him. Eden yanks him up by the collar, screaming about the yellow dust. "You're acting like a nachal." Maru freezes. The memories hit him like a truck, the devouring monster from his childhood. He stammers out that this consuming power isn't some new upgrade. He's been carrying this curse since he was a little kid. The trauma floods back, and he drops a bombshell. His own dad forced this twisted power onto him. Inside, He's still agonizing over why his own flesh and blood would do something so sick. The flashback hits too hard. He gags, emptying his stomach all over the ground. Eden jumps back, still yelling at him to spit out the truth. Chana shoves Eden back, snapping that Maru is literally having a panic attack and needs space. She shoots Eden a death glare, making it crystal clear. What just went down does not leave this room. Period. Eden pushes back hard, arguing that they're rolling with a half-monster, and headquarters needs to know as soon as possible. But Chana tries to talk him off the ledge, pointing out they still don't understand his dust-making weirdness. Freaking out, Eden asks what happens if Maru goes full psycho monster on them. Chana doesn't even blink. She locks eyes with him and drops straight facts. She trusts the rookie, and he'd never turn on them. Eden turns his back, his mind doing mental gymnastics over this whole mess. He plays it off like he's totally chill, swearing he couldn't care less if the new kid crashes and burns. He takes a step away, but he's still side-eyeing the hell out of the situation. And honestly, despite her tough talk, Chana is secretly wondering if putting her faith in Maru is a massive mistake. Fast forward to the next day. An exhausted Maru is nodding off on a crowded subway train. His mind drifts back to that freaky, devouring Nachel, terrified that he's slowly morphing into a beast himself. A single tear slips down his face, the kid feeling completely and utterly isolated. Suddenly, he catches his reflection in the window, but a straight-up monster is staring back. Panic spikes, and he trips over his own feet, crashing backward. He scares the living daylights out of the commuters around him. A familiar voice snaps him out of it, asking why he's acting like a total weirdo in public. It's Officer Nam. Flustered, Maru mumbles an apology about seeing things. He tries to reach out to his coworker for some backup, but gets violently shut down. Yosuk coldly drops that he has a strict rule about not talking to coworkers off the clock. That stings. This grumpy dude was basically the only guy Maru felt a tiny bit safe with. Right on cue, Yosuk's cell buzzes, picking up a call from his buddy. Smash cut to a local dive bar, where Yosiok links up with his friend for a planned hangout. Catching a serious buzz, Yosuk pressures his friend Wooju to demand a transfer and ditch his current squad as soon as possible. Wooju nods along, but quickly spots an uninvited guest crashing their table. It's Maru, aggressively downing a drink. Yosiok glares, demanding to know why this stalker followed him. Slurring his words, Maru confesses his life is totally spinning out, and he just couldn't face being alone right now. He's super hyped to meet a guy from a totally different unit, asking why Wooju wants to bounce. Letting out a heavy sigh, Wooju mutters that his crew is just a massive headache to deal with. Yosiok isn't having it. He gets loud, calling Cap and stating straight up that they're targeting him. Maru's jaw drops. Dude is dealing with toxic workplace bullying. Yosiok rants that Wooju is way too soft, and all he needed to do was screw up on purpose to get kicked out. The wild twist? Yosiok used to be on that exact same toxic squad, and he took the absolute worst beatings of them all. Seeing red, Maru shouts, demanding to know what kind of messed up unit treats their own like garbage. Yosuk looks dead serious, calling them absolute human trash, pure evil. A dark silhouette of this squad flashes on screen, looking like a crew of absolute nightmares. Maru goes quiet, chewing on the idea of these so-called bad guys working for the agency. Yosuk drops a chilling final warning. The service is crawling with scumbags who are way more lethal than any actual Nachal. Eden's warning echoes in his mind, the terrifying reality that he might mutate into a complete freak. That thought alone sends shivers down Maru's spine. He's terrified of turning into the very thing they hunt. Cut to the next scene. Maru is lugging a completely wasted Wooju, practically hauling the guy on his back. Exhausted, he groans to Yosuk, begging to know if they were almost there. Finally, they pull up to their spot, a quiet little noodle joint owned by Wooju's folks. Yosuk sighs in relief, mentioning they just gotta dump their passed-out buddy and bounce. But the second he cracks that door open, dead in his tracks, total paralysis. Staring right back at him is his old squad, the exact same toxic crew that made his life a living nightmare. They are literally chilling right there in the dining room. Panic sets in, and Yosiok instantly bolts, sprinting for his life. But his blind panic backfires as he crashes hard into this absolute unit of a guy, blocking the exit. The giant smirks wickedly, mocking how they came hunting for Wooju but caught Yosuk as a bonus prize. Zero hesitation. This red-haired menace delivers a devastating right hook, shattering Yosuk's guard. He then ruthlessly curb stomps the poor guy's head into the floorboards, barking that he should have kept his mouth shut and transferred in silence. The massive dude just keeps raining down kicks, viciously promising payback for snitching. That is when Maruhan steps up, tightly gripping the attacker's wrist and reminding him they wear the same uniform. Clearly ticked off by the sudden interference, the thug shoots Maru a death glare, demanding to know who this random kid is. Standing tall, Maru drops his name and proudly reps the Gangwa Island Division, mentioning Officer Nam. The bully bursts into maniacal laughter, roasting them as the ultimate reject squad. Before Maru can react, the guy unleashes a haymaker, screaming at the rookie to keep his filthy hands off. The sheer force of the strike launches Maru through the air, sending him violently crashing into the restaurant's tiles. Striding over, the aggressor spits venom, degrading the new kid as absolute garbage. Meanwhile, a different gang member takes a cheap shot at Yosak, yelling how much he genuinely despises pathetic weaklings. The crew absolutely jumps him, savagely wailing on the defenseless guy, while he is already down. The ringleader pivots back to Maru, spitting out that his mom and dad must deeply regret bringing him into this world. That crosses the line. Something dark shatters inside Maru's mind, and this eerie, glowing golden dust starts leaking from his jaw. The cramped noodle joint goes from incredibly hostile to a straight-up ticking time bomb. Eyes blazing with pure murderous intent, Maruhan drags himself up, shifting into total combat mode. Right across the room, the psycho keeps bashing Yosuk, roaring about the betrayal. He literally promised to end Yosuk's life if their paths ever crossed again, and he was fully ready to cash in that twisted vow. The rest of the thugs are just dying of laughter, amazed by their insanely lucky catch, but an overwhelming, suffocating pressure suddenly wraps around Maru, transforming him into a completely unrecognizable threat. Out of absolutely nowhere, the front doors glide open, revealing a shadowy silhouette stepping inside. The main thug whips around, clearly irritated that someone dared to crash his beatdown session. But before he can even blink, the mysterious arrival completely rocks his jaw, with a devastating straight punch. The kinetic energy lifts the massive dude off his feet, sending him smashing right through a wooden dining table. Total dead silence hits the rival squad as they desperately try to process who just folded their guy. Plot twist: it is Eden. He calmly plants his boot onto the wrecked thug's chest, casually dubbing him a fragile loser. Meanwhile, a still glowing, fully hyped up Maru starts stalking toward his own partner, locking eyes with intense aggression. Unfazed, Eden just jabs him in the ribs, quietly threatening to end him if he lets that golden dust loose indoors. Switching up his vibe entirely, Eden acts completely shocked, claiming he only tailed the rookie to stop him from doing something incredibly dumb. Cue a lightning-fast flashback. Turns out Eden had been shadowing Maru since spotting him, and Yosiok hopping on the train. The whole setup felt super sketchy, so he stayed in stealth mode, trying to figure out the new kid's game plan. But right across the train carriage, he caught sight of Chana, acting equally shady. The senior agent had been secretly monitoring the whole situation, totally contradicting her whole speech about deeply trusting Maru. Eden practically laughs to himself, realizing they were both playing paranoid babysitter for the rookie. Snapping back to reality, Chana finally storms into the ruined restaurant, demanding to know what kind of mess she just walked into. She immediately dives to Yosok's side, seeing him absolutely battered and bleeding on the tiles, frantically checking his vitals. Flashing an incredibly lethal glare, she orders the rival gang to back down, declaring that her crew is walking out the door. But a female thug from the opposition violently objects, claiming they are not going anywhere since Eden wrecked her boy. The enemy boss then steps up, smirking that as old work buddies, they have got a ton of unfinished score settling to do with Yosok. Chana drops a heavy warning, reminding these fools that upper management will brutally penalize everyone involved if a massive brawl breaks out. The rival girl just scoffs, confidently claiming Chana's squad will take the entire blame anyway. Hearing this, the massive brute goes absolutely feral, screaming at the top of his lungs that nobody is leaving this room breathing. He launches his massive frame straight at Eden, looking to decapitate him and finish this madness. But Eden? He just flashes a devilish grin, casually dropping that if they are going to cause a massive scene, they better make the property damage totally worth it. Smelling blood, the entire enemy squad swarms Eden, completely boxing him into the center of the room. Panicking, Maruhan attempts to sprint into the mosh pit, desperately screaming his mentor's name, but Chana violently yanks him back, aggressively ordering the kid to hold his ground. She forcefully reminds him that going full monster mode right here would expose his darkest secret to the entire agency. Amidst the totally trashed dining room, Chana tightly props up the heavily bleeding Yosiok. Flipping a switch mentally, she forcefully zips up her tactical jacket, her eyes locked in pure deadly focus. Right at that second, a random thug locks Eden in a brutal rear chokehold, stripping away his defenses. The rival boss hoists a heavy bar stool high above his head, roaring that Eden's time is up and he is about to cave his skull in. Out of nowhere, something slices through the tension at Mach speed, whistling through the room like a fired bullet. The mystery projectile drills perfectly into the leader's gut, dropping him to his knees in absolutely agonizing pain. Bam! Chana twirls a mop handle like a straight-up martial arts master. She sweeps the leg with crazy precision, dropping the second dude like a sack of potatoes. Both goons are writhing on the pavement, crying and swearing up a storm. She hits them with a cold warning to back off before she really breaks something. But right on cue, their big boss steps into the frame. He demands to know why his guys are throwing hands with random civilians. He zeroes in on Channa, totally catching her off guard. He drops the formalities, introducing himself as the head honcho of the Gaeyang Mountain Squad. Thinking they're chill, Channa gives her name, repping the Ganghwa Island crew and explaining the beef. She spells out how his meatheads threw the first punch and tells him to leash his mutts. But out of nowhere, wham! The captain clocks Channa right in the jaw with absolute zero hesitation. The impact sends her crashing to the dirt, leaving the whole squad paralyzed by the sheer brutality. He coldly drops the act, stating they aren't civilians at all, and growls at her for daring to touch his crew. Yoseok is practically freezing in terror as the captain slowly locks eyes with him. Flashing a super toxic smirk, he welcomes Yoseok back like an old, twisted friend. Watching this unfold, Maruhan snaps out of his daze, realizing his girl is laid out cold. Pure rage spikes his heart rate, and glowing yellow dust physically starts leaking from his breath. Seeing Channa bleeding out on the concrete is the ultimate last straw. Completely consumed by blind anger, Maru literally starts morphing on the spot, his self-control totally shattered. Eden loses his mind, screaming his lungs out for Maru to chill, but the fuse is already lit. Maruhan launches himself like an absolute missile, closing the gap in a blink. The captain freezes, completely blindsided by the raw speed. Crack! Maru caves the guy's face in with a savage hook, fracturing bones on impact. He doesn't let up, slamming the dude into the pavement until the concrete practically cracks. The captain instantly blacks out, kicking up a massive debris cloud. Surrounded by swirling gold particles, Maru is completely locked into beast mode. The rival squad is glued to the floor, terrified, and totally lost on how this rookie just leveled up. Even Eden is shook, having zero clue where the golden aura is coming from. Snapping back to reality, Maru sprints over to check on Channa's busted lip. She violently wipes the blood away and immediately roasts him for breaking their #1 rule about the dust. He scrambles to apologize, swearing he just saw red. The second that guy laid hands on her, Maru tries to laugh it off, but his glowing, dust-covered fists prove he was ready to kill. Creepily, the captain twitches back to life, literally sniffing the golden particles in the air. His eyes go completely psycho, mind blown because generating yellow dust is supposed to be impossible for a normal human. Flashing an evil grin, he demands to know Maru's secret cheat code. Plastering on a phony smirk, the boss straight up tries to recruit him, but Maru instantly flashes back to Yoseok's warning that this crew is literal garbage. Glaring with pure disgust, he hard passes the offer, making it clear he'd never run with their pack. The boss acts heartbroken, playing the whole what a shame card, but a split second later, a demonic smile creeps across his face, and he basically says nobody is leaving this alley alive. Gesturing to the glowing air, he challenges them to a brutal, official, crew versus crew showdown. The psycho actually yells that beating up monsters is getting boring, and he's craving some fresh meat. The Ganghwa squad is totally stunned, completely baffled by this unhinged energy. Out of nowhere, the rival goons start mutating, exposing themselves as literal monsters. Lounging in a random chair, the captain barks at everyone to form up so he can drop the rules, but Channa isn't having any of it and refuses to play his twisted little game. The boss simply gestures at her squad, detailing the deathmatch mechanics. It's going to be a series of one-on-one duels, and the ultimate prize? They get to keep Yoseok. He swears to wipe Yoseok's slate clean, which leaves the poor kid shaking like a leaf. Pivoting to Maru, he drops a bombshell, calling him a human hybrid, leaving the rookie completely shook. Maru is freaking out internally. He never thought his dark secret would be outed. On day 1, the psycho doubles down, threatening to snitch to headquarters about the whole golden dust situation. The ransom? He keeps his mouth zipped only if Maru steps into the ring. Channa instantly reads the room. Talking it out is useless against this clown. Eden genuinely thinks about just one-shotting the boss to end the nightmare right here, but Channa shuts that down fast. She knows the monster lackeys would swarm them, turning it into a total bloodbath. The captain mocks them, calling it a friendly spar where the first to tap out loses. Dripping with sarcasm, he tosses in a no-killing rule just to mock them. The Ganghwa crew is absolutely sickened by this dude's massive ego, but Eden just rips off his hat, a completely unhinged, hyped-up grin spreading across his face. He basically says, bet. He's down for the blood sport because fighting another monster has been on his bucket list. Maru groans, realizing Eden is just as battle-crazy as the bad guys. But in a massive plot twist, Channa backs Eden up, green-lighting the tournament. But she slips them a secret command: drag this fight out for as long as humanly possible. Maru is totally lost, demanding to know why they are playing the stalling game. Dead serious, Channa just tells him to wait and watch, before demanding to know who steps up first. Eden steps up to the plate. The dude is completely out of patience and ready to throw down. Across the arena, the enemy captain scopes out his squad for a volunteer. The guy rocking shades slides to the front, flashing a glowing yellow eye. If you look closely, a straight-up demonic shadow dances in his pupil. He flexes his insane ability, snapping his own skeleton, to absolutely obliterate his targets. But the tree mutant dude cuts in, demanding first blood. He squeezes his fist until his knuckles pop, watching his arm warp into a lethal, spiked club. Rocking a twisted grin, he admits he has been dying to rearrange Eden's face for ages. The human tree unloads a barrage of strikes, but Eden just glides past the jagged branches like it is nothing. He pops his neck, radiating pure main character energy, totally unbothered by the sheer aggression. With a wicked smirk, he taunts the guy, asking if that weak combo is his ultimate move, while the splintered wood turns to dust. But the freak just laughs. He latches onto Eden's wrist, dropping a nasty plot twist. He actually controls the shattered shrapnel, snaring Eden in a deadly trap. The rogue vines coil around his throat like a python, choking the absolute life out of him. The attacker gloats that it is game over. Eden is literally paralyzed, unable to twitch a single muscle. Flashing a wicked grin, he asks if our boy is going to tap out like a total wimp now, but Eden just scoffs, muttering that even hogtied, he can still snap something in half. Channeling straight-up psycho strength, he literally fractures his own jaw from the inside out, turning his internal bones into lethal shivs. He rips right out of the bindings and blitzes the freak. In a blink, his hand clamps around the enemy's throat. The Uno reverse card has officially been played. Staring daggers into his soul, Eden whispers a chilling question. How about we kick things off by snapping your spine? Before the guy can process it, Eden triggers his ability, obliterating the mutant's spinal cord with one tap. With a pulverized spine, the tree guy's legs turn to jelly, and he drops to the dirt like a cut puppet. Eden snatches him by the collar, dragging him back up and ordering him to stay awake. Flashing a villainous smirk, he promises that the real torture session is just getting started. He squeezes harder, sending the wood mutant into a total meltdown of sheer panic, thrashing around to escape before he gets turned into firewood. Suddenly, Chana intercepts the blow, locking down Eden's arm. She screams at him, warning that one more hit would literally flatline the guy. The referee steps in, officially calling the match and handing our squad the round 1 victory. The defeated freak starts hurling from the agonizing pain, violently thrashing and wailing on the floor. The enemy captain just stands there, soaking it all in with dead eyes and a hyper-calculating glare. He shrugs off the loss and instantly demands the next challenger. Chana smacks Eden on the shoulder, calling him out for going try-hard mode instead of buying them time. Rolling her eyes, she steps into the arena and asks who wants the smoke next. The yellow-eyed scout immediately reads her stats, revealing she is an iron-wielding mutant who weaponizes her own bloodstream. The captain points to his female fighter, claiming she is the ultimate counterpick. She rolls her shoulders, hyping herself up and flexing her insane build. Zero hesitation, she shreds her own top, unleashing an absolutely horrifying hidden ability. Turns out, this chick can weaponize her own ribcage into razor-sharp machetes. Sweating a bit, Chana tries to negotiate a no-weapons brawl, arguing that blades are way too lethal. But the freak just ignores her, sprouting massive, bone-chilling claws right out of her back. Sneering with pure disgust, she tells Chana to deal with it. She hits the gas, launching herself like a missile straight at our girl. Chana goes into full panic mode. She sinks her teeth into her own wrist, forging a blood-red katana on the spot. The two collide in a massive shockwave, sparking a high-speed duel. Chana barely blocks the flurry of slashes, but those bone claws are built like actual titanium. In a split-second fake-out, one of the massive talons slices through the wind, zeroing in on her blind spot. The brutal strike rips right across her stomach, leaving a super nasty, fatal-looking gash. Chana starts hyperventilating, realizing that brawling her head-on is a guaranteed game over. So, she rides the momentum of a heavy swing, backflipping away to reset the spacing. Planting her boots deep into the dirt, she maxes out her agility. The bone freak raises her claws to block, completely blinding her own line of sight, while bracing for the impact. But Chana Ghost steps right behind her, delivering a quick graze just to force her back. With absolute precision, she chips the enemy's primary claw. Exploiting that microsecond of lag, Chana spams an insane combo of critical slashes, leaving the chick totally shredded and dripping blood. She hits the deck hard, while her squadmate shouts out in sheer panic. Chana walks over, awkwardly apologizing and claiming she really tried to pull her punches. Eden and Maru are in the background hyping her up, celebrating that she burned exactly 10 seconds on the clock. Chana drops a bombshell. She has only ever hunted nachos, so dueling a human was a totally new vibe. The Ganghwa Island trio regroups, side-eyeing the totally crushed enemy squad. The dude with the yellow eye is legitimately glitching out, realizing these supposed noobs are actual demons. The captain quickly connects the dots. Maruhan is the final boss left on their roster. But Chana cuts the tension, declaring a clean 2-0 sweep means the war is already won. The captain immediately rejects that logic. He only sat through this whole circus just to witness Maru's hidden potential. Smirking, he announces the final match is the main event, tossing out a crazy 3-point sudden death rule. And in a total jaw-dropping moment, Maruhan accepts the insane wager without blinking. But he drops one massive ultimatum, staring the guy dead in the eye and demanding a one-on-one duel against the team captain. Hearing this reckless challenge, his squad instantly loses their minds. Laughing off Maru as a total clown, the captain flashes a cocky smirk, eagerly taking the rookie up on his wild challenge without a second thought. Out of nowhere, another agent's eye lights up like a neon sign, his pulse skyrocketing. Right there in his pupil, the shadowy outline of an absolute beast starts taking shape. This terrifying vision flashes a savage monster ripping its surroundings to shreds, violently thrashing like it wants to break out of its cage. The dude immediately shrieks in pure agony, while his panicked partner grabs him, totally clueless about what kind of nightmare is unfolding. He seriously starts questioning if Maru is even human anymore. The kid's overwhelming aura is just off the charts, leaving the big shot director completely speechless. Stepping back, the captain casually mentions he is off limits since he is playing referee for this little showdown, but he pitches a spicy counteroffer. He promises to let Maru square up against his squad's heavy hitter. Right on cue, a totally bewildered Wuju gets violently yanked into the room, looking lost as ever. Playing the cool boss, the captain talks him down, reassuring the kid that his folks are already safely heading home and that he has zero reasons to stress out. Without warning, he literally pushes the trembling boy right into Maru's personal space, hyping him up as their ultimate weapon. Yosuk frantically tries to jump in, begging his boss to pull the plug on this absolute insanity, but the captain viciously snaps at him to zip it. He coldly threatens to deal with Yosuk later. Turning back to his reluctant fighter, he dangles a sweet deal, promising Wuju his dream transfer if he throws down properly. The stage is set. Maru and Wuju lock eyes, bracing for a massive clash that is about to change everything. But suddenly, a bizarre sensation washes over Maru. His body stops listening to him. Panic sets in as he questions if this twisted glitch is a side effect from eating that rogue Nachal back in the creepy woods. The beast's dark energy ruthlessly invades Wuju's headspace, bombarding him with brutal insults and buried trauma. Unable to handle the mental torture, the kid breaks down in tears, completely drowning in his darkest flashbacks. The mental overload explodes outward, projecting the boy's tragic past like a movie and hitting every single person in the shop. A violent tremor rocks Maru's core. He instantly knows some seriously messed up stuff is about to go down, and his hands are nowhere near the steering wheel. He can literally feel the toxic words bubbling up, turning his tongue into a lethal weapon. Sounding exactly like the demonic entity, he blurts out that Wuju secretly rejoiced whenever someone else took the heat from the school bullies. The boy freezes in utter horror, completely shattered that his most toxic, deeply buried secret just got aired out to everyone. Maru keeps spitting venom, fighting against his own vocal cords to shut up, but the demonic possession is just way too overpowered. His razor-sharp words physically manifest, brutally slashing right through Wuju's chest. Snapping back to reality, Maru frantically scrambles over to help the bleeding kid, screaming that his powers went rogue, swearing he never meant to hurt him. Gripping his bleeding wounds, a tearful Wuju mutters a weak apology, clearly consumed by guilt for enjoying his buddy's misery back in the day. But in a wild twist, the injured kid strikes back. Maru gets thrown off balance, completely lost. Turns out, Wuju is secretly packing the lethal abilities of a toxic Nachal, and he just flipped the kill switch. Acidic venom instantly starts melting Maru's flesh, dropping the rookie to the floor as he howls in sheer, unadulterated agony. Watching their guy get deep fried, the rest of the crew sprints over to rescue him, but the captain instantly blocks their path. He barks at the squad to stay out of it, reminding them that this deathmatch is still live and breathing. Slowly strolling over to a writhing Maru, the smug leader casually questions his pain tolerance. He drops a grim warning that the toxins are about to liquefy his insides, practically begging the kid to tap out. Yet, while literally melting into the floor, Maru grits his teeth and shoots back a defiant glare, making it crystal clear that quitting is not in his vocabulary. Rolling his eyes, the boss tells him to cut the dramatic act and finally unleash his actual potential. Pivoting to Wuju, he bluntly lays out the facts. If the kid actually wants this win, he needs to stop holding back and aim for the kill. However, with half his face literally dissolving, Maru spits blood and announces he is totally done playing by their stupid rules. Going full feral, he violently launches himself straight at the referee, roaring at the top of his lungs that he is shutting this whole circus down right now. Not even flinching, the captain scolds the boy for breaking protocol, reminding him that the match is already officially underway, making the referee completely untouchable. In one impossibly smooth motion, the man adjusts his necktie and screams out, 8 times, and just like that, a crushing, unseen energy brutally pancake flattens Maru into the concrete, leaving the rookie entirely clueless. The insane shockwave immediately drops the rest of his squad, pinning them down before they can even blink. It is so intense that even the rival crew gets caught in the crossfire, face planting hard as an unbearable heaviness crashes over the room. Panic washes over Eden as she starts suffocating, hopelessly pinned against the floorboards. Next to her, Yosuk desperately gasps for air, his chest caving in like a crushed soda can. Choking on his own spit, he manages to warn everyone to take shallow breaths, revealing the devastating nature of their boss's ability. Turns out, this absolute monster is a level 9 powerhouse who literally commands gravity itself. Standing over a room full of helplessly paralyzed victims, the smug leader chuckles, bragging that this is exactly how he likes his playground. Casually strolling up to a pinned-down Maru, he takes in the chaotic scene like an entertaining movie. He suddenly pauses, genuinely baffled to see the kid's horrific acid burns have already magically regenerated. Flashing a downright sinister grin, he dials up the gravitational pull directly on the rookie. The insane pressure instantly starts shattering the boy's spine, forcing him to cough up a fountain of blood as he shrieks in pure agony. Watching closely, the boss notices the mysterious dust lingering around them, calculating that the harder the kid hurts, the more particles violently pour out of him. He instantly pieces the puzzle together. Whatever freakish nutshell infected this boy was definitely one of a kind. Barely conscious, Maru's brain short-circuits at the word special. Suddenly, a flashback hits him. The grotesque beast he consumed actually possessed eyeballs, making it a total anomaly compared to the usual nutshells. Shaking off the memory, he violently forces his broken body to move, knowing he has to survive this death trap right now. Running on pure adrenaline, he risks it all by activating his terrifying language abilities. He launches a desperate verbal strike, but the overpowering captain barely even blinks. Maru's stomach drops in pure despair. This captain doesn't even flinch. He's literally a walking, emotionless brick wall. The guy straight up brands Maru a total psycho, claiming he's the absolute worst trash to ever call himself a nutshell. Then, he whips out a wicked blade, dead set on dissecting Maru's weird abilities. He despises being kept in the dark, and vows to carve out the exact source of that golden dust. Pressing the cold steel right against Maru's throat, he demands answers. But out of nowhere, the blade violently explodes into pieces, scattering glittering golden sparks everywhere. Eden screams, "Now!" flashing the ultimate green light to Chana, who was practically vibrating for her moment to strike. She snatches a jagged chunk of shattered glass, turning it into a makeshift dagger. Clenching her fist, she channels all her raw aura into it, morphing that simple shard into a lethal blade. Launching into a sick acrobatic flip, she dives straight at the captain, putting her entire soul into the strike, but his reflexes are insane. He pivots at the very last second, effortlessly dodging the ambush. Without blinking, he cranks the room's gravity up 20-fold, dropping his full devastating power in an instant. The crushing pressure slams everyone down into the dirt, entirely suffocating their lungs. Boot planted firmly on Chana's makeshift sword, he looms over her paralyzed body. He casually lectures them that under this insane gravitational force, blood literally stops reaching the brain, forcing an instant blackout. Maru completely loses it, screaming his lungs out for his squadmate as she goes limp on the floor. Capitalizing on the chaos, the captain violently yanks the crimson blood sword right out of Chana's arm. Gripping the stolen weapon, he turns his dead eyes toward Maru, declaring this a one-on-one deathmatch. A sick, twisted grin creeps across his face as he taunts Maru to brace himself for some seriously messed up entertainment. Fighting off a heavy wave of unconsciousness, Maru frantically brainstorms a miracle way to break free from this crushing gravity zone, but out of absolutely nowhere. A sharp knock echoes from the entrance, totally throwing the captain off his rhythm. Sword raised, he barks out that the shop is shut down, hoping to shoo away whatever random civilian wandered by. But then, an eerie male silhouette materializes behind the frosted glass. Pitch-black sludge suddenly oozes right through the doorframe, flooding the tiles. The dark sludge expands rapidly and actually begins defying gravity, physically levitating every single person inside the room. Eden stares in absolute terror, his mind totally failing to process what the heck this bizarre, shadowy substance even is. Barely clinging to consciousness, Chana mentally mourns that their backup dragged their feet too long. But the legendary captain from Ganghwa Island had finally crashed the party to rescue his battered squad. Sensing that the bloodbath was escalating from terrible to downright catastrophic, he had desperately fired off an emergency text for immediate reinforcements. The message read, "We have a massive problem. We desperately need you, Captain." Standing right outside the storefront, Captain Dokman Go analyzes the chaotic bloodbath with chilling calmness. It turns out he wields the absolutely legendary ability of the Darkness Nashal, a top-tier rare power. Suspended in this pitch-black void, Maru starts low-key panicking, clueless about what dimension he just got dragged into. Making his move, Dokman Go violently restrains the hostile captain using razor-sharp, shadowy threads. The midnight ooze surges upward, choking the guy out and dragging him deep down into its abyss, and then the enemy completely vanishes from reality, like he was never even born. Isolated in this suffocating void, the rival leader frantically questions what kind of hell he just got dumped into. The absolute nothingness immediately strips away his five senses, throwing Maru into a full-blown mental breakdown. He desperately claws at his own eyes, feeling his physical form turning terrifyingly numb and hollow. On the flip side, the enemy captain is equally lost in the sauce, entirely clueless about his impending doom. Out of the absolute literal shadows, Eden manifests like a ghost and totally blindsides the enemy from behind, locking the guy in a brutal chokehold. The captain aggressively gasps for oxygen, literal drool spilling from his mouth as panicked tears leak from his eyes, utterly paralyzed against Eden's vicious ambush. Stripped of his ridiculous powers, the hostile captain completely folds, kissing the floor as a total loser. Snapping back to reality, Maru violently shakes from the freezing temperature, haunted by this horrifying hollow feeling inside. Frantic, he sinks his teeth straight into his own arm, practically begging the universe to wake him from this nightmare trap. But Dokman Go locks him down with an iron grip, demanding he snap out of it instantly. Shoving Maru hard onto the solid floor with shadowy hands, the veteran captain fiercely severs their eye contact. Then, in a truly unhinged flex, he literally gouges out his own eyeballs to finalize his skill, before shoving them right back into their sockets. The midnight aura immediately floods the room, and his shadowy energy completely evaporates into thin air. With the ability deactivated, the leader tilts his head back, soaking in that wave of pure relief. The rest of the crew is still wiped out on the tiles, knocked out cold. The captain casually strolls over to Maru, clocking that the weird golden dust has fully faded away. His squad slowly staggers to their feet, and he assures them they did an insane job surviving that madness. Pivoting sharply, he grills his team on why they kept him entirely in the dark regarding Maru's freaky abilities. Glaring absolute daggers at them, he sarcastically asks if they basically have a death wish for their careers. Chana guiltily drops her gaze, whispering a sincere apology, and owning up to their massive screw-up. She nervously asks if the boss genuinely believes he can solo the rival squad, right now. He immediately shuts that down, flat out stating that this whole mess has spiraled way past the point of no return. The camera cuts to a massive skyline shot of the top-secret special agents' headquarters. Deep inside a sterile interrogation vault, a squad of elites are heavily monitoring Maru Han through a two-way mirror. He's completely chained to a steel chair, restrained in heavy cuffs, and treated like an absolute supervillain. Slouching in total defeat, he internally panics about what horrible fate awaits him next. Meanwhile, up in a ridiculously high-end boardroom, heavy moves are being made. The top-tier executives of headquarters are brutally debating what exactly to do with Maru moving forward. Following that whole fiasco with the rival squad, Vice Director Yang Yoon drops a bombshell her crew is taking over the Maru Han situation. But Captain Dokman Go instantly vetoes the idea, refusing to back down. That totally sets Yang Yoon off, as she snaps back, pointing out that Maru literally spawns toxic yellow dust, making him a walking hazard. Slamming her palm against the desk, she screams, demanding to know their game plan if he actually unleashes his powers. Diokman, totally unfazed, talks her off the ledge, clarifying that the whole disaster only triggered because they were under fire. Then, he straight up points the finger at the director, reminding everyone that the boss man knew the rival captain was absolute garbage. Director Ildu Jung falls silent, deeply reflecting on the fact that he actually handed that psycho a squad. Yang Yoon scrambles to run defense for the boss, but he just waves her off, brushing it under the rug. Stepping in, Director Ji-won Yoon claims that having a moral compass means absolutely nothing in the special service. The head honcho doubles down, stating he could care less if the captain is completely unhinged, as long as he is a lethal weapon on the battlefield. Flashing a wicked smirk, he directly roasts Dokman, bragging that at least his guy never backs down from a brawl. Dokman fires right back, arguing that Maru brings that exact same crucial energy to the table. He pitches a wildcard idea, claiming his duo can totally babysit Maru, leaving the entire room completely shook. Staring him down, the director asks if Diokman is ready to take the fall when Maru inevitably snaps. Without missing a beat, the captain agrees, pushing his chair back to ditch this snooze fest of a meeting. But before the room clears, the boss orders Eden to stay put for a secret debrief. Eden pauses, caught off guard, but ultimately caves and holds his ground. While the rest of the crew files out, Ji-won Yoon shoots the director a heavy, worried glance. Cutting out to the hallway, The squad links up with Maru, fresh out of the interrogation hot seat. Freaking out, he instantly begs for a status update, zeroing in on why Deokman is rocking such a weird tie. Ripping the bandage off, the captain drops the bad news. All three of them are officially slapped with probation, complete with a brutal pay deduction. Maru literally bursts into tears, throwing a fit over losing pennies from his already trash paycheck. Sighing, Deokman warns them that they barely dodged a bullet today, and their luck is officially tapped out. Lurking in the shadows, Director Jeong monitors the whole exchange, making Eden realize the old man is way more terrifying than his vibes suggest. Smash cut back to the briefing room. Ildu demands a contingency plan for Maru going rogue. Deadpan and totally chilling, he corners Eden, asking if he actually has the guts to execute his own teammate. The sheer weight of that twisted question hits Eden like a truck, leaving him glaring at his own father with pure, unfiltered rage. Suddenly, he bursts into this cynical, unhinged laughter, questioning if the old man has completely lost his mind. He calls out the absolute joke of a situation, scoffing that after 20 years, this is the best conversation starter his dad could muster. Unfazed, his father strictly barks at him to grab a seat, making it crystal clear that this is a direct command from the boss, not a family chat. Shifting gears, the director breaks down how Maru Han is officially off the standard operative roster because a dude manifesting his own toxic yellow aura is basically a full-blown monster at this point. Flipping the script, Ildu coldly diagnoses that Maru is ticking down to becoming their ultimate villain. The camera pans over to the rundown apartment complex that Maru currently calls home. The paranoia of being heavily surveilled is completely wrecking his mental state. His crib is an absolute disaster zone, making him cringe as he realizes even the grimy cadet barracks were cleaner than this. Creeping toward a closed door, he swings it open and locks eyes with his uninvited guest. Boom, Deokman casually drops the bomb that they are officially roommates now. Maru loses his mind, utterly traumatized, over why his captain is chilling completely shirtless. Raging hard, he actually launches a kick at the dude, screeching at him to throw on some freaking pants, but Deokman just catches his leg effortlessly, smirking as he promises they are going to be joined at the hip 24/7. Jump cut straight to the Special Public Service headquarters. Deep in the grind, Maru senses somebody aggressively jabbing the back of his skull. Plastering on the most fake customer service smile imaginable, he swivels around to ask what's up. Without hesitating, Jiwon Yun hits him with a lethal threat, warning him to keep his toxic vibes out of her workspace. Trying to play peacemaker, Yoseok chimes in, explaining to the peanut gallery that Maru only leaks dust when his stress levels peak. Absolutely triggered, Maru shoots up from his desk, screaming about who dragged him into this nightmare in the first place. But his energy crashes, and he aggressively plops back into his chair, exhaling this massive, soul-crushing sigh. Spotting the drama, Ibak Kim squints and nervously asks if he just saw a dust cloud, instantly making Maru freeze in sheer panic. Out of nowhere, the resident musclehead tackles him, viciously squeezing his cheeks and demanding he open wide. Prying the poor kid's jaws apart, the meathead interrogates him about puffing out yellow smoke every time he breathes. Totally over it, Maru storms off, whining that existing in this office literally triggers a bomb threat. Stomping down the corridor, he bumps right into Seonwoo Eden, the very guy secretly convinced Maru is basically a villain. Serving up absolute ice with his stare, Eden mentally locks Maru in as public enemy number 1. Catching that hostile vibe, Maru whips around, visibly grossed out, his nerves completely fried from the morning's circus act. Hitting his breaking point, he lashes out, screaming at Eden to just square up if he wants smoke. But Eden just delivers a fatal blow to his ego, flatly stating Maru does not even cross his mind, completely paralyzing the poor dude in shock. The vibe is totally off, leaving Maru wildly confused because Eden literally lives to push his buttons. Completely exhausted by the drama, Maru spins around, hyping himself up to unleash a massive rant on the entire hallway. But his explosive moment gets shut down the second Officer Chana Kang struts onto the scene, dragging a fresh-faced rookie behind her. She casually tells the new kid to ping her if he gets lost. Out of nowhere, she closes the gap on Maru, softly asking to inspect his eyes, catching him completely off guard. Blushing hard and fumbling his words, he swears up and down that he is not going radioactive. Chana gives him this reassuring look, advising him to ignore the squad's toxic behavior, and not to take it to heart. She drops the hard truth they are just terrified because they physically cannot save him if he loses control again. Blazing red from her sudden physical contact, Maru mutters that he totally gets the memo. We smash cut to a dead silent workspace. Maru is glued to his desk, grinding away totally solo. Slumping back in his chair, he groans about being chained to desk duty. Right on cue, the printer fires up, spitting out a massive stack of paperwork. Snatching up the fresh ink, it suddenly clicks. This is exactly what the captain meant by never letting that slide again. A heavy thud breaks the silence. He whips around, instantly realizing his solo shift is over. Namble and Nero step from the shadows, radiating major villain energy. Totally lost, Maru squints at the intruders, demanding to know who crashed his office. Zero hesitation. Namble blitzes forward and instantly decks Maru right in the jaw with a bone-crushing right hook. Maru doesn't even have a millisecond to blink. The sheer force launches him airborne, sending documents exploding across the room like confetti. Yanking the kid up by his collar, Namble violently demands he unleash the yellow dust. Blood dripping down his chin, Maru is absolutely paralyzed. Chana's strict warning echoes in his mind. He swears to himself he cannot repeat those past mistakes. The crazy intruder threatens to rearrange his features if he doesn't transform as soon as possible. But out of nowhere, Nero delivers a lethal roundhouse kick straight to Namble's dome. Lights out. The dude drops to the floor like a sack of bricks, leaving Maru utterly baffled by the friendly fire. Nero smoothly steps over the body, brushing off the assault as bad manners. He then drops his name, revealing this chaotic duo was dispatched directly from Seoul HQ. Rubbing his bruised jaw, an exhausted Maru asks if they seriously traveled all this way just for a pop quiz on his powers. Nero nods, but drops a massive plot twist. Namble didn't attack out of malice, he's actually a gigantic fanboy. Springing back to life, Namble aggressively geeks out over finally meeting King Maru. Our guy is completely utterly lost, silently questioning who the heck gave him that cringe title. The hyped-up dude swears Maru's yellow dust outclasses even the legendary director's abilities. Flashing a huge thumbs up, the guy crowns Maru the ultimate naturalist. Maru freezes, internally debating if his stats are actually goated like that. Cut to Maru finally clocking out, his brain still doing backflips over the crazy encounter. Down the street, he catches sight of Wooju, the new kid, and something is super off about his vibe. Feeling the heavy gaze, the rookie shrinks into his hoodie, nervously stammering out a question. We transition to a dense mountain range, bathed in a killer blood-orange sunset deep in the woods. Maru is hunched over, aggressively twisting wires to revive a dead comms radio. His patience hits absolute zero when the junk tech refuses to spark. Breaking the tension, Wooju quietly admits he was the one who trashed the gear. The kid was too terrified to face the squad's wrath. Maru shifts to big bro mode, reassuring him their crew doesn't operate like that. He feeds him the classic "everybody messes up" line, though internally, he's totally sweating the details. Wooju beams, super grateful for the backup. Out of nowhere, Wooju casually drops that Maru shouldn't hide his yellow dust around him. Maru immediately plays dumb, acting like the kid is speaking a foreign language. Smirking, the rookie simply points at the dirt. Maru's aura was already leaking golden particles everywhere without him even noticing. Spooked by his own leaky powers, Maru whips around only for a grotesque beast to burst from the underbrush, scaring the absolute life out of them both. Wooju hits full panic mode, shrieking that HQ is completely blind to the ambush because he busted the radio. But Maru stays ice cold, identifying it as a bottom-tier dust monster. Fueled by his brand new fanboy ego boost, he sprints right at the beast, proudly screaming out his King Maru title. He closes the gap instantly, unhinging his jaw for a truly savage, zero hesitation bite. Crunch! His teeth sink deep, violently ripping a massive chunk of flesh straight from the monster's throat. It's the ultimate speedrun strat for clapping a tier 1 notchel. As the dead beast hits the dirt, he casually wipes the gore from his lips, totally hyping himself up. Wooju is mind-blown, clapping it up for the insane speed blitz. But suddenly, Maru's stomach drops. Something is heavily off. The corpse starts twitching and fracturing. With a sickening, bone-snapping crunch, the dead creature's spine tears completely wide open. His brain blue screens. He literally just one-shotted this freak of nature straight to the grave. Clawing its way out of the shedding carcass is an absolutely massive, hulking variant. Its chest is shredded with glowing runes, dripping with pure menace. Panic spikes through Maru's veins. The Nachal is deadass, evolving to tier 2 in real time. He's hyperventilating, struggling to process the nightmare unfolding. Scrubbing the sweat from his face, he's trapped in a state of pure shock. Meanwhile, the towering mutant stomps forward, its power level actively multiplying. Wooju completely loses it, screaming that the insane dust density makes this a straight-up tier 5 threat. The rookie bolts, desperately yelling that he's going to find backup. But Maru spots the lethal blind spot and roars for Wooju to watch his 6. The monstrosity lunges with glitch-like speed, teleporting across the battlefield. Before Wooju can even blink, the beast is towering over him, winding up a devastating haymaker. But at the very last millisecond, Maru detonates his toxic aura, throwing up a brutal venom shield that perfectly tanks the blow. The Nachal shrieks in pure agony as the acidic backlash completely melts its chest cavity. But Maru freezes, the nightmare beast is actively mutating again. The terrifying lore finally clicks. Whenever a Nachal takes a fatal strike, it triggers a defensive cocoon stage. Right before his terrified eyes, glowing fissures web across the hardened stone shell. The prison shatters apart, about to unleash an even darker horror. Ripping its way out is an absolute unit of a beast, packed with insane muscle mass. It finally clicks for Maru. They are dealing with an ultra-rare, evolving type Nachal. Wuju calls out that this monstrosity is already hitting level 6, instantly freezing Maru in his tracks. His mind spirals over that massive power scaling until a chilling visual cue catches his eye. Those freaky, blister-like bubbles covering the creature's chest pop every single time it transforms, and the pattern becomes crystal clear. Doing the math, he realizes this Nachal's ultimate form could max out at a nightmare-inducing level 10. This death trap is escalating way too fast, so he immediately prioritizes getting Wuju to safety. Maru volunteers to pull all the aggro, ordering his friend to fall back and round up the squad. Wuju starts panicking hard, swearing there is zero chance Maru can solo a level 6 threat. Flashing a confident smirk, Maru completely diffuses the tension, promising that he hides way more power than he shows. Wuju bolts out of there, screaming his friend's name, as Maru pivots to stare pure death right in the eyes. Without hesitating, he blitzes forward. Maru clocks it instantly, chowing down on that Nachal meat, completely rewired his DNA. The catch? Getting pushed to death's door triggers a massive power-up, mirroring the exact same cheat code the beast uses. Launching himself into the air, he channels pure kinetic energy into a devastating right hook, but the creature simply phases out of the way. A chilling realization hits him. The monster's speed just leveled up. Before he can even blink, a gut-wrenching strike caves in his stomach. Crumpled in the dirt and gasping for air, the searing agony proves this thing's physical stats have skyrocketed. Sprawled out, the math is simple. Trigger an evolution, or die. But before he can formulate a plan, a colossal shockwave launches him like a ragdoll. The sickening crunch of shattering bone echoes through his body. That was a guaranteed kill shot. Expecting a transformation, he stares at his chest in pure confusion. No evolution? Then it clicks. His baseline healing factor is patching him up way too fast to trigger the Nachal's dormant power. Staring down a lethal follow-up attack, Maru embraces the absolute madness of his only option. Forcing himself upright, he screams at the freak to just end him already. The beast gladly accepts the invitation, charging up a catastrophic energy blast meant to erase him from existence. Suddenly, Wuju sprints back into the danger zone, screaming a desperate warning. Maru barks at him to stay the hell back. Completely ignoring the order, the rookie hurls a glob of toxic green acid straight at the beast. The sludge splatters across the creature's spine, hissing and smoking on impact. Wuju holds his breath, praying his desperate gamble actually did something. Total nightmare fuel. The abomination slowly cranks its neck around, completely unharmed. The acid literally did zero damage. Without skipping a beat, the Nachal retaliates, burying a catastrophic right hook into the rookie's jaw. Pure primal rage takes over as the monster unloads an absolutely merciless combo, treating the kid like a human punching bag. The relentless assault leaves Wuju's face an unrecognizable, bloody mess. Snapping, Maru launches himself onto the creature's back. Eyes burning with venomous fury, he sinks his teeth directly into the monster's flesh. He literally tears a chunk of meat right off the bone. The beast screeches in sheer agony, stumbling backward from the savage ambush. Dripping with crimson, Maru immediately scrambles over to his battered comrade, frantically checking his vitals. Baffled by the kid's stupidity, he demands to know why Wuju didn't evacuate down the mountain when he had the chance. Choking on his own guilt, the rookie confesses that his paralyzing cowardice literally froze him in place. Barely conscious, he begs Maru to ditch him and call for backup, terrified of dragging him down. Wuju suddenly blacks out, and noticing the kid's dangerously slow regeneration, Maru refuses to leave him behind. The reality sets in. No cavalry is coming. It is a one-on-one deathmatch, and he is ready to throw down. Ripping off his tie, he squares up against the Nachal. The horror suddenly shifts into a petrified stone state, signaling to Maru that it only has 3 evolutionary stages left. Adrenaline surging, he sprints forward and hammers the creature, fully aware that letting this thing hit max level means game over for everyone. The mission is clear. Obliterate the monster before it hatches. Unleashing an absolute hurricane of fists, he finally shatters the hardened exterior, but peeling back the shell reveals an absolutely grotesque, pulsating mound of raw meat. Maru realizes he just interrupted its metamorphosis. Making a wild split-second decision, he goes to consume its core, banking on the theory that this will permanently strip away its 2 remaining transformations. Out of nowhere, a lethal spike erupts from the mass, impaling him straight through the sternum. The sheer force of the trauma makes him cough up a horrific amount of blood. Paralyzed by the blinding pain, Maru collapses. A gaping crater now sits in the middle of his torso, practically sealing his fate. The freshly mutated Nachal rises from the wreckage, coldly admiring its brutal handiwork. But then, a rocky texture rapidly spreads across Maru's skin, Staring at his hardening hands, a wicked grin crosses his face. The fatal damage finally triggered his own evolution. Refusing to let him power up, the behemoth snatches him by the skull, hoisting him off the ground with terrifying raw strength. It prepares for an execution. The monster violently launches Maru's fossilized body across the battlefield. Despite his new rocky armor, the bone-rattling collision sends deep fractures splintering across his face. Instantly shifting targets, the abomination locks onto Wuju and bulldozes straight toward the fleeing rookie. Panic grips Maru as he watches the predator close the gap on his defenseless friend. Suddenly, a massive, explosive shockwave from his own crash landing buries him in debris. Tumbling violently down a steep ravine, his petrified form finally smashes into a massive tree. The rocky cocoon splinters completely open, proving the metamorphosis is done. The outer shell detonates into dust, revealing a fully reborn, heavily breathing Maru stepping out of the rubble. Drenched in sweat, his eyes immediately lock back onto the beast hunting down his partner. He screams at Officer Kim to hold the line just a little longer. He blasts off the starting line in a desperate rescue attempt. As adrenaline floods his veins, the speed difference is insane. His new form is unbelievably fast. Trusting this upgraded mobility, he pushes himself to the absolute limit, convinced he can close the distance before it is too late. But sprinting into the clearing, his heart drops. Nothing is left but the officer's gear, violently scattered across the dirt. Frantic, he scans the perimeter, but the dust has settled, and the monster is just gone. Spinning in circles, total dread sets in, as he questions where the hell they disappeared to. Right as the panic peaks, a sudden vibration in his pocket snaps him back to reality. Pulling out his phone, he urgently locks onto a glowing blip on the GPS map. The tracker blinks, the target just shifted way out to zone 12-8. Before he can even process that, his burner lights up with an unexpected ring from the squad leader. The boss does not even say hello, instantly grilling him about the massive level 7 alert flashing across the grid. Maru scrambles to interrupt, desperate to drop some critical intel, but Dokman totally shuts him down, ordering him to stay locked inside his house no matter what, before straight up hanging up. Maru glares at the dead screen, absolutely fuming. Jokes on the captain, though he is already deep in the treacherous woods. Still, a level 7 alarm means heavy backup is bound to roll in, so right now, his only mission is tracking down Wuju. Out of nowhere, the spine-chilling wail of a Nachal siren rips through the dead silence of the trees. He whips around, eyes darting through the shadows as he zeroes in on the deafening blast. Sprinting to the epicenter, he spots Officer Kim slumped in the dirt, completely out cold. Heart pounding, Maru rushes over and frantically rolls him onto his back, yelling to see if the guy is breathing. But his stomach drops. All that rests in the dirt is a severed, blood-soaked hand. The rookie is utterly shredded, sprawled out in a massive puddle of his own gore. Maru freezes, his brain short-circuiting at the nightmare unfolding right in front of him. Snapping out of his paralysis, he aggressively hauls the battered kid into his arms, screaming at the top of his lungs for yellow dust. He is practically crying, begging Wuju to just blink, pleading with the universe not to let this kid bleed out on his watch. But Wuju's crimson-stained face remains completely ghost-like, deaf to the frantic shouting. With zero resistance, the rookie's arm heavily flops into the mud. Game over. Utterly shattered, Maru clutches the lifeless shell against his chest. His hollow, traumatized stare slowly morphs into something deeply terrifying, pure, unadulterated villain-level wrath. Ripping his own tattered shirt, he gently drapes it over Wuju for one final goodbye. Standing there shirtless, flexing a canvas of brutal battle scars, the dude radiates pure demonic vengeance. Cut to the edge of the perimeter, where someone is absolutely booking it up the rocky terrain. It is Kang Chana, breathlessly barking into her headset, confirming she has breached the mountain base. Speeding down the highway, the captain radios back, swearing he is burning rubber to back her up, but mid-sentence, his dashboard screen violently flashes a level 9 warning, instantly sending his anxiety through the roof. He barks a strict order for Chana to hold her ground, and absolutely never engage solo. Right on cue, a massive shockwave brutally rattles the entire timberland, nearly knocking the elite fighter off her feet. Miles away in the concrete jungle, civilians gaze up at the peaks, terrified an earthquake just hit. Then the threat meter maxes out at a god-tier level 10, and the horrifying truth hits her. It is the yellow dust. The captain practically loses his mind. An apocalyptic level 10 Nachal just spawned on Gangwa Island. Back at HQ, the squad is melting down, knowing millions will perish if this beast breaks loose. Riding shotgun in another cruiser, Seiwoo Eden aggressively screams at her driver to floor the gas pedal, but thanks to absolute garbage luck, they get deadlocked at a crimson light, hopelessly trapped in rush hour gridlock. Back in the danger zone, Chana is sprinting like a maniac, knowing waiting for the cavalry is a death sentence. She has to butcher this Nachal before it slaughters innocent civilians. Skidding to a brutal halt, she feels an insanely heavy aura lingering dead ahead. Peering through the thick smog, a massive shadow looms, and she braces herself to fight the anomaly. Plot twist, the smoke clears to reveal Maru, leaving the elite operative totally stunned. He furiously screams at her, demanding she turn her boots around and retreat to the safe zone instantly. Baffled by his aggression, Chana demands to know what the heck he is yapping about, and how he even beat her here. Closing the gap, Maru practically begs her to ditch the mission. He loudly claims the monster is his prey alone, and she needs to bounce while she still has legs. Trying to diffuse his wild energy, she asks for one good reason, why she should tuck tail and flee. Maru drops the bombshell. This is not a normal target. It is the ultimate, final form of an evolving Nachal. The horrific reality finally clicks, and the sheer gravity of this suicide mission hits her like a freight train. A thick, choking layer of debris swallows the clearing, emitting this weird, guttural hum as it infects the environment. Slowly, a pitch-black titan manifests inside the fog, leaking pure nightmare fuel. The Nachal fully steps into the light, flexing an incredibly jacked, bone-white physique. Before it attacks, Chana physically yanks Maru aside, grilling him if he seriously tried soloing this absolute unit the entire time. Gripping a jagged wooden stake with white knuckles, he coldly states that exterminating this freak is his burden and his alone. Without warning, the kid hoists the makeshift blade into the sky, leaving his comrade completely lost in the sauce. She desperately lunges to disarm him, as Maru casually confesses that he literally devoured the evolving parasite. He lays out his completely unhinged strategy. If he sustains critical damage, his body will forcefully mutate too. Flabbergasted, Chana's brain short-circuits, realizing why this dude has been acting like an absolute psycho all day. She begs him to chill out, praying she can stall him until the heavy hitters arrive. But our main guy completely tunes her out, doubling down that he is a one-man army. Finally hitting her breaking point, the girl screams, demanding to know if he has a straight-up death wish. Unfazed, the absolute madman flexes his arm and flat-out admits he does not give a damn if he perishes here. In a split second, he ruthlessly drives the wooden spike deep into his own ribs, detonating a massive geyser of crimson. The gory splash totally paints Chana, who shrieks in pure horror at this twisted display. Maru crashes hard to his knees, leaving his partner paralyzed by the raw trauma. Out of nowhere, a massive tsunami of yellow smog erupts, blacking out the entire battlefield. The operative is left standing in catatonic shock, completely unable to process the absolute insanity she just watched. Staring at the lifeless forms, it finally hits her. This lunatic has pulled this exact sacrificial stunt before. He did it a bunch of times. But the real mystery here? How this dude literally managed to impale his own heart with that stake. Out of nowhere, that creepy Nachal beast sneaks up right behind Chana. She's about to launch a quick counter, but Maru intercepts, gripping the monster's wrist like a vice. He casually tanks the hit, stands up dead straight, and stares the nightmare down. Bro is showing everyone he's far from finished. The pressure escalates as Maru cranks his grip on the creature's hand. He makes a brutally rough twist and straight up tears the beast's arm out of its socket. His whole vibe instantly shifts. Those eyes go totally unhinged, swimming in a terrifying, bloodthirsty glare. Closing the gap in a flash, our boy throttles the Nachal, going for the instant kill. The monster isn't having it though, winding up a furious haymaker, charging a massive, all-out strike. Bam! The creature slams Maru into the dirt so hard, the kinetic shockwave rattles the entire battlefield. The earth completely caves in, carving out a massive crater right in the dead center of the combat zone. Our MC gets totally swallowed by the debris, gasping for air after taking that insane hit. Up top, the beast is hyping itself up, flexing hard, and proving it's ready to wrap this up. Maru wrestles desperately against the chokehold, but the creature's massive claw is just crushing his windpipe. Suddenly, the Nachal rips a spine, chilling shriek, keeping our main guy completely pinned deep inside that massive pit. Cut to Diokman, who suddenly locks eyes on a tarped-up corpse, trying to piece together the absolute mess going down in the woods. Without warning, a deafening explosion rips through the air, snapping the young guy into full defense mode. Meanwhile, Chana clocks a massive shift in the atmosphere. She senses a super dark, twisted aura, leaking right out of her teammate. Flashing back to the chill guy she knew, she realizes the dude standing there right now feels like a complete stranger. Out of nowhere, Maru connects with a downright lethal right hook, dumping all that wild rage straight into the pale beast. The monster wobbles backward, totally rocked by the raw kinetic impact. Zero hesitation, Maru launches himself skyward, gearing up for a brutal dive bomb attack. Chana catches a glimpse of his dead, empty expression and panics, wondering if his sanity just snapped. But Maru ignores everything, hyper-focusing his aura for one surgical, lethal strike. But wait, the Nachal's missing limb is literally growing back. Moving at blinding speed, our boy blitzes the creature before it can even blink. His knuckles light up as he squeezes his fist, packing every ounce of his power into a single sweet spot. The collision drops a nuclear punch, but the massive recoil sends Maru rocketing backward as a giant shockwave erupts, flattening the entire tree line from the blast. We get this insane detonation that vaporizes the timber, launching a storm of boulders and dirt into the sky. Seconds later, a second shockwave drops, triggering a literal earthquake from the sheer trauma. Chana tries to push through the chaos, but Dockman snatches her wrist firmly, physically blocking her from rushing into the meat grinder. He yells over the noise that stepping in there is a death sentence, desperate to prevent his squad from becoming casualties. Chana is shook by her captain's call, sensing deep down that this whole scenario is completely off script. Gripping her shoulder with pure anxiety, he silently confirms that things have officially gone from bad to apocalyptic. Dockman is stressing over why Maru even crashed this raid, considering he gave the kid strict orders to stay benched. Cut to this massive, high-tech headquarters, where the top brass are sweating over the intel. Vice Director Youngwoon is literally losing his mind after finding out a level 10 threat is currently wiping the map. The narration drops that the elite veteran command just rolled out a squad of heavy hitters to contain the fallout. Commander Gumak Ji flashes on screen in her suite, locked in heavy concentration, scanning the threat data to map out the next tactical play. The Vice Director is still barking commands, putting the entire roster on standby, just in case the frontline crew totally wipes. Meanwhile, Director Il Dujung is chilling in his chair, casually scrolling through the updates, just smirking about how it has been a hot minute since a beast of this caliber dropped. The Vice Director brings up the dark past, reminding everyone how the entire mountain squad got wiped out, dragging tons of civilians down with them. But the director just tells her to chill out, guaranteeing that Captain Go has the situation on lock. He drops this confident little grin, totally betting everything on his field operatives. Back at Ground Zero, Maru literally resurrects from the debris, crawling out of the pit with absolute tunnel vision on his target. He hits top gear instantly, leaving a trail of kicked-up dirt as he bulldozes straight toward the nightmare. The captain watches this unfold, dripping cold sweat, totally clueless about what kind of crazy stunt the kid is pulling. Ignoring every single scream to pull back, our hero just goes full throttle. He vaults sky-high toward the behemoth, cocking his fist back for the ultimate finishing move. Suspended in mid-air, the guy stares the monster down, launching a lethal hook straight for its skull. But the beast counters, and they both throw absolute bombs at the exact same second, detonating a wild kinetic wave that shreds the area. A massive spray of blood paints the air, making it brutally clear someone just took critical damage, and Maru literally gets his arm blown off in the clash. But instead of retreating, he locks the notchel down with a vicious leg choke. The captain realizes he has to step in immediately, knowing this has crossed the line into a pure suicide mission. Suddenly, Maru shifts his mangled stump, gearing up for something insane. Bro literally jams his bleeding stub straight into the notchel's gaping jaws, triggering an insane healing factor. Thick, boiling steam pours out of his teeth as the severed limb knits itself back together in a flash, flexing some god-tier regeneration. Wasting zero time, Maru re-engages the feral beatdown, splattering the monster's gore across the battlefield in massive arcs. The captain just stands there, gasping, completely mind-blown by the absolute madness. Our boy literally obliterates Notchel's skull into oblivion. The monster's headless corpse slumps to the dirt, proving our protagonist is absolutely done playing games. Going completely feral, Maru sinks his own teeth straight into the enemy's throat like an apex predator. He viciously rips out a massive chunk of meat, painting the entire battlefield crimson. Breaking the chaos, Chana finally yells that it is game over, confirming the creature's healing factor is completely fried. Yet the dude refuses to budge from the corpse, winding up his fist for another devastating strike. Maru glares a hole through the villain's mangled remains, his face completely coated in carnage. Without holding back, he rains down an absolutely savage combo of punches, guaranteeing this freak stays dead for good. Watching him completely lose his mind, Captain Go screams his lungs out trying to snap the kid back to reality. Completely deaf to the orders, our hero just stands there, soaked in a massive puddle of gore. Right on cue, Chana slides in clutching her razor-sharp blade, executing one last merciless slash to secure the kill. As the heavy smoke clears, the absolute sheer scale of the wreckage is finally exposed. Still mounted on the monster's shattered carcass, the protagonist blankly stares down at his own dripping crimson palms, completely overwhelmed by the gravity of his own massacre. Out of nowhere, the girl wraps her arms around him, softly begging him to stand down and whispering that they finally won. Moments later, the remaining squad members sprint onto the battlefield, desperately demanding to know if the nightmare is actually finished. Looking absolutely shook by their battered condition, Eden stammers out a question, asking if the duo actually managed to secure the elimination. Dropping an absolute bombshell, the captain reveals that Maru soloed the entire thing, leaving the whole crew completely jaw-dropped. The rookie is literally left paralyzed with shock, trying to process how taking down a level 10 threat, single-handedly, is even physically possible. The camera zeroes in on our hero's severely bruised and bloodied face, capturing the sheer exhaustion and crushing grief behind this hollow victory. We then cut straight to a massive, dead silent facility, where the atmosphere is incredibly heavy as the crew groups up. A framed photo of Wuju sits quietly amidst a sea of white blossoms, serving as a brutal reminder of the massive toll this op took on them. Countless members are collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, mourning the tragic loss of a true fan favorite. Dressed in pitch black, the unified squad stands tall to pay their final respects to their lost brother. A deeply troubled Yosayak steps into frame, completely suffocated by the depressing vibes of the memorial. Breaking the tension, Chana walks up and genuinely asks if he is holding up all right. Slumped helplessly on the floor, Captain Go chimes in that this kind of trauma never actually gets any easier. Propping herself up against the cold wall, the girl questions how they are supposed to process losing Wuju. Letting out a massive sigh, the veteran explains it was a tragic fluke, but at least they brought his remains home. Pacing down the long corridor, the realization hits hard that this island is now a literal death trap. Chana stresses out over the protagonist going completely ghost, asking if Maru is seriously still dodging everyone's phone calls. The shot pans to his abandoned ID badge resting on a desk, while the captain brutally confirms he actually quit. Refusing to let it go, the girl begs for just a little more time to talk some sense into him. Without skipping a beat, Captain Go keeps marching forward and shoots her down, claiming there is zero chance the kid reverses his choice. His mind immediately flashes back to the absolute nightmare he survived at the Soul Barracks, back when a terrifying level 10 beast ambushed them. He drops the dark lore that he was the sole survivor after that monstrosity casually wiped out his entire unit. Every single step he takes echoes loudly down the vacant hall, visually representing the crushing survivor's guilt he drags around every day. Hearing Diokman talk about watching his own comrades perish literally leaves his partner completely rattled. The edit suddenly hard cuts to Maru's trashed apartment, a dark depression room filled with garbage and total isolation. Our guy is just lying face down on his mattress, desperately trying to catch a break, but the vibe inside the bedroom randomly shifts into something totally sinister. A glowing purple dimensional tear literally rips open right through his wall, flooding the space with a highly toxic-looking fog. And out of absolutely nowhere, a terrifying, heavily bloodied hand reaches out from the dark void of the portal,